Everybody here? Okay, all right, let me go ahead and take roll. Good morning, council's interested parties. We're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. in 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Boss, good morning. Say again? We have someone else. Oh, who's that? Mr. Schardt? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, that dude in the back. All right. Okay. Morning, Mr. Schardt. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Mr. Renard. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty. Good morning. Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Jr. and Sr. Good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garner. Good morning. Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Hylton, good morning. All right, before we go ahead and call for our jury, I have a matter of housekeeping to take up with you all. Over the weekend, juror 269 was admitted to the hospital. And I'm in receipt of the admission form. And as of current, she is still in the hospital. Her anticipated release date potentially is this coming Wednesday. So, much as I like to wait till Wednesday, I'm going to probably have to go ahead and excuse her due to illness. So, does anybody wish to be heard about that issue?
Your Honor, before we do that, can I just figure out who 269 is?
All right, and I'll let you take a look at I'm going to mark this as the next court exhibit in order, as well as I'm going to seal it for purposes of juror confidentiality.
Thank you, sir.
Is she number 12? Chris, is she number 12?
Yes.
Number 12?
Yes.
Mr. Steele, if it helps you out, it's juror 12. I think it's juror 12.
On the list.
On the list.
On the
Yeah.
list.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anybody have any other discussion about juror 269? All right, going once, going twice. All right, summon our jurors for us, please.
Let me just check 1 second. Simone, Judge.
Told you. Told you. About where?
Thank you, sir.
All right, anything else, folks?
Yes, Judge. Before you bring the jury out, there's a matter I'd like to address in the court.
What about our juror? Okay, is that what we're trying to address?
We understand the court has ruled, and there's on behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no objection to the court's ruling.
Okay, all right, just so I can kind of keep things separate. Okay, I don't want to excuse her, but I don't think we have much choice unless because I don't know whether or not she's even going to be available Wednesday. So to delay at that point in time, I think we'll just, since we have other alternate jurors, we'll just go ahead and continue at this point in time. Wish her the best. What's your second issue, Mr. Adams?
My second issue is in regards to email that I sent to the prosecution and copied the court on Friday. And it's really in regards to our witnesses and the witness list that we received on Friday at 11:59, and then another witness list, a different witness list that we received yesterday evening at 6:55. Our position is that their names on that witness list, specifically the one that was received last night, There are witnesses, there are new names that were advised of being called today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, and we think are violative of what the court has ordered previously. Just very briefly, chronologically, as the court knows, about 2 weeks ago, we received a list of witnesses when the court said to the prosecution, listen, give them a list of witnesses that you intend to call in the course of the next week or two. They gave us a list of 70 names, approximately, indicating that those witnesses, those names would be called over the course of the first 1 to 3 weeks of trial. We relied upon that, and even though there were names on there that we had not had the opportunity to interview, and we gave those names to the state, we still began to prepare and go through those 70 witnesses and all of the appropriate and accompanying documents and reports and so forth tied to them. Last week, last Thursday, before we left here, we asked the court again to ask the state, to order the state to give us, just out of fairness, being above board, giving us an opportunity to properly defend our clients, a list of witnesses that they intended to call this week, either Monday or at least the first couple of days of this week. The court gave the state, said, well, give it, they didn't have it then. They said they didn't know who they were going to call. That's on last Thursday. The court said, okay, well, give them the list, a list of next week's witnesses by 12 noon tomorrow. That would have been Friday. At 11:59, we received an email from the state with a list of 19 names that they purported, at least in the email, that they're going to call this coming week. Of those 19 names, 17 were not amongst the initial list of 70 that they had given us 2 weeks prior.
Were they anywhere in the discovery?
They were in the discovery, yes. But again, going back to what we had discussed previously in regards to contact information not received and the state being late in turning over.
What kind of witnesses are they? Are they foundational witnesses in terms of evidence that's kind of sought to be admitted, or are they substantive witnesses?
I believe they're substantive witnesses. They're all over the place. I know they are. There are law enforcement witnesses. There were lay witnesses. There are crime lab personnel. So they're all over the place. Those are the witnesses we received on Friday at 11:59. As the court knows, I sent an email to the prosecution. I copied the court on it. The court responded to that email and indicated that the court's, my word, displeasure at the state appearing to not comport with the court's order and the court's direction yesterday. And so we spent the weekend trying to make a determination or try to decipher, okay, are we going to be preparing these 19 witnesses or witnesses from the original list of 70? On yesterday evening at 6:55 p.m., we received an email from the prosecution with a list of 17 witnesses indicating, well, these are the witnesses we're going to be calling over the course of the next few days, next week. Some of them were on that list of 19 that we received on Friday. Some of them were not. Notably, as regards Mr. Williams, one of those witnesses is a witness, the police officer, an officer Skeete, Officer Fikes from Brookhaven, that is in regards to an incident involving Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens.
Didn't he testify earlier at a motion that we had? Fikes?
I believe Fikes did.
He did. Yes. Okay, so it's not like you haven't seen him before.
Well, no, it's not like this is not a witness, but what I'm getting at is what the court ordered and what the court said to the state in the interest of giving us an opportunity to prepare and not have to delay and know what's coming next. That was not a person who was on the list that had been given us in the list of 70 or the list of 19. There are other witnesses on that list that we received on yesterday evening. And yesterday evening, for God's sake, I'm going to let other attorneys speak for themselves, but it is simply flaunting and thumbing its nose at what the court ordered. There was a reason that you ordered that they give us that information well enough in advance for us to prepare. There was a reason that you did that. It was because of something that they did. And so it appears at this point that the state's position is, well, we're going to do what we want to do anyway. And we're going to give you a list of witnesses that maybe you will be ready for, maybe you won't be ready for. Maybe they're consistent with what we've given you before, maybe they're not. And certainly it's not. And so I am asking the court, certainly on behalf of Mr. Williams, as it relates to Officer Fikes, that they not be allowed to call him this week. There are other items, there are other witnesses we've prepared for, that we've started preparing for, other witnesses who have a ton of reports and exhibits and so forth that we simply are not ready for. I don't believe, quite frankly, that Officer Fikes has ever come. He has not. He's not testified. And he may have been on the list, but he's not testified. I don't believe he may have been referenced before, but he's not testified before. And so, Judge, I'm asking the court to preclude them from calling this witness at least this week. And I'll let other attorneys speak for themselves, but I'd ask you to do something. This is what, the third, fourth, fifth time that we've addressed this issue, and the state's position just appears to continue to be, we're going to do what we want to do anyway, regardless of what the court has ordered or instructed us to do. We're simply not in a position to try a case in this fashion. I'd ask you to do something. Something.
All right, anybody else? Who's going to add something new? Because we do have the Harvey rule in effect. All right. Ms. Hylton, anything?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Your Honor, on Friday afternoon at 11:59 p.m., we did submit a list to defense counsel. As the court is aware, the defense provided earlier last week and then kind of trickling throughout the week, a list of individuals, primarily lay witnesses, that they have not been able to speak to. When looking at that list of 70, initial 70, the majority of those individuals was on the defendant's list. Some were lay witnesses, some were law enforcement officers. So in looking at that list and in knowing that we've had some scheduling conflicts, we decided to find cases in which they were pretty quick, where there are law enforcement officers that can be spoken with and we can move forward without delay, giving opportunity for defense counsel to interview those said witnesses.
Okay, well, then why didn't you tell me Friday? I mean, we were here Friday, and when I started saying, we got the list of 70, you didn't know which ones you were going to call. But it sounds like, you've gone ahead and you went outside the original list of 70 and you picked 19 that weren't even in the round of consideration, nor did you tell the court, hey, Judge, remember I told you, and you've been before me a long time, Ms. Hylton, a forewarned judge is a happy judge.
Correct.
So if that were the case, then I could have fashioned a remedy at that point in time or gotten involved in, hey, let's just call X, Y, and Z. But what it looks like to me is, as Mr. Adams just said, that you're just kind of saying, hey, we'll bump the court. I don't care what you say. We're going to call and we're going to present this case the way we want to, which is your right. But when I get involved in this, you run the risk of, okay, well, my mother used to have a saying, if you can't hear, you feel. So maybe you all need to feel exclusion.
Well, can I tell you what the state did this weekend so that we could remedy some of this? So on Saturday, the state called all members of at least one representative from each of the defense counsel to make sure that some of the witnesses who were available for them to speak to. What we know of are the witnesses that are coming today. Most of them, whoever took privilege to speak with those individuals, they were able to speak with and meet with. I know and I believe, and any defense counsel can correct me if I am wrong, they were able to speak with Antonio Skeete, Sergeant Maldonado, Wellington Clarke, Officer Kandakai, Joshua Masonet, and this morning we told everyone that Officer Cornelius was available. Not sure if they spoke with him or not, but these individuals we made available, most of them spoke with them via Zoom or FaceTime on Sunday to make sure that they were able to at least get through the witnesses that we were having today. Okay. Last night, we sent the list of who we believe was coming for the rest of the week and advised that we will make them available as soon as they can become available because we understood that it was of the late hour. So we intentionally reached out to make sure that they could interview and prepare for this upcoming week. And we will continue to do that. So that is what we did so that they could speak to them. And we believe everyone testifying today, they have spoken with. They had those who wanted to speak to. I can't say that everybody spoke with them, but everyone that definitely is being called today was at least available yesterday. I know Mr. Schardt and Mr. Steele talked to people because they were texting me when they could not make contact with them or if they were running late from one interview to the next. So we understand and we're not trying to delay, but given how the case is moving, we're trying our best. So we gave a list of who we think is going to be called the rest of this week, and we advise that we will continue to develop that list as the week progresses. So they will have the opportunity, or the hope is to have the opportunity so they can speak with each of those witnesses. So for today, those witnesses are available. For Officer Fikes, I believe, and we were checking, we definitely know that hearing was held, Your Honor, because the Officer Fikes hearing was on 11/15, which we believe that he testified. If he did not testify, that was the hearing in which Mr. Williams and Mr. Kitchens were stopped at the airport. And I believe there was a suppression as to the statement of Mr. Williams during that. So I can't recall if he testified or not, but that issue was brought before the court. So as it relates to Fikes, if Fikes is their sole issue, we can attempt to get him available today so they can speak to. I believe Fikes may be coming, if not tomorrow, on Wednesday. I have to look at the schedule to let them know, but we kind of put in order who's coming this week. Not everyone, because that list is going to develop, and we think that we'll get through a number of these witnesses pretty quickly, but we did provide an opportunity for defense counsel to speak to witnesses this week and those who are available, and we'll continue to do so. We are not trying to disrupt the court's order, but we are trying to move this case away in an orderly fashion, and we will continue to do that, Your Honor. But there's no way that we're just trying to subvert the court's remedy. And as we told Mr. Adams and the other counsel, it is our intention to go back to that 70. We have not abandoned that list of 70, Your Honor. It is the state's intention to go back to that 70, but as any trials are fluid, and we're trying our best to move the case along without delay. So we would ask, Your Honor, that you do not exclude Officer Fikes. I will make sure we can get him available at least to speak with them today. Our goal will be today at some point in time. Granted, we are in court, so I know there might be a challenge, but we'll get Officer Fikes in a position to be available if that is the biggest concern. And then everyone else, as they become available, we will make them available for defense counsel.
All right, I'm going to include the email that I received before Friday. This is the one that includes the correspondence through Friday, December the 1st. I didn't get anything else this weekend, but I'll include that correspondence. Counsels, were you given the opportunity to interview those witnesses this weekend as much as you were able to do so?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, all right.
To the extent of the people that were named on Friday, 11 a.m.
All right.
Well, Your Honor, not this week. So there's one witness, Hylton can assist me with the name of that witness. She just mentioned it. That witness was supposed to be available this morning at 9 a.m. I was here at 8:30. Cornelius. I was here at 8:30. I did not see him. I asked around. I did not see the state, and I still have not seen that witness. Additionally,
I advised that she needed to call him at 9, but he would be available at 1.
okay, from my understanding, he would be here, and so I would be interviewing him in person. But this is why you just do not do this at the last minute. But secondly, Officer Maldonado, yes, I have cross-examined him. What he would be testifying to today is not what my focus was on cross-examination, so I wanted to interview him. The state did send an email on Saturday or Sunday, saying that he was available very shortly before he was available, and unfortunately, I had an obligation that I just could not get out of, but that's why you do not spring this on the last minute. Additionally, Your Honor, after the state sent their email on Friday and you responded and you said, listen, go back to the list of 70 and for Monday, 5 to 10 people for Monday, and then we'll address the other issues. I listened to the court. So when the state started going their own path after your email, I was very, very confused. But I stood by your email in the order of this court. Additionally, Your Honor, just logistics. When we left here Thursday, I'm leaving thinking and carrying the files with me of the 70 individuals that's supposed to be up next for the next 2 weeks. Honestly, Your Honor, the 2017-18 case for Mr. Nichols that the state all of a sudden is about to put on this morning, I left it. I didn't even have it with me. And the courthouse was locked over the weekend. This is why you do not do this.
You have a backup file electronically, ma'am.
Your Honor, I have a backup file with some of discovery, but not my work product. I had dozens and dozens of pages of notes. Even when I cross-examined these individuals, I had notes in reference to that. So, but my point is this is why you do not do this. And you have been so patient with the state in reference to these last minute pivots. And I, for the life of me, I cannot understand that after you responded to their email saying, go back to the 70 for Monday, I completely do not understand how the state could continue and go the direction that they chose to go after you already said, this is what we're doing.
Your Honor, when
So
we
can I
read
respond to
the
that?
email,
Because
yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
kind of because no response to me would lead the court to believe that what I just said earlier, that you all decided, well, you're going to just follow your own path.
Your Honor, when the state read your email, what I understood to be is have 5 to 10 individuals. I did not read it, and I'm going to reread it again to say for Monday. It was go back, at least have 5 to 10 individuals, but I will reread it again, but I did not interpret it as meaning for Monday. I interpreted it as, in addition to these 19, please call at least 5 or 10 more people from that list of 70. So if the court's instruction was for Monday, that's not how at least this member of the state interpreted it. And as it relates to the 2 cases for Mr. Nichols, I spoke with Ms. Westmoreland over the weekend about this. Again, we advised that Kandakai was available. Not Kandakai. Maldonado was available. And I need to look and see what time we sent the email and what time he was available.
My email I sent you all. Counsels, I'm very disappointed. This is not what I directed or intended. The state could disclose this change in plans yesterday's. The fair solution I would recommend for Monday, please identify 5 to 10 witnesses you plan to call from the original list of 70. We can deal with the other issues on Monday.
But I interpreted it, let you know what 5 to 10 people we will call this week. I did not interpret that as for Monday. My apologies, Your Honor, that's not how I interpreted it. I interpreted on Monday, identify these 5 to 10 people that from the original list that you were going to call this week. That is what I understood, and that is my apologies, Your Honor. It definitely was not our intention to ignore that completely. That was how I interpreted it. I did not interpret it as to have 5 to 10 people. And as it relates to Maldonado, Your Honor, I sent an email to the entire group at 9:30 advising that he was available at 3:00 p.m. So I'm not saying that Ms. Westmoreland didn't have time, but it wasn't just a few hours before he was available. I advised at 9:00 in the morning that Maldonado was available at 3:00 p.m. that afternoon, and I did not get any response to say, hey, I'm unavailable. Can he come earlier? Can I talk to him earlier? Is there a different time? And I provided that contact number. So the notion that it was a few minutes before he was available, that is not true. Again, we tried our best efforts to make sure that any information that they would need was given to them. But again, I did not interpret, and again, that is my apology. As the court has said, I've been before this court for a number of years. I don't just intentionally disregard. That is just not how I interpreted that email.
Look.
And Officer Cornelius is planned for this morning. Maldonado is here, has been here since 9 o'clock, or I think before 9:00 a.m. this morning as well. If the defense counsel wants to speak, he's been here.
All right. The problem that the court has is that, I could have been made aware of all of these ebbs and flows on Friday. And I find it very, challenging that I wasn't included on any of the other conversations that you all had this weekend, past Friday.
And I guess I wasn't intentionally, because I didn't know the court wanted to know the back and forth. I knew that you wanted to know about the witnesses, so the court was included when we sent their list on Friday. We provided these individuals on Friday at the appointed time that the court advised that she wanted the information, or that we needed to send the information. And then, there was a lot of back and forth, so I didn't know, as far as scheduling, I didn't know, as far as scheduling, so that's why we didn't include the court.
The challenge that I'm having is that you all certainly should have put your colleagues on notice on Friday and said, listen, no, we may be calling additional witnesses outside of the 70 to deal with exigencies of proof.
We did. That was our email on Friday, Your Honor. That was the 12 o'clock email. And that's when we listed everyone.
See, I didn't get that. Okay.
Yeah, that was the initial list, and I believe you were copied on it, Your Honor. That is the list.
Okay, but how come we couldn't have this discussion when we were in court?
On Thursday.
On Thursday. How come we couldn't have this discussion on Thursday? I mean, I told you all to kind of, I know you told me, hey, our investigative team lays up our witnesses, and they tell us who's going to be available for the next day or the next couple of days. And I asked you all, can you all kind of do a little bit better job of that? Because I think it'll make the issues that we're dealing with right now a little bit better. I mean, in terms of delay.
And that was our intention, Your Honor. You told us we're not going to take that excuse anymore, and we understood that. That is why we provided that list on Friday. And then last night, we provided an additional witness list for the rest of the week so that it wasn't last minute. So at this point, up and through, at least we believe these witnesses will get us till Wednesday. Defense counsel knows who we're calling at least up until Wednesday. And then in my email to the court, in my email to defense counsel yesterday, we told them that we would let them know my goals by close of business today, who we're calling for the rest of the week. So at this point, the defense counsel knows who we're calling up until Wednesday. Possibly because some people are out of order because Officer Collins can't come until Thursday and Doug Evans can't come until Thursday. But up until Wednesday, that is why we sent the email last night, Your Honor, so we can get to a place where we're being proactive and letting defense counsel know when the witnesses are coming. And our goal is tonight to let them know where we're going for the rest of the week, so that there will be no issue. And if there is any concern, we can deal with that as far as providing contact information, whatever other information we need to, so they can be prepared.
Okay, I just think Ms. Hylton, it's an issue of fairness. I mean, you have 8 terabytes worth of documents or whatever, and a lot of people need to print documents or have paper files in order to manipulate them, you all included. And Westmoreland's challenge is a valid one. I mean, if I'm saying, hey, I'm not going to call these particular individuals, then I'm going to take whatever materials that I need to prepare. So I don't want to have this conversation again. I just don't.
It is not our intention for us to have it again.
Because I'm going to tell you, I'm becoming very, very skeptical at this point in time, and exclusion would not be a far-reaching remedy for me at this point, because I told you all, see, we spent almost 30 minutes dealing with this issue, 30 minutes that I can't get back, that we could be listening to people testify and presenting the evidence. So I don't want to have to deal with it again. All right, some of our jurors first. Lieutenant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Bless you.
God bless you.
They need 5 minutes.
I'll previously, I think our jury needs 5 minutes. So.
Your Honor, in that 5 minutes, if there's something I can say to the court, I would share.
Yes, sir.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Happy holidays to everybody. Your Honor, could you order the following? We have the original witness list of approximately 741 people. The state announced that they have condensed it to 400, approximately 400 people. Can we get those 400? So I'm not marking that I need to interview and wait. I'm still trying to find witnesses. Of the 300, the state is not going to call. But can I have like a order from the Honorable Court to get 400? If you think that's good, I would like that.
Have they already tendered that list to you or updated witness list?
I have 741. I do not have, and I have the announcement that it's now 400 approximately. I do not know who is the omitted people or who is on the 400. That's what I'd like.
Yes, we'll be able to get that.
Okay, Mr. Hylton says she'll be able to get that to you.
If we can just have some wins, I believe we should be able to provide that definitely by the end of the week, but hopefully maybe by Wednesday.
All right, I'll inquire about it on Friday, okay?
Your Honor, thank you, Ms. Silver.
No problem.
Your Honor.
Hold on. Yes, Ms. Westmoreland.
Antonio Skeete.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not sure who the state is about to call. I don't know if the state is about to call someone from the 70 or someone from the new list. Can the court clarify?
Sure. Well, I'm sorry you said the court.
Or can the state or the court in the state?
No problem. We are calling Antonio Skeete, Sergeant Maldonado, Antonio Skeete, Wellington Clarke, Sergeant Maldonado, and Deputy Kandakai. We believe that should take us to lunch, if not the lunch hour right after lunch. And then after lunch, it would be Officer Cornelius, Investigator Stancil, and Sergeant Ross. Sergeant C. Ross after lunch.
Okay, Your Honor, with that said from the state, I've already voiced my objection to Maldonado, Cornelius, and Ross testifying today. If the court is inclined to allow them to testify anyway, I would like to discuss some issues outside of the presence of the jury so that we're not stopping every 5 minutes. I just received an exhibit list after 9 o'clock this morning with the exhibits that the state tends to introduce, and it's going to be some objections and they may be somewhat time consuming.
Well, I'm not going to preview the objections or I'll just deal with them as the witness testifies.
Okay, Your Honor, thank you. I just know that sometimes you let us know, hey, if you know it's going to be an issue, don't have my juror just sitting there, bring it up ahead of time. So I was just doing it in the abundance of caution.
Okay.
And Your Honor,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if the injection, I'm assuming it's going to be to Ross with a body cam.
Yeah, what is your...
Which witness, because we can maybe discuss it in advance if I know what the issue is.
Sure. I'm going to object to State's Exhibit C1H, C2H, C3H, which states that 61H is Xanax pills, 62H is ecstasy pills, 63H is MDMA. None of that is accurate. 63H, it is not MDMA. 60 and 61 was not tested by the GBI, so you have no idea what it is. So I would object to those coming in as the drug that you have specified. Do you want me to keep going or pause?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. We're going to object to the video, the body camera video. We're also going to object to the social media screenshot. I'll deal with the social media screenshot first. We filed a particularized motion to suppress. Your Honor, you started that motion in limine. You started that hearing. Attorney Harvey argued it or started arguing, and the state said, hey, let's just wait. let's deal with that closer to time. And then, as you know, Your Honor, we thought that the first 3 witnesses, that this would not come up until at least 3 weeks or possibly next month. But now it's up today. Attorney Harvey's ill. He's not here. But so that's another issue. I don't think that the state's going to be able to lay foundation. I don't think the state's going to be able to authenticate the video. Not to mention that the video is hearsay. We're going to have issues with the confrontation clause in reference to the video, and that's the social media post, the social media video. In reference to the body camera video, we object to that. It's completely irrelevant. Course of conduct is not an issue during the trial, so it's irrelevant. And Your Honor, if you are inclined for it to come in, we're also going to object because there is an individual who's interviewed after they were Mirandized. It's testimonial nature. That individual's not here. You have a conference call situation. So we're going to object based on that. And in reference to the video, the social media video, not only is it irrelevant because of course of conduct, but what is the relevance of it? What is it showing? That this is why the officer went out? And in the video, allegedly, it's marijuana is the reason why he allegedly went out, but that charge was no pros. Mr. Nichols was not even convicted of marijuana. I cannot see the relevance in any shape, form, or fashion.
So, Your Honor, not to delay, because I'm sure we're past 5 minutes. Those videos are not coming until after lunch, so that's probably something we can deal with after lunch. And as it relates to the drugs, Your Honor, those were the drugs that were found on scene. And so we believe that the officers can testify that these were the drugs that they collected on scene. Now, whether or not how it was tested, that's a different issue for a different day. Now, if the concern is how it's labeled on the exhibit list, that's not anything. That's not, I think, of any concern at this juncture. But the drugs themselves, if laid the proper foundation, which I believe the foundation would be, this is the drugs recovered from the vehicle on the day of, then that could come in. And it's up to the jury to determine whether or not we prove it is what it says it is. So that's as it relates to the drugs. As it relates to the video, Your Honor, that is something we can take up at a later time, not to delay any further, because that particular video will not be coming up until after lunch.
Well, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland, as to the items that were seized, of course, that's, the person that seized them would be part of the foundation. We don't know necessarily what they are at this point in time, what they purport to be, but the admission of those drugs, I guess, until we get a GBI or somebody else that testifies to that, then of course that's another issue. But
It is, Your Honor, and I do have an issue for one of the first witnesses that they're going to call before lunch, so I want to hurry and get to that. But Your Honor, in reference to the drugs, the reason why I'm bringing that up now is because that has already went to the GBI. So we know that what the officers thought was MDMA was not. So we know that. That's confusing. That's misleading to the jury. We know that. We also know that the pills were not tested. We know that. So we know that this officer and no one else in court today could or should be telling the jury that it's ecstasy pill. We already know that. We know that they shouldn't be able to say that because it wasn't tested. So what I'm asking, Your Honor, is for you to restrict this officer from testifying, I seized ecstasy. I seized MDMA. I seized Xanax. That officer should not be able to testify to that because we already know that it's not true.
Ms. Hylton?
Your Honor, he can testify to what he thought it to be. Now, yes, the GBI later tested it, but when he stopped them, that's what it was. What they thought it was. That happens in any chronological order. They stop it, they seize it, then they go get tested, and then what happens on the back end? So he can testify to what he thought it was. Yes, later on it was tested, but when he stopped it and seized it, this is what he thought it was.
I'm going to probably allow that, Ms. Westmoreland.
Okay.
She could cross-examine him on whether or not it was it or wasn't it. What?
Yeah.
That's not the issue.
Yeah. So I'll probably allow that. So anyways, what else you have?
All right, Your Honor, for Maldonado, Sergeant Maldonado, from my understanding, the state said he will testify before lunch. This was an incident for 2017, a traffic stop for window violation. we would object to Maldonado testifying that Mr. Nichols was also arrested, beside the arrest for this incident, but also arrested for some other warrants. It's highly prejudicial. It's not probative. Those warrants have nothing to do with this indictment, and so we would object to the officer mentioning warrants.
All right, Ms. Hylton.
I just need to double check if that was the basis for one of the charges. I'm sorry, I need to double check. The state won't object. Let me just have a moment to instruct.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear you, Ms. Hylton.
Ms. Hylton, you may restate what you just said.
Yes, Your Honor. I said for the purposes of this, for this particular, for Maldonado, the state, for Maldonado, because I think this will become relevant for the next officer.
For the next officer for 2017, I'm not aware of. You gave me a list.
I'm thinking through something really quickly.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. For the purposes of Maldonado, we don't have to go into those additional warrants that were outstanding.
Okay. And let me ask you for Maldonado, do you intend on him testifying anything in reference to passenger / owner of the vehicle, Pierre, given consent to search?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we're going to object.
We took up that already.
Well, we took that up for a motion to suppress.
Yes, we did.
We did, but this is now trial, and it's a violation of his confrontational clause.
I'll note your objection.
Okay.
I'll just note your objection.
Thank you, Your
Fair
Honor.
enough. Okay. All right. We'll summon our jurors at this point in time.
Yes.
Lieutenant, thank you, madam.
All rise for the jury, please.
He's right here. Okay.
It's like, what, so soon?
Your Honor, all jurors are present and accounted for.
All right, thank you, Lieutenant Walker. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, y'all sound good, sound like you're sufficiently sugared and caffeinated. So without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the case. Ms. Hylton, call your next witness, madam.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Investigator Antonio Skeete to the stand.
All right, summon Investigator Skeete, please. Investigator Skeete, good morning, sir. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, turn and face Sergeant Brown to be sworn as a witness before you sit down, okay?
Right. Please verify the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
I see you just to the microphone. State your first and last name and spelling of both of them.
Name is Antonio Skeete, and that's spelled Antonio. Last name is Skeete.
Good morning, Mackenzie. How are you?
I am well.
You can sit, turn, and talk to our jurors. Where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the prosecutor instructing the witness on how to testify.
Overruled.
How long have you been within the City of Atlanta Police Department?
19 years and 5 months.
And in those 5 months, where are you currently assigned to the police department?
I'm assigned to Criminal Investigation Department, Special Enforcement Section, Fugitive Unit.
And how long have you been with that unit?
I will say about roughly three years.
Can you tell the jury briefly about your time at the Atlanta Police Department, starting about where you worked since the police academy?
Okay, after graduating the police academy, I was assigned to Zone 2 Evening Watch patrols. So basically I stayed there until about, I would say 6 years on patrol. Then I was assigned to a unit called the Field Investigation Team. Basically what we used to do is work in hot spots in the Zone 2 area. After that, I was sent to the gang unit, and I spent about a year there. Came back, and I was then assigned to Zone 2 CID as an investigator.
And when you say CID, what do you mean?
Criminal investigations.
Okay. And how long were you with Zone 2's Criminal Investigation Division?
I'll say about so as far as the years, I would say back in, is it 2011?
That's when you started with the Zone 2 CID.
Yes.
And you said you were with Zone 2 CID for about 8 years.
Objection, asked and answered, and reading.
I sustain this to form.
How long were you with Zone 2 CID?
Up until I came over here to fugitive unit, which should be about up to 3 years ago.
As an investigator let me ask you this. Where is Zone 2?
Well, Zone 2 is located in the northeastern part of the city of Atlanta. That would be the Buckhead area. You will have like Buckhead, Cheshire Bridge, 75 all the way up to Chattahoochee Bridge, the bridge between Cobb County and Chattahoochee, and back over to Bolton and Howard Mill, and down to where the water treatment plant is at, which is on Northside Drive.
And as an investigator with Zone 2 CID or an investigator with the Atlanta Police Department, tell the jurors about some of your duties and responsibilities.
Well, as far as a Zone 2 investigator?
Yes.
Well, my duties were general crimes, like basically anything that came in. And there were more investigators, so they would get assigned to each and every investigator. It all depends on what it is. So my duties was just general crimes, meaning burglary, assaults. All depends on what needed to be investigated.
And generally, how did an investigator get case?
The cases are assigned by your supervisor, which will be your sergeant. And as those cases come in, there's a list of names of investigators that they will go down the list and assign. I get one today, the next person gets the next case that comes in, and it goes on and on like that until it gets back to your name.
I want to direct your attention to July 10th, 2013. Were you working in Zone 2 as an investigator during that time?
Yes, I was.
And during that period of time, did you have assisted citizen by the name of Andrew Phillips?
Yes, I did.
How were you able to assist that citizen?
Mr. Phillips had a burglary that happened to his premises at 11 Morris Avenue, and that's in Zone 2. And I didn't directly make contact with him on the day of the burglary, but he called. I called and I received a serial number from some of the property that was stolen from that burglary. And that item that was the serial number he had for that item was a SIG handgun.
You're
at the
looking at,
time.
what are you looking at?
Just my little notes, that's basically it. I'm trying to remember, it's 2013.
I know, I just have to make sure whatever you're looking at, the defense counsel knows. So if you need to look at your report, I have a copy for you, okay? When, do you recall when he initially reported the burglary?
I think it was 2 days prior to that, if I'm correct.
And you began to say that it was a 6 hour, is that a handgun?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he able to provide you the serial number?
Yes, he did.
What was the serial number?
Can I look at the number?
Do you need to refresh your memory?
Well, I mean, it's
I'm gonna hand you something.
no problem.
And let me ask you this, did you write a report that had his serial number on there?
Yes,
And we're looking at a copy of that report, help refresh your memory as to what the serial number was.
yes.
All right. Anybody here?
So,
66. That's right, right? 66. My handwriting is crazy. Can I have permission to approach?
You may approach, madam.
I'm going to show you what's been marked solely for identification as state 66R. If you can flip through it and see if you see the serial number that helps refresh your memory.
yes,
Okay. And you can look at it, have your memory refreshed, and then speak to the jury.
okay, on the 10th of July, I received a serial number from the victim, Mr. Phillips, a SIG P226 handgun with the serial number of Uncle 748574.
And once you receive that number, did you put that in the police report?
Yes,
And you
and
put that on your system?
yes,
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 12B as in boy. If you can take a moment, look at State's Exhibit 12B and let me know the serial number that's on State's Exhibit 12B. Have you had an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 12B and the serial number?
yes, I did.
Was that the serial number on the actual gun, is the same serial number given to you by Mr. Phillips?
Yes,
After getting the serial number from Mr. Phillips, and putting the serial number on the system, did that conclude your involvement of the case at that time?
no, it didn't. Actually, Mr. Phillips had other items that were missing, but like the shotgun, stuff like that, that he could not locate the serial numbers on. So the case went inactive.
And then did there come a point in time when you learned of Mr. Phillips' gun being recovered?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, do you recall when that date where the gun was recovered?
I think it was September the 9th. It was about September the 9th
Of that same year?
of the same year.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross.
All right, Ms. Steele, go ahead, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. How are you, investigator?
Fine.
Good to see you again. The notes that you brought with you, that you were referring to earlier in your testimony, do you still have them in front of you?
Yeah, they're here.
And did you review those notes and use them to prepare yourself for testimony today?
Yes.
May I look at them, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm not going to take long.
Sure.
Okay, and thank you very much. From your information, the burglary happens approximately July 10th, 2013. Does that sound approximately correct?
Yes, in that ballpark, correct.
Okay, and you don't go out to the house of the Phillips, is that fair to say?
No.
But you receive a call from Miss Phillips or Mr. Phillips?
Mr. Phillips.
Okay, and you get information to try to learn about what you can do to put the gun or the other property on the system, the computer system. It's fair to say?
So, as far as this cases, when most people call, they also advise them that if they don't have the serial number at that point in time, they can call the investigator that is handling the case to update with the serial numbers.
And that's what you did?
Yes.
And when you received the information on State's Exhibit 12B, which you just looked at and compared to what was given to you, you put that information on a computer system, fair to say?
Yes.
And approximately 2 months later, we're talking about September 9th, 2013 from July 10th, 2013. So about 2 months later, there's a match.
Yes.
On the serial number that is now the gun in 12B. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And you had no involvement in that traffic stop either. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I had no involvement in the traffic stop.
And the traffic stop, again, I'm talking about the September 9th, 2013 traffic stop. True?
Well, as far as the traffic stop, the only thing I got from that was information.
Right. But you were not involved in that traffic stop?
No.
Okay. And you did nothing further in this matter?
As far as the gun being recovered, what I did after that was basically call to find out if the prints that the officer said he took from the location, if they came back to get a match.
Okay.
But they didn't have any prints.
Okay. And that's it?
And that's it.
That's why you're here?
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, thank you. Nothing else.
Any further examination, counsels? All right, any reason, permanent or temporary excusal, Ms. Hylton?
The residents can be perfect.
Permanently excused.
All right. Investigator Skeete, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right, madam, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Wellington Clarke.
All right, Simone Wellington Clarke, please.
In a few moments. Be prepared.
All right, Mr. Clarke, good morning, sir. Good morning. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face Deputy Ham, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
You swear if I'm telling you about the report, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Angeton, last name Clarke, Clarke.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. Where are you employed?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been in the City of Atlanta Police Department?
I guess about 20 years now.
20 years. And what is your current assignment?
Currently, I work with the License and Permit Unit.
Prior to working for licensing division, where were you?
Oh, you want a rundown? Or?
Yeah, just give me a quick rundown,
All right,
if you can remember it all.
I went from crime scene to crime prevention. I went over to our VIC unit before I moved over to License and Permit.
Now, are you a post-certified officer?
Yeah.
Are you a civilian employee with
Yes.
APD?
Yeah.
Tell the jurors, what do you do when you were a crime scene tech? When was that period of time?
It's probably, I guess, somewhere from 2005, I think, all the way up to 2013 or somewhere, all around that, a little past that.
Tell the jury, what do you do as a crime scene tech? What were your job duties and responsibilities?
As a crime scene tech, your primary duty is to process crime scene, collect the evidence, package it, process it, or forward to GBI.
When you were a crime scene tech, did you go out to every crime that was committed in the city of Atlanta or only some?
Only some.
How was a crime scene tech generally called out to a scene?
Usually, well, we worked off what we call detective radio, and most of the specialized units work off detective radio. So whenever something would happen in the zone officer will come on to detective radio and then raise crime scene.
And we're going to talk about generally, when you go to a crime scene, tell the jury a little bit about what happens once you actually arrive on a crime scene.
Well, usually when you arrive at the crime scene, you start to pretty much visualize what are you looking at, what do you have to do, how are you going to process the scene.
And when you say process, what do you mean?
Well, as a crime scene, when you first get to the crime scene, we always say you looked at a crime scene, you take photograph, and you process as is before we start to alter it.
And when you arrive on the scene, do you generally speak with anyone?
Generally, you speak with the beat officer, the investigator, whoever.
And why is that?
You just want to kind of get a brief idea of, why they call you, what is happening, who has already been in the crime scene.
Do you get any direction from either the responding officer or the investigator as to what they're asking of your services?
Yes.
Now I want to direct your attention to January 25th, 2013. Were you working as a crime scene tech on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to direct your attention to an incident at 2612 Old Hateville Road. Did you have the occasion to respond to that location?
Yes.
And why, do you recall, I know there's been some time, why you were asked to respond to that location?
From my report, I read it. I think it was involving when I was officer.
It was involving one of your officers?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you asked to do?
Well, I want to believe when I got to the scene, as usual, usually we process it, whatever evidence was there, whatever subject was at the location, photograph them.
Now, you said when the subject at the scene, when you get on scene, do you know specifically what subject they are, like their names or date of birth, or are you just told to photograph the subject?
or just the subject, whoever may be, you know, whoever the officer encountered at that moment or whatever that happened, we just consider them subject.
Outside of taking pictures of any individuals, did you take any pictures of anything else? Do you recall?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What do you recall taking pictures of?
It was a black firearm that was in, I believe, a yellow bucket.
And anything else?
Not right off memory.
Okay. I want to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2, 3, 4, and 5. We'll first start with State's Exhibit number 2, and it's going to publish on the screen next to you. Looking at State's Exhibit number 2, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit number 2?
That's a photograph that I took at the crime scene.
Okay. And now we're gonna go next to State's Exhibit number 3. What is that?
That's what we call a close-up of the firearm.
What's the purpose of taking that close-up picture?
Well, we want to get any make, model, or any alteration, anything of that nature.
I want to show you what's already been admitted. Oh, excuse me, did you collect that gun?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted, State's Exhibit 10A. Looking at State's Exhibit 10A, is 10A the same gun that is in State's Exhibit 3A?
Yes, it is.
And that's the same gun you collected back in January 2013?
Yes.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit number 4. You probably take pictures of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you directed to take pictures of that particular vehicle?
I want to believe so, yes.
And now looking at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 5A.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what I've already shown the defense counsel previously, but we'll show it again. Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6A as an alpha, 7A, 8A, and 9A. Take a moment and look at those pictures. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Those are photos that I took at the crime scene.
Okay. And were you directed to take a picture of those 4 individuals?
Yes.
And would those pictures fairly accurately depict the individuals as you took pictures of them on January 25th, 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
You're at this time, state by the tender State's Exhibit 6A, 7A, 8A, and 9A into evidence.
Any objection to any 6A, 7A, 8A, or 9A? All right, hearing none, 6 alpha, 7 alpha, 8 alpha, 9 alpha admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, first thing on 626A, do you recall, were you ever given the names of the individuals when you were taking pictures, or were you just told to take the pictures?
I just took the photograph.
Okay, thank you. And was this one of the photographs you took?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 7A. Was also, or excuse me, 8A. Was this one of the pictures you took?
Yes.
All right. There might be a scrivener's error, so let's look at 8A
Yes.
and then 9A.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After you took the pictures and collected the evidence, did that include your involvement in the case?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross. All right, no cross? Okay, all right. May we permanently or temporarily excuse Mr. Clarke?
Permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Clarke, thank you for your patience with us, sir. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I call you next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Kandakai, Kandakai.
All right, Deputy Kandakai, sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you turn and face Sergeant Ingram as to be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Right, and you swear firm testimony to give the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
MC. States first and last name.
First name Morris, Morris, last name Kandakai, Kandakai.
Sir. Okay, all right. All right.
For the record, what we discussed has been addressed again.
Okay, all right. You may continue at this point.
Thank you. Deputy Kandakai, where do you work?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office, ma'am.
And how long have you been with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
A little over 2 years.
Prior to working with the Fulton County Sheriff's Department, where were you employed?
Atlanta Police Department, Roswell Police Department, South Fulton Police Department.
Okay. And we're going to specifically talk about your time with the Atlanta Police Department. When did you work for the Atlanta Police Department?
I worked for Atlanta Police Department from May 2012 up until October 2015.
And are you post-certified?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you post-certified when you worked for APD?
Yes, ma'am.
When you worked for APD, the Atlanta Police Department, what did you do?
Well, once I came out of the training academy, I was assigned to Zone 3.
And where is Zone 3?
Zone 3 is in the southeast area of the city of Atlanta.
What are some of the major roadways within Zone 3?
You got Metropolitan, Cleveland Ave, Ralph David Abernathy, McDonough Boulevard, Lakewood, just to name a few.
And what were some of your job duties and responsibilities in Zone 3?
As a patrol officer, our primary role and responsibility was answering calls for service. If you had some downtime, you would try to be proactive and, deter crime through traffic stops or addressing 50 suspicious individuals and stuff like that.
And when you're assigned to a zone, do you have a particular beat that you're assigned to?
At first, you're not assigned a particular beat. When I first came to the zone, I was a roustabout. That just means whatever beat needed filling in for that day, I could be assigned to any beat. But after a while in the zone, I did get assigned to a certain beat, which was 308, the area of Thomasville Heights.
And when I say beat, what is beat?
Beat is just a particular area of responsibility that officer is responsible for in their shift, answering calls or doing anything that may arise on that area.
Now, as a patrol officer, did you have a partner?
We weren't necessarily assigned partners. Sometimes we would ride two to a vehicle if we were short on vehicles or if he was training someone.
Now, if you had to make a stop or arrest anyone, were the officers, as an officer, are you responsible for making a report?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
If there are two of you or multiple individuals involved in a stop, how do you determine who's going to write the police report? How do you determine who's going to write the police report?
I mean, just usually one of us just take it. Someone usually writes a report, the other person's writing out tickets, or one person's swearing out the warrants. We share the responsibility.
And if you're on the scene and you're not the person writing the report, do you give your input as to what else may have happened on the scene to include in the report?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to July 15th, 2015. Were you a patrol officer within Zone 3 of the Atlanta Police Department?
I was actually a crime suppression officer at that time.
Okay. Tell me what's the distinction?
Well, crime suppression unit, we're not assigned, our responsibility isn't necessarily answering 911 calls. We mainly focus on addressing street level crime, deterrent through traffic stops, undercover work, and things of that nature.
While serving in that capacity in July 15, 2015, did you have the occasion to encounter a Honda Civic?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you can recall, approximately what time of the day was it?
I would say it's roughly in the evening, probably around 7 p.m.-ish.
Okay. And where did you encounter this vehicle?
The traffic stop was conducted at Springside Drive and Macon Drive.
And in relation to any of the thoroughfares that we talked about earlier, specifically Cleveland Avenue, how far is that location from Cleveland Avenue?
Well, that intersection of Macon and Springside, it's about a quarter mile south from the intersection of Macon and Cleveland.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you first encounter that vehicle?
Well, we encountered that vehicle because of the traffic violation.
Okay. What was the traffic violation?
It failed to stop at the stop sign at Springside Drive in Macon.
And where were you? Were you in a patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you with anyone else?
Yes, I was with Officer Desmond.
Where was the patrol car in relation to, so that you could observe this traffic violation?
We were behind the vehicle.
And were you in a fully marked vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say fully marked, what does fully marked mean?
I mean, it's visibly displays the agency. It has light bars. It has working sirens.
If you can recall, who was driving that day?
The marked patrol vehicle, Officer Desmond was driving.
What happened once you saw the traffic infraction?
We stopped the vehicle for infraction.
Okay. And what happened next?
Once we got the vehicle stopped, myself and Officer Desmond, we exited our patrol vehicle to address the traffic infraction with the driver.
Okay. And did you make it to the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened upon you making it to the vehicle?
Well, upon making it to the vehicle, I noticed a strong odor of marijuana while walking to the vehicle.
And how did you notice the smell of marijuana?
I smelled the odor of marijuana.
How did you notice it was the smell of marijuana?
I was exposed to a controlled burn in Atlanta Police Academy.
When you approached the car, do you recall if you were on the driver's side or the passenger
I
side?
was on the passenger side.
And where was Officer Ledesma?
He approached the driver's side.
What happened once you all approached the vehicle?
Once I observed the odor of marijuana, I told Officer Ledesma about that, and then he addressed it with the driver.
Who was the driver of the vehicle?
The driver was Mr. Trontavious Stevens.
Were there other individuals in the car?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there someone in the passenger seat?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was in the passenger seat?
Female Miss Marquavius, please forgive me if I misspelled her or mispronounced her name.
Okay. And do you know how to spell Marquavius?
I'll have to look at the report if you have one.
Yeah,
You may have.
I'm going to show you what's the mark for identification. Stacey's in number 67 first. Do you recognize this? 67?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Atlanta Police Report.
And we'll look at a copy of that police report, help refresh them as to the spelling of this police.
Yes, ma'am, if I could find it on here.
I'm going to direct you to page 4. And the second paragraph, second line from the bottom.
All right, located it.
You can spell it for the record.
That's going to be Marquisia, first name of Marquavius, last name is Please, Pleas.
Thank you. Now, you said she was in the front passenger seat. Was there anyone else in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
It was one other person besides the driver and passenger.
And where was that person seated?
That person was sitting directly behind the passenger.
And what was that? Were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes, ma'am.
Who?
That person was Mr. Shannon Stillwell Jackson.
Once you all were able to identify the people in the car, what happened next?
Due to the odor of marijuana, we removed all occupants from the vehicle and began a probable cause search.
Did you find anything upon doing a probable cause search?
Yes, ma'am, we recovered marijuana, a firearm, digital scale, and money.
And we're gonna first talk about the marijuana. Where was the marijuana located?
Marijuana was located underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the digital scale?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And what about the firearm?
It was underneath the passenger seat.
And so there was some money.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was the money located?
Underneath the passenger seat as well.
Was there anything else found in the vehicle?
Can I refer to the report?
Cool.
I did mention the digital scale, correct?
Yes, you did.
I believe that some of the contents was inside a tan bag as well.
Were there any prescribed pills found in the vehicle?
Yes, there were.
Who were the pills? What type of prescribed pills were they?
I believe they were hydrocodone.
And who were they prescribed to?
The front passenger, Miss Please.
As it relates to the firearm, was there anything remarkable about the firearm?
Yes, the serial number was scratched off and altered.
Once you found the marijuana, the scale, and the firearm, what happened next?
We took the occupants into custody.
Let me ask you this, did anyone claim any of the items found in the vehicle, any of the drugs or the marijuana or the firearm found in the vehicle?
On the scene, no.
And you said on the scene, no, tell me about that.
While on the scene, no one claimed ownership of the items.
Okay. Did someone try to claim it later on?
Yes, once paperwork was done and completed, someone did try to claim it.
Okay, and who was that?
The driver, Mr. Trontavious Stevens, attempted to claim it in hopes of releasing his girlfriend.
Objection, Your Honor, also speculation. But it's speculated.
Did he say that or?
Well, I'll sustain this to form, rephrase if you like.
Sure. Did you have any conversation with Mr. Stevens as to why he wants to claim it?
Well, I don't want to say, well, he stated, but not verbatim, officer, you can let my girl go, you know it's not hers, I'll take ownership of it. Not verbatim though, but something similar.
Now, so that you ended up arresting everyone initially.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you have that conversation with Mr. Stevens?
That was after warrants were signed and paperwork was completed.
Was that still on the scene or back or somewhere else?
That was after pre-scene at that point.
As it related to Miss Please, what did you take out warrants for?
She was charged with possession of a firearm, with during the commission of a felony, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. I believe that may have been all.
As it relates to Mr. Stevens, what was he charged with?
He was charged with a similar marijuana charge and the firearm charge, as well as possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and traffic infraction as well, the stop sign. And he didn't have his license on his person as well.
And as it relates to Mr. Jackson, what was Mr. Jackson charged with?
He was charged with the possession of marijuana charge, the possession of a firearm, also with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon as well.
Now, as it relates to the firearm, were there any notifications made to any other agencies as it relates to the firearm?
My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Medina, advised he was going to notify the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearm, reference to the firearm, because it was, like I said, the serial number was scratched off.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor?
You may now.
I'm gonna show you what's in Martin States Leader 56G, 57G, and 58G. Some of you recognize those items.
Am I able to?
Yeah.
I open them? This first one, what is 58G, I believe? It's 2 glass jars that was recovered inside the vehicle.
You know where your vehicle those 2 cars were?
It should have been underneath the passenger seat. 56G is the marijuana recovered from within the vehicle. $57G is the tan cloth bag that the marijuana and some of the items was inside that was recovered underneath the passenger seat of the vehicle as well.
And those 3 exhibits appear to be exhibits that you collected the advanced lives.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this comes through like 10-6 exhibit 56G, 57G, and 58G into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, anybody else? All right, hearing no objection, it's 56G, 57G, and 58G are admitted. Published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And first, in looking at 56G, is this an individual package you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they all inside this bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And the money that was found, how much money was it?
It was $19 in cash in different denominations.
And was that found in this bag as well?
I believe so.
And the firearm, did you collect the firearm as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you place that firearm in property?
Yes, ma'am.
By chance, do you know the day where that firearm was?
No.
After collecting this evidence and taking out the arrest warrant, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this case on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, I want to talk to you specifically about the Zone 3 or Cleveland Avenue area. While you were on patrol or working that area, either as a patrol officer or a crime suppression unit officer, were you aware of any gang activity in that community?
Yeah, we were, we learned about general gang activity or gangs that may be operating in that area, but as far as being a gang investigator, specifically targeting gangs or individuals, that wasn't me.
That wasn't, but you were aware of the gang activity?
Yeah, we were aware of some gangs that may have been operating in that area.
Sure. And specifically, what gangs were you aware that were operating in Cleveland Avenue area?
Basis.
Help here say, if you don't mind, Your Honor.
I'm overrule the objection on both grounds.
Thank you. What gangs were you aware of?
I mean, roll call training would brief that Cleveland Avenue area may be occupied by Bloods, YSL, Rock Crew, just to name a few.
All right, court's indulgence. I have no further questions.
Cross.
All right, Ms. Schardt, go ahead whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Doc.
Deputy Kandakai.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, sir?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good.
All right. As you know, I represent Shannon Stillwell. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. First of all, I just want to ask, during this encounter, during this police stop, was Shannon Stillwell cooperative? Was he a gentleman?
I didn't have any issues with him.
Thank you. Now, the marijuana, the items that were found in the car, I want to talk to you a little bit. I'm not going to say borrow. Can I have a glove?
So it's an extra one up here if you want it.
We're talking about pills that were in a pill bottle, correct?
Yes.
Prescribed to Marquavius, please.
Yes.
And Marquavius, please, you learned was the girlfriend of Truntavious Stevens.
Yes.
Okay. And the pills that were prescribed to Marquavius, please, were in this brown sack, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Also in this brown sack was the marijuana in the glass jars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the money was also in this brown sack, correct?
Yes.
All under the front passenger seat.
Passenger seat.
Gotcha. Under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now the firearm, do you recall, and I understand this is, we're talking about 8 years ago. Do you recall if the firearm was in this bag or not?
I can't recall if it was in the bag, but I know it was underneath the seat as well.
Okay, it was underneath the seat. You're not sure if it was in the same bag as the pills that were prescribed to Truntavious Stevens' girlfriend?
No.
Was the firearm, were the glass jars or the firearm, were they ever processed for, to your knowledge, for fingerprints or DNA or anything like that?
To my knowledge, I'm not aware. Once we place it in property, the property officers, they handle that.
Okay. Okay, and just so we're clear, Truntavious Stevens, you made the decision. Were you in charge of what to charge and who to charge?
I was a charging officer, yes.
Along with Officer Ledesma? Is that
Yes.
fair to say you consulted with each other?
Yes.
Okay, and you made the decision to charge all three individuals in the car with the gun and the drugs?
Yes.
Okay, and to be clear, the car, the Civic, it was a Civic, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, the Civic, what belonged to Miss Marquavius, please?
Yeah, she was a registered owner.
Okay, and her boyfriend, Truntavious Stevens, was driving?
Yes.
And my client, Shannon Stillwell, was in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. Regarding Mr. Stevens, you recognized him from a previous incident a couple weeks before this incident, correct?
Yes.
In that incident, you were serving backup to Officer Law and Officer Collins in their arrest, correct?
Yes.
And that arrest was of Truntavious Stevens
Yes, I believe so.
for drug charges.
I believe so.
Okay. And Truntavious Stevens, in this case, after you made those charging decisions to charge all three individuals with both the gun and the drugs, he claimed the items, or he attempted to claim the items?
Yes.
Okay. In the search of the car, you took part in the search of the car?
Yes.
Okay, in the search of the car, did you note any gang-related paraphernalia or anything inside the car?
No, I didn't document any gang paraphernalia.
Okay, and in your charging decisions that you and Officer Desmond made, did you charge any of the individuals in the car with violation of the Gang Act, the Georgia Gang Act?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions, thank you.
Any further cross councils? Anyone? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
First, do you see Mr. Shannon Stillwell in court today?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can identify him by article of clothing. Can you identify him by article of clothing he's wearing?
It's going to be the gentleman wearing the brown blazer with the black turtleneck in the far back left corner of the courtroom.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that, Deputy Kandakai has identified Mr. Stillwell. About the gun, were you ever able to run it to determine if it was stolen or not?
I was not able to. The serial number was scratched off.
And would it have been a general practice to run it if the serial number was not obliterated?
Yes, ma'am.
Where you found the drugs, you said it was under the passenger seat.
Yes.
Was it close to the front passenger seat, the back passenger seat, the middle, or do you remember?
It was just underneath the passenger seat.
And where Mr. Stillwell was sitting, where was he sitting at inside of the car?
Directly behind the passenger seat.
In his position, could he have access to where you found the drugs?
Yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Stevens about the claiming, this was after the fact?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything further?
Just so we're clear, 3 people were charged with 1 gun, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the location where ultimately the stop took place was at Marquavius Stevens' grandmother's house, correct?
Well, the violation occurred at Macon and Springside, but the final stop of the vehicle was at his grandmother's house.
And how far was that from the spot of the violation?
Should have been 4 or 5 houses down from it.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further?
Actually, yes. There's a couple questions if I can. Deputy Kandakai, I heard you, a little while ago, you identified Shannon Stillwell in the court. You don't see Marquavius Stevens, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. $19 was how much was recovered from the car? 19 bucks?
Yes.
That was in the same bag, right, with the marijuana and the pills prescribed in this please?
Yes, I believe so.
And the marijuana was, what, like a misdemeanor amount of marijuana, is that right?
No, with the way it was baggaged and with the money and the skill, it was felony amount of marijuana.
The amount, the weight was how much?
Approximately 16 grams, but due to it being bagged in individual plastic baggies, the digital scale and the currency that was consistent with intent to distribute.
Right.
Which made it a felony.
Yeah, that was my question. My question was the amount. The amount of marijuana was what, 16 grams?
Yes.
So it's an ounce, right?
It's less than an ounce, yes.
Okay, got you. Less than an ounce of marijuana is a misdemeanor amount of marijuana.
By itself, yes.
Okay, got you. And the money that you're talking about that you say went to your consideration was 19 bucks.
Yes.
Okay. I heard you say something earlier at the beginning. This stop came about as a result of a traffic violation, right?
Yes.
You weren't called to the scene saying that anybody was doing anything, right?
No.
You weren't called to the scene because you suspected anybody was about to engage in any sort of racketeering activity or anything like that, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. You stopped the car because you were patrolling, and lo and behold, it's a red light violation, and bam, that gave you authority to stop the car.
Stop sign violation.
Stop sign, red light, stop sign. Okay, traffic infraction, what you refer to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. And then we go from there to, I think you said, what, smell of marijuana?
Yes, sir.
And search of the car, you find the stuff, and everyone gets arrested, right?
Yes, sir.
And then later on, Stevens tells you something to the effect of, you don't remember exactly, you can let my girlfriend go. You know it ain't hers. It's my stuff. He said something like that, right?
Yeah, to effect, yes.
Well, 3 of them still went to jail, all right?
Paperwork was already completed.
And once the paperwork's done, they go in jail.
Well, he had the opportunity to tell me that at the beginning.
Yeah, but he did at some point, right?
After the fact that the warrants were signed and the judges were notified and we was en route to the jail.
Right. So regardless of what you found out after that, paperwork's done, they go in jail.
At that point, yeah, the decision was made. Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I got. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anything further from the state?
The $19 was not found in a wallet or anything, it was found in a bag next to the marijuana
Yes, ma'am.
and underneath the seat of the car in the marijuana.
Yes, ma'am.
No further.
Anything further? All right, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Officer Kandakai?
He can be permanently.
All right, Officer Kandakai, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost a noontime hour. Well, how about some lunch? How about a stretch break and some lunch? Okay, all right. Let's go ahead and plan on coming back for 1 o'clock, and we'll go ahead and get started at that point in time. We'll see where the afternoon leads us at that point. Remember, the admonitions that the court has given you, you're still bound by them. If you should decide to step outside your headquarters, leave your notepads in the basket and come on back ready and prepared for 1 o'clock, okay? All right, anything from me? Okay, all right, unless we have anything, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. All rise. He's already at the door. It's like I'm waiting on you. You got it once already. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsels, we'll go ahead and be in recess until 1 o'clock, and I'll see you then, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Can you figure maybe
How's it going, guys? Don't sign off too soon. I am switching over to an interview that I did for Live Now over the weekend. I did an interview on, starting late and breaking for lunch early is crazy. I agree. I was just like, dude, there's no way this judge is missing lunch. But I mean, some judges in LA are maybe close to this bad, but not really. Anyway, let me, Joseph from Atlanta Journal-Constitution is going to join us. But in the meantime, I'm going to put up an interview that I did with Fox Live Now over the weekend about the case a little bit here. So I'm going to switch over to that here. But you guys can find this all on my channel, as you've probably seen. I've got playlists of all my always.
I've now
recordings
We got
just got
commercial
better.
coming.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that local recordings are now available on StreamYard.
Yes.
Have you ever done
live now with your guidance, of course, and that is Young Thug's RICO trial happening in Atlanta. So every Friday, we know that the judge has ordered a recess, but they were back in court yesterday. We did have some footage from that. Tell us where things stand at this moment.
They were, and yesterday was a busy day in court. We got through a number of witnesses, and we're starting to go through the indictment. And a hefty indictment, RICO conspiracy charge, the racketeering charge that alleges Young Thug's record label was basically a front for a criminal organization. That is kind of the mother encompassing charge of everything. And it actually encompasses 191 what are described as overt acts. And these can be crimes in themselves, or they can just be gestures or incidents that they say supports the theory that this is a criminal conspiracy. And prosecutors are starting to go through those overt acts and bring witnesses to support them. So we heard from a police sergeant with the Atlanta Police Department who described investigating a carjacking and driving through a neighborhood of known gang members and having some gang members brandish a gun and flash what he thought were gang signs at him. And that entailed a cross-examination that revealed he did not reveal in his report initially about this that he had seen gang signs. And of course, the gang signs are a major part of the case because they're trying to show that all these different activities were all tied together by the same criminal organization in the same gang. So the symbols, the gang symbols that are coming in are important to them to prove the case. So I think the defense attorneys are really trying to focus on the right things in their cross-examinations and to try to show that, maybe this was kind of an afterthought that he was flashed gang symbols. But then again, some people have pointed out that a lot of the stuff that they're going through is typical of gang members. While we see a red bandana flashed on the screen and the detective, the gang expert, is talking about its use in Georgia gangs. On the one hand, you see a red bandana and you think, well, I see those all the time. But I mean, the fact of the matter is those are used by Georgia gang members, and the way they're positioned is associated with gang members in Georgia. So the witnesses we've heard from in the beginning were establishing that, and now we're getting into the fact witnesses who talk about incidents that are actually charged in the indictment.
I want to pull up.
Okay. So we've got Joseph in the chat here. We've got an echo. Let me figure this out here. I'm kind of dealing with two screens here. I think there's an Onion article about this. All right. So I wanted to welcome Joseph to the chat. He's with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and he's been covering this case since the inception. He's at the courthouse in Atlanta, so he's been covering all the testimony, and he can let us know what's been going on and what the atmosphere is like. Thanks for taking a few minutes to join us, Joseph. How's it going there?
Hey, thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Are you like tucked in some courthouse hallway, or do you guys have a press room that you can work out?
Yeah, I'm in the media room right now. So we just broke for lunch until 1 p.m., but we'll see. With this judge, you never know until what time.
Yeah, definitely. Well, welcome. How is it today? Is it busy? Is it kind of quieter there because it's the second week, or?
Yeah, it's kind of quieter. It's less media here. We're still getting position on the left side, so we cannot see the jury at this point, but it's still like fairly empty in terms of media presence.
Yeah, and it must be a contributor, the fact that you can watch it online. I've never covered a trial in person where it's also being streamed online, but I don't think I would like it very much because you feel like you need to be at the courthouse because that's where real reporting happens. But the people who are watching it online kind of seem to have an advantage and they're more comfortable.
We've been in the courthouse since last year, and we've been going almost every day, me and Shadi, my fellow reporter, mainly because during jury selection, a lot of times there was no streams. So we had to go and actually see the jurors in We
Oh,
went through
yeah.
the whole jury selection process to see who was selected and who was not. And we actually got some news about a juror today. So
Yeah, the juror who's sick. Do you know which, like, can you picture which juror that is when they said the number? I mean, they don't let you see them during the trial, so that
yeah.
must limit your.
So I do know who the juror was, I guess, now that they've been excused by the judge. They were one of the 12 trial jurors. So an alternate is gonna have to move up to being a trial juror. But other than
Yes.
that, I do know she was a Black woman, and the judge did say that she was gonna be released from the hospital on Wednesday, but that's too long to wait on a trial like this.
Yeah, definitely. They wouldn't want to put the testimony on hold because it's such that they have to have all the jurors together at the same time at hearing the testimony, right? It's not like a juror can be out of the room when there's any testimony, right? Like it's like crucial that they all hear it at the same time, and that's universal in all trials. Yeah, go ahead.
I guess the other big news that came out today, because the testimony wasn't that compelling from the witnesses this morning, but it's the whole, like, what Young Thug is wearing today.
Yes, I saw that. You made the
I did-
connection about the wolf. It's like, right, of course.
I did try to reach out to his lawyers to see if they have a statement. They haven't replied back. I doubt they're gonna say anything about it, but it is curious. And somebody else on Twitter found the actual, like, sweatshirt, and it's not that cheap. It's like I wouldn't personally buy
Yeah, it was like a $1,000 Amani sweatshirt. They must have done like the reversed image search or something. Just taken the screenshot of the sweater and ran it through one of those Google searches and gotten it to come up. But yeah, I saw your tweet making the connection between, here he is wearing a sweater of a wolf, and what was the entire theme of the prosecution's opening statement last week? It was all about a wolf pack and how he's the leader of the pack. So yeah, it seems unlikely that that's just a coincidence planning by them.
What I was curious, and Shadi just messaged me. He thinks that he's won that before. I don't remember, but it's been
really?
so many hearings, but that I don't even remember. But another thing that I was curious is the last witness we saw, Morris Kincaid. That's the same deputy that was involved in a scuffle with one of the defendants, transporting them to court. And I don't know why the lawyer for that defendant didn't bring it up, but it's the same guy that was involved in a scuffle earlier this year.
Oh, interesting. Who is the defendant that he got?
It was Rodelius Ryan.
So it would be Angela D. Williams. She seems.
Yeah,
she's the one who. Gosh, I read all the previous stuff about her submitting the request to get more money and then writing to her own public counsel saying, "No, I don't actually want them to grant it. I'm just." Or saying she wanted to withdraw from the case. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But she's saying.
Well,
no,
with her, there's been a couple of things, because I think it was even before trial started, Rodelius Ryan wanted her removed as his attorney because she wasn't talking to his parents about the case, and I'm pretty sure that was him. And then they had to explain to him, no, it's like the state can actually call your parents if she discusses the case with your parents, and the parents don't have attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, because he's 19, right? He's not. He doesn't have guardianship.
Well, and she doesn't represent the parents. She represents Ryan.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
And then she along with other attorneys asked for more money for the defenders counsel, and then she even suggested that if she couldn't get the money, she'll start an OnlyFans account. And then the whole thing with the anime and in the opening statements about building filler characters, and it's kind of true. He's already serving a life sentence, and he's just sitting there, and there's not much discussion about it. We've talked this past week. We have talked more about Marquavius Stevens, who already took a plea deal, than any other of the defendants actually in the court.
Yeah. It just seems like the testimony is really piecemeal, and like you're waiting to get to like, okay, what is this all about? And if it's just this, piece by piece testimony for the next few months, it's like, oh gosh, this is kind of hard to get your arms wrapped around, right? I mean, it feels like you're trying to go in some order, right, through the overt acts and have the witnesses kind of follow each other. Do you get that impression?
Yeah, that was following last week, and this week is a little bit different, but you could really see overact. Okay, they're talking overact 1, then they're talking overact 2, overact 3, overact 4, and then went on a schedule, and then the state also, you probably saw it, the stream is the judge is mad, keeps getting mad at the state about the witness list, and then some of the attorneys told him do something about it,
Yeah, yeah,
like do something about it, and he's like, well, exclusion is not a far-reaching remedy for me at this point, but like
yeah. You won't do anything.
this has been going for a while.
Yeah, yeah. Gosh, it seems like kind of a not a real proactive approach from the judge to like try to get a handle on this. But I guess he just feels like the remedy. I mean, maybe he's approaching there, but to just tell him right off, no witnesses, give him another chance. But the attorneys are like, yeah, we've given him chance after chance after chance.
So,
I was surprised. I saw you.
I just got a text from one of Young Thug's attorneys, and he confirmed that this client is wearing a wolf on a sweatshirt, but he has no comment on the clothing today.
Oh, and whether it's like a message.
And I expected that. So it's but I had to ask. So
yeah. No, definitely. Maybe they.
So you were gonna ask something.
Yeah, what were we talking about?
We were talking about the witnesses.
And the fact I was surprised because I saw that he's the chief judge. I mean, chief means chief, right? He's the one who is administratively in charge of the Fulton County Superior Court and kind of decides, gosh, it kind of sets the tone for the other judges, just the kind of like, but I guess, is it a Southern thing? I don't want to like sound snobby because I don't live in the South, but I told a court clerk that everything, the trial was kind of a cluster, and she was just like, oh, Southern states. I'm like, I think that sounds kind of snobby, but somebody else in the chat was saying that it's just kind of a culture in the South. But I'm like, never starting a trial on time, that's a culture.
It's different depending on the judge, because I've had to deal with a couple of judges here that are really strict, like with the Cop City RICO case. That judge is really strict, and he always starts on time and all that, and she values time. And then some of my colleagues have reported on the Trump case, and Judge McAfee appears to be a judge that cares about being on time and all that. But I don't know what it is about Judge Glanville, but sometimes it's like breaks that should be 10 minutes or 45 minutes. Start time should be 9:30, starts at 10, which sometimes I don't complain because sometimes I feel like I'm late to court. But then, like this morning, I thought I was going to be late for court, and then I get here and the judge is still not on the bench.
Yeah, it's kind of nice. You want the break, but it's also like frustrating
because traffic and all that. But it's still frustrating and annoying sometimes to have to wait. But he's the one that sets the rules, and he's the one that manages everything. So there's really not much we can do about it.
Yeah. So what's your coverage plan for the trial? I mean, are you guys thinking that you'll write a story pretty much every day, or no? Because I mean, I wouldn't be able to, just because of how the testimony comes in, and it's not like we use a lot of these incidents.
We're thinking about that. We're having discussions with our editors and all that about that, and just trying to determine what's the best course of action. We're thinking of staying on the case, coming to court every day, at least me and Shadi, until there's the holiday break, and then that gives us a time to like see and assess what our coverage plan is. But because we've been covering him every day for the past now 12 months. We're in December now, so we've been coming here almost every day for the past 12 months, and it does help that there's a stream now.
Yes.
So that helps, and like when I'm here in court, Shadi can watch the stream online to make sure I don't miss anything, and me and him vice versa when he comes to court. But it's still a work in progress, our coverage plan. But we might have like a story a week, maybe, if there's something like really compelling, like something that really would attract a lot of readers or subscribers and all that. We might write it that day, but we'll see on a day-to-day basis. I would definitely be tweeting through it also.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Be sure to follow Joseph on Twitter to get some of that. I was trying to put together a list of all the reporters uh, who are covering it, and so people can kind of have um, a quick hit look on it. Yes, somebody mentioned the juror who was removed. We talked about this last week with some reporters, but can you talk about like the overall demographics of the jury? I mean, yeah.
I can actually put it up. Hold on.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
So most of the jury is black women. Yeah, the majority of it is black women. So of course there's 4 alternate jurors now. There's actually 6 alternate jurors. Let me count them. 6 alternate jurors now. There's gonna be 5 because that juror was excused. But yeah, the majority of them are black women.
Yeah, because looking back, the judge didn't confirm. I guess when he said a juror is sick, he didn't confirm whether it was an alternate or a major.
Because yeah,
major, but you confirmed it was one of the 12 main jurors.
Yeah, he said juror 269, and we have her as one of the trial jurors.
Yeah. Gosh, so I mean, I can see why they didn't want to, just not have trial for 2 days, hoping that she'd be back on Wednesday when they don't even know. But it's just kind of a reminder that with a really long trial like this, did they think, none of those other 15 people are going to get sick over the next year?
There was that other juror that even during the selection process told the judge, hey, I have this appointment on December 5th. And then the judge told her last week, hey, try to reschedule it. And she confirmed last week that she will be able to reschedule it during the holiday break that we have. But it's just, people have a lot of problems. And even the day they selected the jury, there was a juror that actually was selected that they had to bring back at 7:30 p.m. to be sworn in just because he had a medical appointment that he needed to get to during the jury selection process.
Wow.
So it's like these people are have their own lives, have their own situations. Each of them have their own situation, and it was different the way he dealt with hardships at the beginning of jury selection.
Yeah.
And then as the jury selection went on, he was like more like questioning more the jurors and questioning more the whether or not a hardship would be granted.
Yeah. Gosh. Well, so it sounds like you've covered RICO cases in Georgia State Court before. Being from California, it's not something that I've seen prosecuted in state court. But when I was just listening to the openings, I mean, Angela D. Williams talked about some of the previous RICO cases, and it sounds like Georgia kind of has like a storied history of state RICO cases. What's another one you've covered?
So, primarily with Fannie Willis. I actually just joined the paper in May 2022. But of course, I have to read a lot about RICO since then. So, of course, it's the Trump trial. But before, when Fannie Willis was a prosecutor, not the DA, she was in charge of the prosecution for the APS trial. And there's that connection with Keith Adams also, who represented one of those people in the APS trial. So he's been in long. And the APS trial is considered the longest trial in Georgia history now. Of course, the YSL trial is going to overtake that.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of RICO cases that not a lot of people know about that actually were being prosecuted by the DA's office right now through Fannie Willis. And one of them is YFN Lucci, who's the other side of this YSL quote-unquote gang war with Weshan Bennett that is expected to go to trial in January. That case was actually indicted way before this Young Thug case was indicted, and they still haven't gone to trial. And then there's the Cop City RICO case is not a Fannie Willis case. It's actually Attorney General's case, Attorney General of Georgia case. So, but there's another I wouldn't call it high profile, but gang case involving a gang that was involved in robberies of celebrity houses.
That'd be a big one.
So I think it was the drug rich gang, and they also went into the house of like Mariah Carey here in Atlanta.
Oh, wow.
And stole a couple of items. So that's and she's actually using lyrics in that RICO case as well.
Oh,
so,
Interesting.
So she's actually using lyrics from like music videos that they posted on YouTube. And none of the famous rappers or artists are involved in that, but she's actually using lyrics in that indictment. So it's a couple of them, but of course the big ones are the YSL and the Trump case right now.
Yeah, yeah.
With RICO.
Now, are there some grumblings from other defense attorneys who are kind of upset that this trial is getting priority and going to trial now when you said all these other cases are waiting? I've heard that the Fulton County Jail is really bad and there's tons of people warehoused in there who haven't.
So I talked to Rachel Bennett's lawyer, Drew Finglin, who was actually Trump's former lawyer here in Georgia, and he told me that he was mad about the fact that his client has been sitting in jail while even before being indicted, indicted before Young Thug, he was still sitting in jail and waiting for trial. So there's a couple of cases, but one thing is like the judge is the chief judge, so he doesn't have that many cases.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he decided to stay with this case, and he also has a murder, death penalty case involving the spa shooter here in Atlanta a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So he's already serving life in prison for some charges in Cherokee County here in Metro Atlanta, but Fannie Willis wants the death penalty for him. So there's a death penalty case going on right now, and there's been some days that he like takes off from YSL and goes handle that case, but that case is gonna take forever because it's a death penalty case.
So he had gone over his schedule last week. I didn't quite catch it all, but he's planning on going for the next couple of weeks, right? Kind of through.
Yes, I think
Christmas holiday.
We have this week of trial, and then next week of trial as well, and then starting the 18th through the New Year, they're off.
Okay.
They're out, and then the week of the 15th MLK holiday, they're off as well.
Okay.
So we'll be back, and we'll have like 10 days or so, 9 days or so before we break again in the new year.
Yeah, gosh. I wonder if have you heard any kind of rumblings about who the witnesses are? I mean, it seems like we're just going to be hearing a bunch of this stuff, right? Like, I mean, just
that's the problem, because they submitted a list early in the year, but now it's like, oh, we have more people that we added. The defense is saying we don't have that list, and then they have, oh no, we reduced the list to 400 now, and the defense is saying we don't have that list. So it's a little back and forth, and they actually published their original list on the docket, but they haven't published any subsequent lists since then.
Yeah.
And they have everybody from like a bunch of APD officers, a bunch of GBI officers, the medical examiner here in Fulton County, and just a bunch of late witnesses, including Lil Wayne, Richard Bennett. So they probably Rich Homie Quan is also there. So maybe they just put them on there and say, and Berman is on there. Maybe they just put them on there because they were like, we just have to have them there just in case they.
Like just in case it's like a placekeeper.
But that doesn't mean they're gonna call them. Like
Yeah.
the whole thing with Ghana is like his lawyers keep saying that he's not gonna testify at all.
Yeah. I mean, I think especially with him taking an Alfred plea, they really wouldn't want him to testify because it's just a different plea than guilty. I admitted that it was in my best interest to plead guilty. So.
And honestly, looking back at the plea deals, I felt like there were other plea deals that the state would wanna those defendants to testify more than Ghana. So.
Well, I hope Lil Wayne testifies. I've been pretty skeptical that he actually will. I mean, but you can see, just listening to the opening statement, you can see how he could. It totally fits. And the one that I don't understand where he would fit into this, especially after hearing the opening, is T.I. I mean, T.I. is just kind of an Atlanta staple, so
Well, it might. I don't see T.I. I don't see T.I. on the state witness list that they submitted earlier this year. But I'm gonna have to check it again. There's a lot of names on those lists, as you know.
Okay.
But it might be on one of the defense attorneys' list.
Okay. Yeah.
So they might bring him in to talk about rap lyrics and all that, and because that's the biggest discussion of the case is the rap lyrics and the use of rap lyrics. And
Yeah, it really is. I was talking to an attorney here in California, Nicholas Rosenberg, who actually represents a lot of rappers. Crip Mac, who I always see on No Jumper. Crip Mac is a big fan of Nicholas Rosenberg, but Nicholas Rosenberg helped get the bill passed in California to try to make it harder for judges to allow the use of lyrics in trials. So he was going to try to join us later in the week, but it came up in the Lanes case. But of course, how things work in court, it's not like it outright banned the use of lyrics. It just increased the judges are supposed to use. So it's still just totally up to the judge. And like Tory Lanez was told by the judge that his lyrics would be used if he testified.
Well, and I did a couple of research. I've done a couple of stories about the use of lyrics, and I know California has a law about the use of lyrics in trial. I know New York has one, but Georgia doesn't. And that's one of the Georgia representatives tried to introduce one in Congress for federal cases, but I don't think that went anywhere. So it's like Fannie Willis has said when I asked her about why you're using lyrics, and she's like, if you use lyrics to confess your crimes, basically, he's like, I'm gonna use them. Don't confess your crimes over a beat.
And that seemed to be like Judge Hereford was the Judge David Hereford in LA Superior Court is the one who did the Tory Lanez Megan Thee Stallion case, and that was his response, like really quick. Like he's completely aware that there's a new law in California that puts more scrutiny on whether they should be allowed, but he said that the lyrics that Lanez wrote about Megan completely passed that test and totally should be allowed, because the idea that you could be able to write this stuff and just not have it used against you, it just seems like it's so much more subjective in the Young Thug trial. Because I was saying earlier that I don't think anyone in Lanez's camp would try to argue that the songs he wrote aren't about Megan. They're like clearly about Megan. But here, the defense is that these songs that they're saying are about crimes are not actually about those crimes.
Well, and also it's like a lot of this argument that especially Brian Steele made is that, or even Doug Weinstein made during the whole lyrics hearing, it was like some of these studios want these rappers to say stuff like that because they know that's gonna sell, and like that doesn't mean it's true. And even like Doug Weinstein, who represents Yacht Gotti, even tried to differentiate. It's like my client is not Yacht Gotti. Yacht Gotti is a stage name, and Yacht Gotti, he performs under the stage name. Yacht Gotti is not who he is. But so it's an argument that Fannie Willis likes to use lyrics.
Yeah, I mean it's a question of like, did the Reno Police Department or prosecutors in Reno, Nevada, ever open an investigation into Johnny Cash? It's just like a classic kind of thing. But have you covered other cases, just like more local criminal cases in Atlanta where rap lyrics have come up?
Not really, because this has been the biggest case.
Yeah.
In terms of because of Young Thug and the fact who Young Thug is and all that. Like I mentioned, the other indictment that mentions rap lyrics, but I will need to reread the YFN indictment to see if that mentions rap lyrics. But she has defended her stance in using. Fannie Willis has defended her stance of using rap lyrics, and she said that she's gonna keep using them. So, and I highly doubt that the Georgia Senate or Georgia House is gonna do anything about it.
I mean, it's very Republican controlled, right? Like, yeah. And one thing I was wondering about was in the Mariah Carey case, the case against the people who you said they broke into her house. The lyrics that are being used against them are these lyrics that they wrote afterward, where they're like bragging about how they broke into her house?
I'll need to pull up the indictment again. But
it's like something related to that, some kind of received confession or something in the lyrics or something. Interesting. That sounds like one to watch. Mariah Carey is represented by a lawyer.
Well, she ended up selling the place last year, I think, after the robbery.
Oh, okay. So Skip 10. Yeah, Atlanta. What else? Are you like just told to prioritize this trial, or is there like breaking news stuff that could come up in Atlanta that you might like get called off and have to cover?
Well, it helps that the it helps that the courthouse is it helps that the courthouse is in downtown Atlanta. So if something happens to us, it gives us the liberty to go somewhere in downtown Atlanta. A lot of times, if the police department has a press conference, it's like literally a couple of blocks away. The headquarters is, so we can just go to there. And I just shared with you the article I did about that indictment about the celebrity homes invasions. But yeah, it helps that we're downtown, and I actually live 20 minutes from downtown on a good day without traffic. So but also the days I'm here, Schardt can go out and cover some stuff because we basically have the same positions. Uh, So he gets to handle some stuff while I'm here, and I get to handle some stuff when he's here.
Yeah, nice. Well, where is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution newsroom these days? I know all the newspapers are selling off their old real estate and moving out to like strip malls. Have you guys had to do that?
So we are actually up in Dunwoody. That's a little bit outside the perimeter, 285 perimeter. We're moving to a new office on the Cox building for a couple of months, and then it's my understanding that we're moving to Midtown next year. I'm not breaking any news here, so our publisher already went out and talked about that. But I do think we're moving to Midtown by next year. I don't know when, but we're moving to Midtown by next year, and that should be like a 10-minute drive from the courthouse to the office on a good day.
Have you guys had to endure any layoffs recently, or who are you guys owned by?
No, we're owned by Cox. So Cox is one of the it's one of the main. They have a lot of they used to own WSB TV Channel 2. I don't think they own that anymore, or they own like a little bit of it.
Yeah.
They just recently purchased Axios, so they own that, and they have. So we're owned by Cox, and
yeah. I know somebody I used to work with at law.com in ALM, because they have a pretty big presence in Atlanta, like I think it's the Daily Transcript, but Dylan Jackson, he's with AJC now on the investigation.
I've talked to Dylan a lot because he's been covering a lot of the jail deaths at the Fulton County Jail.
Yeah.
And so we've interacted a lot about that. You mentioned something about layoffs. I do think we're hiring right now. So
nice.
We're hiring a lot of people. We're trying to grow our staff and make sure we have enough people to cover what's going on, because Georgia is becoming a state that
there's a lot of focus on you guys.
There's a lot of focus on Georgia. So.
Well, that's awesome. You're owned by a company that doesn't just have a reputation for like ruining newspapers and stuff. So.
No, they're committed to our newspapers, and I think they own a paper in Ohio. I think Dayton. They own a paper there, and they own the AJC, and now they own Axios, but I don't think they own anything else.
Awesome.
In terms of newspapers.
Yeah, well, I would encourage everyone to pay the 99 cents to get through the paywall and read your guys' articles. And then you're both on Twitter, right? Sending updates on social media and trying to monitor everything. So great. Well, maybe later in the week or later in the trial. The problem is, it's like once you into the trial, it's like, okay, is there going to be anything to talk about with this testimony? I mean, it's like not.
This morning wasn't that interesting, other than the back and forth between the attorneys and the judge about the witness list and the information about the juror being excused. But other than that, it's just a guy saying, "Hey, did you take this photograph?" Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You're excused.
Yeah, it's like, okay, great. Maybe we'll get something interesting this afternoon or something. But I'd love to stay in touch. And, during breaks and stuff, I'd love to get you and Shaddy and some other people who can kind of let us know what's going on around the courthouse. One thing, Jewel was saying that the families of the victims, especially the Donovan Thomas family, and then Drinks is the other one, because there's a third murder that's connected to Rod, the 19-year-old, right? But he's already convicted of that, so it's not quite as like prominent. Are they there today? I just can't imagine what they're going through, and having to watch it from an overflow room would be.
I did not see the Donovan Thomas family. I haven't gone to the overflow room. One thing of note that and I was trying to find that person today. There's a juror that was held in contempt of court during the jury selection process. I don't remember
Was that the essay? They had to write the essay.
Well, she had to write the essay, but there was a couple of other jurors that were instead of going to jail, they were like ordered to be for a week of trial. And like last week, I saw the guy that was supposed to be here, so he was here. He was here for that week of trial after messaging a reporter on Twitter, and then.
Oh, his like punishment was he had to go and watch the trial.
Yeah.
Oh.
So watched the trial for a week, and so he was up in that overflow courtroom, just watching the trial. Or else it was like either that or you go to jail for 20 days. You decide. And the guy was like, no, I'll take the week of trial. And there were like two others that were sentenced to the same thing, like spend a week of trial sitting here. But I don't remember who the juror was supposed to be this week. So that the excuse juror that was supposed to be on the overflow room. So I haven't seen it. But in terms of the families, I haven't seen Donovan Thomas's family since the opening statements. I think that's what Jewel said, that they were in the courtroom when she was here, last time she was here. And then I did see some of the Young Thug's parents sometimes are in the courtroom.
Oh yeah.
And the mom of Yagari was also in the courtroom today. And my understanding is like each defendant gets one person to be in the courtroom. But there's an exception with Young Thug because his mom is like recently had surgery or something like that, or recently had something medical. So they're allowing her to be there because I've seen his dad as well in the courtroom. So.
Yeah. Well, okay. Any idea what's coming up this afternoon? Maybe more police testimony or?
Well, I feel like defense attorneys are also gonna ask because apparently they don't know either.
Oh
but
yeah,
it's,
right.
It's probably more testimony and more witnesses, and it's just I think it's a tactic that the state is employing because they're like keep pushing the judge to, okay, we're gonna push you until you do something, but it's like there's gonna come a point that the judge is like, okay, I'm done with this.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But we don't know when that is gonna happen because the judge hasn't shown any indication that he's gonna start excluding people or start excluding this or evidence because as quote unquote punishment to the state of the way they operated.
Well, do you know if it's the same that we won't have court on Fridays? We'll just go through Thursdays.
I think there's gonna be court on Friday.
Oh, okay.
I think last week was a special thing because he also as a former veteran, I think he does veteran courts on Fridays.
Oh right.
Pretty sure that's what happened. That's something that happened during jury selection. And he does that usually at noon. So on Friday, so I guess it's like he does it once a month.
Okay.
So I guess that's why. But we thought because for the APS trial, the judge, I don't remember the judge's name, he did have Fridays off, so people can do their own thing and attorneys can prepare and. But the main difference with that is that those people were not in custody.
Oh right.
So that's why this case is different because of all the security, the added security, because these people are in custody. These defendants are in custody. The APS trial, which had more defendants, those defendants were not in custody. So that's the big difference into why they're allowing some people in the courtroom and more people. They were allowing more people in the courtroom for the APS trial compared to this trial because of the security concerns.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And before I go, because I do want to eat lunch before we go.
Yeah.
So one thing with the jurors' faces being shown.
Right.
Now the reason why that happened, of course, it was a cameraman error that panned out, and you could see the jurors' faces. But if you notice, there's a reason they're sitting on the floor. They're not sitting in the jury box. They're sitting on the floor of the courtroom.
Is that new, or was that how that was
So
last time?
what happened is that the way the courtroom is arranged, where you see the tables with the defendants and the attorneys, is that before the jury was seated and before the jury was the trial started, they had discussions about the setup of the courtroom because the people in the back of the defendants in the back couldn't see the jurors if they were sitting on one of the rows of the jury box. So that's why they put the jurors in the front row on the floor, on
Okay.
chairs
Okay.
on the floor. So that's why the jurors were there.
Oh,
And that's
interesting.
why when the camera panned out, you could see the jurors sitting there.
Yeah.
And you can see a railing there right behind them that they should be sitting behind.
Oh, wow.
And,
Okay.
and,
Yeah, I didn't realize that.
and before we broke for lunch, Brian Steele asked if one of the jurors that was sitting on the floor could move back to the jury box because the juror was excused. The other juror was excused. So
Why did Brian want her to move back to the box?
he just said that he asked the judge if they could move it back to the. But
gosh, what a cluster! There's just like so many different aspects of the trial at all.
And there's a wall right next to us so we cannot see the jury. I think Joe mentioned that.
Yeah,
she was here. Like we cannot see the jury. And before the trial, I asked if they could remove that wall because the wall looked like it could be removed, and I was told that they couldn't remove it. Like they tried to, but they couldn't remove it. But yeah, so it's.
Well, it's going to be a long trial. Thanks so
Yeah.
much for joining us. I'll let you get to lunch, but don't hesitate. Hopefully we can get you back on later in the week, but hopefully things pick up here and we get something exciting to talk about later on. So,
All right, sounds
well,
good.
thanks so much for your work, and everybody, Jozsef a follow on Twitter.
Yeah, make sure to follow me. It's my name at Jozsef Papp. It's spelled that way: JOZSEFPAPP_. And make sure to, like you mentioned already, subscribe to the AJC.
Yes.
So you can read our great coverage on this and also our great coverage on the Trump indictments.
Yeah,
and Bill Rankin have done a great job, and all that politics team have done a great job covering that.
Yeah, definitely. Just want to see all that stuff. So great. Well, I've got the link in there, and thanks so much. Have a great lunch. I'll
All right,
see you.
thank you. See ya.
See ya. Thanks so much. All right. Glad we were able to get him in there. They're all doing great work at the courthouse, and it's just such a different experience having to actually be at the courthouse as opposed to just like sitting at my desk. I can like go get a coffee here in a minute, but as we were talking about the idea that as this testimony progresses, I mean, are we just going to have them on to just keep talking about what the courthouse is like? Like hopefully the testimony, starts picking up here, but it is. I mean, it's a slow process to go through all the overt acts and establish what they're establishing, but they're going through it. We're starting to see it now. So let's see. We got maybe 25 minutes till they're back on, and let me. See if I can put up the. I hate to just replay the conversation from earlier, but let me play some of my my trial talks. I did a couple talks on Saturday about Tom Girardi's case, and then the Mexican mafia informant who was charged with stabbing Derek Chauvin. But let me pull back up the Young Thug trial. Let me see here. This is a replay. I already played a couple minutes of this before Joseph came on, but I'll just start it back from the beginning. Sorry if I lose anyone over this, but we got about 23 minutes allegedly until they're back.
Very closely here at Live Now with your guidance, of course, and that is Young Thug's RICO trial happening in Atlanta. So every Friday, we know that the judge has ordered a recess, but they were back in court yesterday. We did have some footage from that. Tell us where things stand at this moment.
They were, and yesterday was a busy day in court. We got through a number of witnesses, and we're starting to go through the indictment. And this is such a hefty indictment. The RICO conspiracy charge, the racketeering charge that alleges Young Thug's record label was basically a front for a criminal organization. That is kind of the mother encompassing charge of everything. And it actually encompasses 191 what are described as overt acts. And these can be crimes in themselves, or they can just be gestures or incidents that they say supports the theory that this is a criminal conspiracy. And prosecutors are starting to go through those overt acts and bring witnesses to support them. So we heard from a police sergeant with the Atlanta Police Department who described investigating a carjacking and driving through a neighborhood of known gang members and having some gang members brandish a gun and flash what he thought were gang signs at him. And that entailed a cross-examination that revealed he did not reveal in his report initially about this that he had seen gang signs. And of course, the gang signs are a major part of the case because they're trying to show that all these different activities were all tied together by the same criminal organization in the same gang. So the symbols, the gang symbols that are coming in are important to them to prove the case. So I think the defense attorneys are really trying to focus on the right things in their cross-examinations and to try to show that, you know, maybe this was kind of an afterthought that he was flashed gang symbols. But then again, some people have pointed out that a lot of the stuff that they're going through is typical of gang members. While we see a red bandana flashed on the screen and the detective, the gang expert, is talking about its use in Georgia gangs. On the one hand, you see a red bandana and you think, well, I see those all the time. But I mean, the fact of the matter is those are used by Georgia gang members, and the way they're positioned is associated with gang members in Georgia. So the witnesses we've heard from in the beginning were establishing that, and now we're getting into the fact witnesses who talk about incidents that are actually charged in the indictment.
I want to pull up some more footage from the court yesterday because we actually did see Young Thug down there. Take a look at this, but kind of a different mood, if I were to say. So a couple of days ago, I had you on the program, and we saw him more smiley, a bit more optimistic. Here, he seems very solemn, his head down the whole time. Did that give you any kind of impression about what he must be going through at this moment?
No, I'm wondering if it's just a long day in court and him being in custody and the transport process that they have to do to get him over the courthouse early enough. I can't imagine it's a pleasant experience. And then there's the long, kind of boring days of testimony in court. I noticed one incident where he had turned into his lawyer, Brian Steele, during the direct examination of I think it was the police sergeant. You could tell that Thug was just trying to talk to Brian Steele, and Steele had to kind of shush him because Steele was, of course, paying attention to the testimony because he's going to be doing the cross-examination of the police sergeant. So he needed to be paying attention. So I saw him kind of, he had to kind of brush Thug off. But I just think it's a long day in court for anyone. And then the conditions he's dealing with being in custody have to just exasperate it.
I do want to talk a little bit about the cross-examination that's going to be coming up in the future. I don't know if soon because there's so many witnesses you mentioned, hundreds of them that have been listed. But what do you think is going to be maybe the most difficult part for the defense when it comes to cross-examining some of these witnesses that have already been presented?
You know, one thing I think is just the logistics of having 6 attorneys all kind of chomping at the bits to get a piece of these witnesses, and how are you going to organize that amongst yourself so that there's some unity in the messages that you're sending through your cross-examination, so that the jury is kind of in tune with the narrative that you're trying to put forth. Because I realized that in the last answer I'd said that I thought that Brian Steele was going to cross-examine the police sergeant, but then I just remembered that no, no, it was Thug's other lawyer, Keith Adams, who cross-examined the police sergeant, and Brian Steele was cross-examining another police detective who testified later. So just the logistics of keeping all those people straight and realizing who's doing what and where, and then to couple that with wanting to do an effective cross-examination to really kind of explore the notion that these are gang-associated crimes, that all of this is somehow connected in a conspiracy. I think that really gives them a lot to work with and to talk about in their conference rooms every night.
Mega Food is a movement, a mission, a 50-year history of combining fruit.
Megan, I want to bring up a moment that was a bit dramatic, if I should say, here in the courtroom that you did tweet about. Brian Steele holding this firearm, the judge saying, please point the muzzle always down, no matter if it's unloaded, okay? So tell me about this moment in court. I mean, it was a big deal, maybe one of the most standout moments from yesterday. Anything else that comes close?
And of course, it was perhaps a light moment, but then I think the judge would take exception and explain that it's never a light moment when you're handling firearms. But it did lead to a lot of talk online about whether this was a good or a bad look for Thug's lawyer. And a lot of people were saying that there's a benefit to have a lawyer who appears to not know how to handle firearms, and he's defending somebody who's accused of being a gangster who deals in firearms. Somebody was arguing that it could be a strategic thing, but then others were arguing it's just a typical fumble in court. And I mean, the judge kind of had some fun calling him out on it, but he did make clear that the judge did when he said, you're pointing it at Mr. Kearns, that's his court clerk. And I did have to send the clip to a friend who's a retired court clerk. And I said, of course it was the court clerk he was pointing it at. And she's like, oh, always the court clerk. They're always getting the brunt of it.
Oh my gosh, and they're just there, you know, kind of stand by watching this all unfold, just like the rest we are. Another big moment from this week was the fact that some of the jurors' faces, they were shown circulated on social media. Any update on that? I know that there was concern regarding safety and the likes. Any more that you can tell us?
Definitely. I think that is an issue that is still fluid, that we could be hearing about in the days to come, the weeks to come, maybe even the months to come. But the judge did make clear that he doesn't want to bring this up to the jury. He even said that to the attorneys, he doesn't want to weird them out. The prosecutors yesterday morning were quick to raise this issue, said that they did not realize how widespread these photos are and how much attention they're getting. And they think it's a security issue for the jury. And the judge just said he didn't want to sit down the jury and tell them about this because he didn't want to weird them out. But he did emphasize that, of course, the jury needs to contact the court if they've been gotten any outside contact from anyone, if they're getting Facebook messages from people, if they're hearing from a family member, hey, we heard you're a juror on this case. And he told them at the end of the day yesterday to be sure to contact the court. It is a message that courts give jurors all the time, but he emphasized that it's particularly important if they have any kind of third-party contacts contacting them, that they need to let the court know immediately. He named a court employee and then also said himself that they'll deal with this. So, time will tell. I think it's alarming how widespread the photos are, and I think a lot of judges would take the approach that Judge Glanville did, where it's not a problem until the jurors start getting contacted, and then if the jurors say they can no longer be impartial because of it. But I also think this is a bit unprecedented in how widespread this is and how much attention is on this. And I don't think Judge Glanville or really other judges in the country would have that much experience with a jury security issue like this that's being exposed to tens of thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of people every day. And they're still out there. Everybody could just find them right now if they wanted to.
I would say that those numbers are definitely up there, Megan, because I log onto social media and it might just be maybe how my algorithm is, but a lot of people continue to talk about this case, the latest on the trial. Thank you so much again for joining us here. We always appreciate you, and we really rely heavily on your expertise when it comes to this case and, of course, other celebrity cases that we are following. Megan Cuniff, we'll talk soon.
Thanks so much for having me.
Are you sick of having issues with your webinars, wasting tons of time on troubleshooting with attendees? If so, you need StreamYard On Air. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited
that these defendants, they had an agreement.
here, and I want to get a recap of the other trial that we have been following. I want to pull up this.
All right. This isn't Young Thug related. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to pull up the Erica Jane talk from Saturday with Fox Live now. It's an interesting one. Tom Girardi is a thieving lawyer.
Photo from page 6, courtesy of them, because it shows Erica Jane, who is a star of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and then her husband, Tom Girardi. Now, Tom, he is being accused, he was indicted on embezzling millions of dollars from his clients, but you are the expert here, and for every one of our viewers that may not be too familiar with this, help us break it down. Why is this case such a big deal, making so many headlines?
So this is a big deal for obviously the Bravo crowd, the people who watch reality TV shows on Bravo like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And remember Tom Girardi as the flashy older husband lawyer of Erica Jane, and he was always, holding court and putting on a show for Erica and her friends. And it's also a major story in the legal community nationally and also in LA because of his prominence as a plaintiff's attorney. He represented plaintiffs in some of the biggest cases in the United States. He really had a hold on the LA legal community. He was very influential in judge appointments. He was influential in a lot of different areas, and he had a real knack for getting the major plaintiffs cases, and that's what ultimately led to his downfall, because of course it's now been revealed that there had been so many complaints about him to the California State Bar over the years, but his influence in the California legal community also included influence and power over the California State Bar that was supposed to be investigating these embezzlement allegations against him. But his prominence as an attorney made him the go-to attorney for big cases such as some people might remember the tragic plane crash that happened in the Java Sea several years ago, the Lion Air crash. Several hundred people died, and it was a lawsuit against Boeing over their new MAX plane. That I think it was a 737 that had come out, and that was a big issue at the time. And Tom's law firm had the lead on all the lawsuits against Boeing on behalf of the families of the victims, a lot of the victims who died. He also had local counsel in Chicago, which is procedural when a lawyer from California who's not licensed in Chicago or not admitted in the Chicago federal courts would get local counsel to represent clients with him. And that's what led to his downfall, because the local counsel, Jay Edelson, reported to the judge that the money was missing, that the settlement money that they had struck with Boeing and that they were supposed to be distributing to clients was nowhere to be found, and that he was pointing the finger at Tom Girardi. And this was back in December 2022, November 2020, 2020, so almost 3 years ago now. And this is the Northern District of Illinois, Chicago Federal Court, where Tom's influence isn't quite what it was in Los Angeles. So the federal judge ended up holding him in contempt there. And this is what really put his whole alleged Ponzi scheme that his law firm was onto everyone's radar. And of course, Erica made a big public showing by leaving him. And she'd actually made some social media posts about him and alleging affairs that really cast a lot of attention to it. So all of a sudden, the heat was on Tom Girardi, and all of a sudden he has dementia and Alzheimer's disease and can't respond to anything. And he's moved into an assisted living center, and he doesn't know where he is. So he's been indicted in these cases, charged in federal court in both Chicago and California with embezzling money. But right now the issue in California is he actually competent to stand trial? He's 84 years old. He clearly has some kind of condition, but does that prevent him from actually recognizing the proceedings and being able to assist in his defense? That's actually what a judge in Los Angeles is deciding right now.
And we're actually going to dive into that because it is the latest when it comes to that case. But I want to go back to just show our viewers how prominent he was in California. Take a look at this tweet from Reuters and their legal team saying that the California Supreme Court adopted a package of ethics reforms for State Bar of California officials and judges in the latest fallout from criticism over the regulatory agency's oversight of disgraced attorney Tom Girardi. Now, this just shows how big of a deal this was, because for the Supreme Court to completely like overhaul and create this new package of oversight, it just shows the magnitude of the influence that you were saying that Girardi had, particularly in California.
It absolutely does, and we've seen so many examples of like that with the inner reckoning at the California State Bar about how they dealt with this and kind of the shame that they brought to the legal profession by the way they kind of enabled Girardi over the years. And there's been a restructuring and kind of a refocus at the California State Bar to try to take a more aggressive stance against attorneys and the way they use their client trust funds, which that was the big issue with Tom Girardi, is he had money for clients in his client trust fund, which is, a sacred oath that attorneys take not to touch that money. And of course, he was touching it left and right.
It's so funny because I go on social media and I see people, saying, where's the outrage against Tom Girardi now? Because, it's for like Bravo fans that really know these people, they follow their lives. But when you talk about, I think it's like $15 million, right, of embezzlement, and then you're talking about he's taking that money from victims, first of all, with that settlement against Boeing and all of that. It's just completely tragic and terrible for someone to do that, profit off of the suffering of other people. And then now with the latest with Tom, is he competent to stand trial? Now, a couple of months ago, an LA court did decide that. I want to pull up this report that you did over on your website with Legal Affairs and Trials with Megan Cunive here. The title says, "Is Tom Girardi faking it? Prosecutors suggest ex-legal kingpin may be feigning mental state." And looking at his age, it might be hard to prove that he's faking it. What do you think? Clearly, there's questions in the air.
And that is the big question right now, because after the briefings on this that the article addresses, we had 3 days of testimony in August and September where we had prosecution experts saying he's faking it. He had mild cognitive impairment, but it's not enough to render him incompetent to stand trial, versus 2 defense experts who said something different. So right now, that's what the new briefs have been filed over, and it's kind of a final argument from attorneys and prosecutors over whether he's competent here.
Now, obviously, both sides are going to say something different. So can you talk to us a little bit about how they're going to be able to prove that? I mean, the defense is saying something, prosecution saying something. What are going to be the facts presented at court to say that he's either faking it or not?
Right, and I think it's a tough call, because when you look at Tom Girardi, when you see him in court, when you see him walk in the hallway, I don't think anyone with a straight face could say that if he wanted to, he could just all of a sudden become the Tom Girardi that he was years ago, that we remember seeing on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills that's so flashy. There's clearly something wrong with him. Everyone acknowledges that he has some kind of mild cognitive impairment, mild dementia, whatever kind of stage dementia. It's just a debate over how much it's actually affecting him. And then you have people saying that people who've observed him, these experts who've interviewed him, who say that he shows classic signs of faking, of trying to act like his memory is worse than it is, but at the same time, he's making a defense for himself, saying that he didn't steal. It was his chief financial officer who stole, which the prosecutor is pointing out shows a complete awareness of the charges against him and him trying to formulate his own defense. So I think the prosecutors are saying that the defense is just overthinking this, and they're hoping that the judge overthinks it, where it's not about, is he 100% mentally acute? Is he able to assist in his defense, and is he able to understand the proceedings against him? And they actually cite a profanity that Tom Girardi muttered at a prosecutor in the middle of the hearing back in September. He muttered a profane statement, but the prosecutor points out that he had the sense to do it under his breath, because I was just sitting in the gallery and I didn't hear it, but the prosecutor was cross-examining a defense witness and he heard it and told the judge, he said, "I want the record to reflect that the defendant just said F you to me." And that became part of the record. And he asked the expert, what does that say about his understanding of the proceedings? So it's a debate over whether that's proper courtroom etiquette, because I don't think anyone would say that uttering a profanity in court is proper courtroom etiquette. But the prosecutor's point was the fact that he didn't shout it out loud and he knew to say it quietly shows he understands the proceedings. I think some people would say that's a bit of a stretch, and the defense has really done a powerful job of trying to dismantle the credibility of the experts and really going through the briefings and showing that everyone, all the witnesses who've testified, say that there is something wrong with them. And I think the inability to really differentiate between where is the line between what's wrong with them, that everyone acknowledges there's something wrong with them, and then where is the line between that and exaggeration? And that's going to be up for the judge. And it's just kind of a question of, you know, where does the judge come down on this? She's an experienced federal judge. She's been on the bench for since 2010, and you know, I'm sure knows all about the lore of Tom Girardi. But I also don't think that, just given her background, that Judge Josephine Staten is one to have hobnobbed with him much. So I think we're going to get a clear picture here and a pretty powerful ruling from her, I think.
Megan, I was going to pull up that tweet where he said that expletive, but you wrote it out in full. And I'm like, all right, I can't pull this up for our audience yet. But,
yeah.
You know, you're saying it would be kind of a stretch, but it does make sense that if he said it under his breath, he was conscious, that he kind of knew what he was saying. It would have almost helped him more if he just said it out loud. Then you could say, yeah, he's crazy. He doesn't understand courtroom etiquette.
Yeah, perhaps. It was definitely one of the bigger courtroom moments. And then I have a former colleague at the legal trade publication that I worked at, the Los Angeles Daily Journal, that of course covered Tom Girardi pretty extensively. Just from an event, you know, we would see him at events, and Justin, the reporter in Los Angeles, had been to lunch with Tom Girardi a lot. So he actually saw him in the hallway, and Tom Girardi said to Justin, he said, "Oh, hi, Joe." So I said that's the only time that he said anything to reporters or answered question, is when he got my friend Justin's name wrong, like seeming to recognize him, but really also not knowing his name. And Justin remarked that he's pretty clearly cooked, is what Justin said. But I think the idea that he was faking that, I don't think Justin thinks that at all.
Right. And almost interesting that he, you know, acknowledges the reporter, but doesn't say his name. It's hard to tell, you know, because those are slight things that somebody that was smart and manipulative could be able to do that consciously. I want to go to this topic, though, of reality TV show business. Pulling up this photo of Tom Girardi with, well, they're separated now with Erica Jane, right? I don't think that the divorce has gone through. Him being this person on Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and it kind of being, you know, prominent on that show, is this going to backfire on him going forward? Because all of this embezzlement, this whole case was going on while he was on this show.
It was. And, you know, one thing that was brought up in his mental competency hearing that prosecutors are trying to use against him is it does sound like he is still in current contact with Erica Jane. Because as you said, the divorce hasn't actually gone through. I think anytime you have that many assets and with all his troubles, there's a lot for them to sort through. But the testimony during this hearing was that he is in current contact with her. And one of the experts who she did a multi-day interview with him at his assisted living center said that he actually took a phone call from Erica Jane during the interview. And she could hear Erica Jane on the other line. And Tom said something to her about, are you going to, he named the foreign country. And she said, oh yeah, you know, I'm getting ready for my trip. So the woman, the expert, said that she actually corroborated this by watching a Real Housewives of Beverly Hills show to see that Erica really did take this trip that took place the same time as this interview was taking place with Tom. So of course it was reported how much she charged an hour to watch these Real Housewives of Beverly Hills episodes of part of her research into Tom Girardi. But it was definitely established that the idea that they are completely separated and not in contact is not true, according to the testimony. They're still in current contact.
You want to create content that people remember. With Motion Array's new graphics category, create content better than ever.
Okay, Megan, hang on. I got to ask, how much was she paid an hour to watch this show? Because I do it for free. So,
you know, off the top of my head, I'd have to bring up my old article that's on legal affairs in trials.com. We had the one on the screen, and then I had a pretty in-depth article on the testimony that definitely has that figure in there. But of course, there's such another aspect to this scandal, which is the bankruptcy proceedings against Girardi Keese. And we've seen Erica get wrapped up in those. And I think there's been a lot of coverage over some diamond earrings that Tom Girardi had given her that she was forced to relinquish in an auction, because it turns out that the trustee, the court-appointed trustee who's now in charge of Tom Girardi's bankrupt law firm, she is going through the books and finding all the money that Tom Girardi took from the law firm and spent on things he shouldn't have. And she's trying to claw it back through a proceeding, the pretty common standard proceedings in bankruptcy court called adversary proceedings. So she's gone after Erica over these diamond earrings. And Erica's also been sued. She has a lot of civil exposure in this. We haven't seen any kind of whispering of criminal charges of this, and we haven't seen her around the courtroom at all for this, but she definitely hasn't escaped the legal problems that her husband has kind of brought here.
Well, what I was going to say is that clearly, well, to some extent, whether she knew or not what her husband was doing, obviously the benefit was there for her. I mean, I'm seeing tweets from people saying that he bought her a whole music career with all that money that he embezzled. And it just, I mean, how far is Erica going to be dragged into this? Is she going to be able to almost play ignorance if and when they do call her in to start testifying on this case?
Yeah, and I think that's a big question of whether we're ever going to see her in court and whether it would benefit prosecutors enough to put her on the stand. Because, of course, that's always been the talk amongst the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills crowd, the gossip crowd, is what is her knowledge. But she really has not been mentioned by prosecutors in terms of criminal culpability or trying to suggest that there was any kind of conspiracy there. I think if Judge Staten does declare that Tom Girardi is competent to stand trial, we could see more litigation, perhaps involving her, just pre-trial stuff. Could she possibly be called as a witness? But I've never really seen the benefit to prosecutors of putting her up on the stand unless she's a completely willing participant to talk about, oh yes, I knew about all this illegal activity my husband was doing. I'm not sure if they really need her as a witness at all. And then I think her own lawyers would, of course, advise her not to do that, not to cooperate with anything. But I also think her lawyer has taken the stance of, she has nothing to hide, that she was, basically a victim in this too. But I also think that her maximum exposure in this is perhaps past, or that we're still at it now, because she certainly has taken a lot of heat over this and the diamond earrings that she relinquished. And there's still litigation going on over that. There's just so many aspects of this scandal to unravel in court that I definitely don't think that she's escaped unharmed. And while we might not see much of her in the criminal case, I think these civil cases have a lot more life in them.
Megan, finally, I do have to ask, because we know that a couple of months ago, an LA court did say that Tom was competent to stand trial. When are we going to hear the final ruling? When is this going to go to trial?
Yeah, and it's actually the prosecutors who have said that he's competent to stand trial. The court is holding back and saying she wanted to hear the testimony and she wanted to get the briefing on it. But the prosecutors have definitely filed their own stuff saying that he's competent. The state bar court, I think, the state bar council has also alluded to, they think that he's faking this, but we are still awaiting the final ruling or any kind of hint of a ruling from the federal judge on this. And she hasn't said how soon she could do this. She made it clear that this is a really big decision. And I think she surprised some people when, after the hearing ended in September, she said she wanted full briefing on this, because she already had a round of briefing on this, but she made it clear that she wanted briefs that cited some of the testimony from the hearing. So I don't think we're going to see a ruling before the end of the year. We could, but I think given the magnitude of this, and this could be one of the most read rulings that she's issued in her judgeship. So I imagine early next year we're going to be seeing a decision on this.
Megan Cuniff, legal affairs reporter. Always a pleasure to have you here at Live Now from Fox, breaking down all the latest in all types of trials, the big headlines that we have been covering here. A pleasure to have you. We're going to talk soon.
Yes, thank you so much. What's up?
Consumer Cellular.
So yeah, I think that one went well. I like going on Fox Live now. They like having me too. It seems like pretty much, they want all the celebrity stuff, but I've got a good relationship with them now, so that basically any kind of case I'm covering, I can get them to do a segment on if it's
got enough national interest. So I'm going to be doing some more reporting on other things this week. I'm not sure what my next story is going to be like on Young Thug's case, because like I said, this trial coverage is just so kind of piecemeal right now, the testimony at least. But hopefully they're going to be back soon here, so I can go get a coffee. But yeah. Oh, and somebody says they're separated, divorce not finalized. But as I said in that talk, the testimony, the 3 days of testimony that I heard, that I've got an article on legalaffairsandtrials.com, they are still in contact. Like, she called him, he answered the phone, and it was the middle of a assessment that he was doing with one of the prosecution's experts. And he was talking to her like, hey, how's your show going? He knew about her show in Vegas, that kind of thing. So they're definitely still in contact. And of course that was being used to show that he is competent. He's able to form memory and recognize that it's Erica on the phone, that kind of thing. So I was thinking about, maybe I've got some others I could bring up here, not Young Thug related, but I love getting the reporters on to talk, because so many of the talking heads, I just think there's just such an aspect of self-promotion that comes with those lawyers who just sit on TV and talk about other attorneys' cases. Like, I don't know. I just think it's all those people just kind of the New York City let me switch over to a stream here for you. You know, somebody said Jonathan Majors, and I gotta confess, guys, I am really not interested in that case. I mean, if you guys want to find out about it, the trial's going on, just go to Twitter and type his name. There's tons of reporters covering it. Like, from a legal standpoint, it's not an interesting case. It's just a misdemeanor domestic violence case, and all the people who obsess over those domestic violence thing, like, take sides in the Twitter comments, like, you know, oh, free Jonathan. It's just, oh my God, it's insufferable. I'm not covering the Jonathan Majors case. I mean, I can talk about it, and I can look up on Twitter and see what's going on, but I'm an LA legal affairs reporter, guys. That's a misdemeanor domestic violence case going on in Manhattan court. There's a ton of coverage of it. Like, it's just, and it's not even that interesting of a case. I mean, I just think those cases are just so shitty on all sides, you know. It's like so personal for the people involved, and in the way people just kind of treat it as like entertainment is just kind of gross. But you know, not being in Manhattan, I don't know what's going on with it. I would just go to Twitter and just look up his name. Oh, cool. Oh, thanks, Kelsey. I appreciate you tuning in. I didn't mean to, I was just kind of talking in general, but it is, you know, I imagine I will be going to my Twitter feed soon and looking it up, because I am interested to see what they're saying. But being an LA reporter, I'm trying not to try to focus on things out here. There's so many cases out here that get no coverage whatsoever, because we just don't have the press corps that's interested in it. And I also just get kind of weary of how everybody thinks that whatever trial Law and Crime is streaming is, you know, a big trial or something. Like, but I mean, I think the YSL RICO trial is a big case, and it's interesting just because of the use of RICO in Georgia and the Trump stuff, and just how many defendants there are, the defense attorneys involved. The one case I can't get interested in is the Melly trial, and I feel like a lot of the coverage, especially on Twitter, of the YNW Melly trial just glorifies him. I mean, all the posts that are just pictures of him, and there's never any focus on the victims. It's gross, guys. But hopefully they come back soon. I'm going to go get a coffee here, but I'll leave this up for you.
Back from lunch.
Yes, sir. All the juries are present.
Thank you. Okay, what is it?
Your Honor, this applies to Mr. Stillwell, and I believe it's going to apply to Mr. Nichols as well. I believe that at some point this afternoon, the state is going to attempt to introduce certified convictions of my client. He pled guilty under Alford case, the Alford case, Alford v. North Carolina, and I should say North Carolina v. Alford, and I'm going to ask the court to instruct the jury as to what an Alford plea is actually is, because it's not an admission of guilt. And I believe that's important for the jurors to know. And I have a proposed instruction that I can email to Your Honor and the state, but it's from Skinner v. State, 297 Georgia Appeals 828. That's a 2009 case, and it was just reiterated in McCallum, MCCALLUM v. State, and that's A23A 1174. Also 2023 Georgia App Lexus 511 is a brand new case. And if Your Honor would like me to read what it says, I can, or I can just email it.
How do you spell McCallum?
MCCALLUM.
And give me the advance, or they should say advance sheet citation. It's A what?
23.
A20, 23. It's 23A?
Yes.
23A.
1174.
All right. Can you email everybody the proposed instruction, please?
Yes.
All right, do that now.
Your Honor, Westmoreland, on behalf of Nichols, we are asking for the same instruction for 2017 and 2018 conviction that I anticipate that the state will try to introduce today. Both of those cases were Alford pleas.
Let's hear the chairman.
Mr. Schardt, have you sent that to the court already?
Yes, Your Honor. It's been received.
I got it. I haven't received it.
Got it?
What's the state's position on I'd omit of course, the case and the citation, so.
That's fine. Less the locality.
Yeah, I would, if I give it, it would be the trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence.
Yeah.
Mr. Schardt, I'm just going to remind you, and I'm going to remind Ms. Westmoreland. If you ask about this and any witness, it is a form of a guilty plea. We record it as such. That's not in here. I'm not going to give that. If you open the door as to it, I'm going to include that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Both of you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted y'all to make sure. Okay. Can Ms. Hylton, if you'll just let me know before that, if that is
Your Honor, actually, the state intends to start with the introduction of uncertified copy of convictions for.
Sorry, so the microphone, please.
Oh, sorry. Your Honor, the state intends to start with
in the introduction of the certified copy of conviction for Trontavious Stevens, 2 for Mr. Stevens and 1 for Mr. Jackson, Stillwell Jackson.
Okay, so who, ma'am?
Yes, so for Trontavious Stevens, in indictment 13 SC 116787.
Okay, I need to know their names.
Trontavious Stevens.
Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, who else?
And then there'll be a second certified copy for Trontavious Stevens as well, under indictment 15 SC 140132. As well as for Mr. Shannon Jackson under that same indictment number.
And I would just ask that when we introduce the conviction for Mr. Stillwell, we introduce it as a guilty plea under oath instead of just a guilty. So it gives context to the judge's instruction, Your Honor's instruction.
That's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll start off with that and I'll tell them words to this effect. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to receive evidence in regards to some prior convictions. And I'll just put the trial court may accept a guilty plea. And I'll just include that from there. Okay?
Your Honor, if I might, for the record, Careton R for Mr. Huey, for the record, we would object to the introduction of these certified convictions coming in to this trial. We would argue that they are hearsay, and we don't have an opportunity to cross-examine these particular certified copies or these certified convictions.
Have you seen them?
I have seen them.
Okay, all right.
And with respect to that, Your Honor, I would argue that under Stafford versus the state, that's going to be 312 Georgia 811 2021 case, and we would argue to the court that
what's the citation again? You said
312 Georgia 811, and where it talks about hearsay statements that implicate a co-conspirator but do not advance the object of the conspiracy, such as statements that merely spill the beans about the conspiracy, are not admissible. So we argue that this is the Sixth Amendment confrontation clause issue as well. And on that basis, Your Honor, we would object to these convictions coming in at this trial.
State want to be heard on any of the issue before I rule?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the Stafford.
The staff, when I talk about co-conspirator statements, this isn't a statement. This is a certified copy of Mr. Stevens' conviction in this case, which is proof of the underlying crimes, which is a part of the overall RICO conspiracy, Your Honor. So I don't believe that Stafford applies in this case and in this instance, Your Honor.
Judge, we would just argue to the court that the convictions were prepared or done in a courting setting. So we would argue that we don't have the opportunity to cross-examine any of that conviction, any of the what went into that area.
Matthews, I'm going to deny your motion. And I'm surprised you didn't let Mr. Steele argue that since it's his case.
Your Honor.
But anyways, sir.
And I heard you ruling last week, Your Honor, in State versus Jefferson.
Yes, sir.
Again, if we have a continuing objection.
You may, sir.
Thank you very much, Your
You
Honor.
may, sir.
My pleasure.
All right. Okay. Anything else? Summon our jurors, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Do me a favor. Remove one of those chairs and move everybody over one. Yeah. Yes, sir. Okay.
You want this chair? I'm fine. If y'all slide this one.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have a good lunch?
Yes.
All right, excellent. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you are about to receive some certified convictions in evidence. A trial court, I'm just going to give you a preliminary instruction as to how you should consider those. I'm going to give you this instruction now, and I'll give you some more fuller. I'll give you a fuller instruction at the end of the trial when I charge you formally on the law you shall apply to the facts and the evidence as you determine them to be. A trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. Call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would like to enter State's Exhibit 11A pursuant to 24-9-901 subsection 1, which is a certified copy of the conviction of Trontavious Stevens in case number 13 SC 116787, where he pled guilty to aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
This is case 11A, is that correct?
11A, yes, Your Honor.
You said it was an offered plea, is that correct?
This was not an offered plea, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
He received 10 years to serve 60 days commuted to time served. His balance was on probation. And this is for the January 25th, 2013 aggravated assault with Captain Reginald Pettis. And that's my conclusion for State's Exhibit 11A that we'd like to tender as a self-authenticating document.
All right, any further objection as to 11A?
May we approach briefly?
Remember what I just instructed you as in terms of what a trial court may accept a guilty plea from a defendant who claims innocence if the defendant has intelligently concluded that it is in his best interest to plead guilty, and the court has inquired into the factual basis for the plea and sought to resolve the conflict between the plea and the claim of innocence. This is called an Alford plea. Okay? ALFORD.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, you may. States 11. Any further objections, States 11A? No. Okay, States 11A is admitted.
Next, Your Honor, the state would like to tender into evidence States 59G as in golf. This is under case number, 15 SC 140132 for Mr. Trontavious Stevens, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, failure to obtain stop sign, failure to have license on his person. He pled on the 10th day of March of 2016 before the Honorable Judge Henry Newkirk. He received 20 years to serve 10 years commuted to time served, balance on probation. And that was for the incident involving the stop with the marijuana on July 15, 2015. We would like to tender this again pursuant to as a self-authenticating document pursuant to 249-901 subsection 1.
Subsection what now?
1. And then last, Your Honor, under,
Any objection to 59G, sir? Or madam? Okay, all right. I'll note your continuing objection, and it's admitted over objection.
and last for this particular portion, Your Honor, we have under the same indictment number, 15 SC 140132, the certified copy of the conviction involving Mr. Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty under Alford to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, criminal use of an article with altered ID mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, where he received 10 years to serve 3 years balance on probation. And that is also for the incident involving the stop on July 15th, 2015.
And this is states what number?
60G.
Any further objection to 60G? That otherwise hasn't been made already? No. Okay, so I'll note your objection. 60G will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we're ready for our next witness.
All right, call your next witness, please, madam.
Your Honor, City Hall Sergeant Carlos Maldonado.
Sir Maldonado, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Yes, sir.
I am swear affirm testimony to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I have seen. State is still your first and last name for the courts now, including.
Sure.
My name is Sergeant Carlos Maldonado. Carlos is C-A-R-L-O-S, and Maldonado is M-A-L-D-O-N-A-D-O.
And Sergeant Maldonado, where are you employed?
I'm employed at the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for 11 years.
Where are you currently assigned?
Currently assigned to the Aggravated Assault Unit as a supervisor and as a federal task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have you been assigned to this unit?
Been with this unit since the summer of 2022.
If you can briefly tell the jury about your work history with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. I was graduated from the academy, and I was assigned to Zone 4, which is encompasses the southwest section of the city of Atlanta, all the way from the west end neighborhood of Atlanta to Kim Creek Parkway, pretty much the extreme boundaries of that zone. I was a patrol officer on evening watch, which is pretty much the middle of the day from 3 o'clock in the afternoon till at that point in time it was midnight. And then following my time on patrol, I went to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team, and I was assigned to target patrol and do target enforcement for areas following certain crime trends. For example, if there was a string of robberies in the area or burglaries, we were assigned to go and tackle that problem in that area. Following that, I was promoted to detective, and I was assigned to the robbery unit for the city of Atlanta, investigating all armed robberies and bank robberies in the city of Atlanta. Following that, I was transferred to the homicide unit and worked homicides. And then I was promoted to sergeant in the fall of 2020. And I was assigned back as a supervisor for that same FIT team, the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team. I was on the Zone 4 FIT team until the summer of 2022 when I was moved to my current assignment as a supervisor for the Aggravated Assault Unit.
So it takes you to July 3rd of 2017. What year were you assigned in 2017?
I was assigned to the Zone 4 Field Investigations Team as an officer.
Now, as a FIT officer, you kind of talk about some of your roles and responsibilities. As a FIT officer, did you talk with the community about some of the concerns or concerns?
I did. More times than not, it was business owners. They would have complaints that they would make.
Faces. I'll sustain objections to form. You can go ahead and rephrase.
Would you speak with community members?
I would.
Okay. And was it about crime?
Yes.
And what were you talked generally about what the 15, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Sure. Like I said, we were basically anytime that there was an issue going on within our zone, we were assigned to tackle that problem. Unlike a regular patrol officer who's just handling 911 calls or just doing their own self-initiated patrol, we didn't answer any sort of 911 calls. So if there was, say, as I stated previously, a rash of burglaries ongoing in a certain part of the zone, we were tasked with coming up for like a plan to help suppress those burglaries or whatever crime trend that it was. Typically, Zone 4 Fit, we would do traffic stops as well as suspicious person stops, actually stop vehicles or stop people. We also operate in other capacity as well. So we just go out there, not readily identifiable as police, and be able to put eyes on the community in a sense when they weren't expecting to see police.
And just talk a little bit about some members were undercover, where some people operated plainclothes as well as.
Yeah, so those are the three facets that we operated. One is an undercover capacity, which, as I stated, is when you're not readily identifiable as police, driving regular vehicles and wearing regular clothes. We also operated in a plainclothes capacity, which is where we're not wearing a uniform, but we are readily identifiable as police. In this case, the typical fashion that we address is wearing a vest that was clearly marked as police on the front and the back. And so if you were to see me, you would readily identify me as a police officer. And then, of course, the uniform capacity, which is the standard image you have of a police officer on patrol wearing a full marked uniform and operating in a marked vehicle.
Now, as a part of 15, when you went out to go into the community, were you by yourself or did you work with teams?
So on the Zone 415, it's a, like I said, it's a team environment. Typically, I'd be paired up with one officer. My partner at the time in 2017 was Officer Owen. And then we would have another vehicle, which would be occupied multiple times. So whenever we went and encountered a person, it wasn't just a single officer that was dealing with that person. We always had a team approach. So that way we definitely would have like a backup if we wound up in a situation where we needed it. More times than not, because we were operating in undercover capacity, we already saw people that were committing violations. So we knew that we were about to enter a situation that wasn't just a typical, stop on the street and just trying to talk with somebody.
I want to take to July 3rd, 2017. Did you have the occasion to encounter a 2016 Volkswagen Jetta?
I did.
And how did you first encounter or see that Jetta?
Sure. My partner, Officer Owen, and I were patrolling the area of the 700 block of Cascade Avenue when we observed the vehicle exit an apartment complex, which was the Volkswagen Jetta, which had a very heavy tint on all of the windows.
And when you say very heavy, to describe it.
It was to the point where, this was in the afternoon, about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we could not see inside of the vehicle to see who was operating inside of this vehicle.
Once you saw the vehicle with the heavy tint, what happened next?
Sure, we got behind the vehicle and initiated a traffic stop at the next major intersection the vehicle came to, which is the intersection of Cascade Avenue and Donnelly Avenue.
And where did you actually stop?
The vehicle pulled into the drive-thru of a Checkers restaurant, which is right at that intersection, and we initiated the stop when the vehicle was in the drive-thru.
Once you initiated the stop, what happened?
At that point in time, there were other members of my unit who came to join us on the stop. Myself and Owen approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and the other officers approached the passenger side of the vehicle.
Why was the car pushing that?
At this point in time, with this vehicle, we couldn't see inside the vehicle, so for just added safety, we had multiple people approach the vehicle.
Once you approached the vehicle, what happened?
We asked the driver to lower the windows because we couldn't see inside of the vehicle, and the door cracked open a little bit, and we were given a response they couldn't roll the windows down because the windows were freshly tinted.
At that point, when you were given a response that because of the freshly tinted, they couldn't roll down the windows, did you notice there was anyone else inside the vehicle?
At that point in time, no.
Did not know.
At that point in time, no.
Okay. After you were advised from the driver that they couldn't roll down the windows, what happened next?
We asked the driver for his driver's license, and he stated that he did not have one. And at that point in time, he was detained in handcuffs.
Once he was detained, was he removed from the vehicle?
He was.
Where was he placed?
He was placed in the rear seat of the patrol vehicle, which I was assigned to that day.
What happened next?
I changed his name and date of birth to run him on the in-car computer, and at that point in time, discovered he did not have a driver's license.
And what was his name?
His name was, I'm sorry?
What was the name he gave?
Quamarvious Nichols.
Once you ran, he came back unlicensed. What happened next?
I had stepped out of the vehicle, and at that point in time, I was told by another member of my team, Officer Chisholm, that we had received consent to search the vehicle.
And at this point, did you have other occupants in the vehicle?
Yes, at that point in time, we knew that the vehicle was occupied more than just the driver.
How many other people were in the vehicle?
In addition to the driver, there were 3 adults and a minor child.
Okay. So let's talk about the 3 adults. Was there someone seated in the passenger seat?
Yes, there was.
Excuse me, the front passenger seat?
Yes, there was.
Who was that person?
There was a female by the name of Fabian Pierre.
And then was there anyone in the back seat?
There was.
Okay. Who was in the back driver's side?
Directly behind the driver was an individual by the name of Brendan Warren.
And then what about behind the back passenger?
It was an individual by the name of Norman Ayers.
And then where was the minor child?
I can't recall. I can't recall. They were, I think, in the back, but I don't remember.
What happened once you all received consent to search the vehicle?
Myself and other members of the team proceeded to search the vehicle.
And what, if anything, did you find?
Sure. In the center console, we located a bag of suspected powder MDMA. We also found a pill bottle which contained 6 suspected pills of what's known as alprazolam. It goes by the brand name of Xanax, and a single suspected pill of ecstasy. Next to the bottle were several other glassine baggies, which are commonly used to in narcotic sales.
Faces.
It's not
Overruled.
Which are commonly used to you would place narcotics in the bag and then distribute them when you sell them. In addition to that, a loaded 9mm handgun was located underneath the driver's seat.
And I know you just said, but if you say it again, where were the suspected drugs or narcotics?
They were in the center console.
And within the center console, did it appear that anyone in the car would have to get access to?
Yes, it was within arm's reach of all the occupants.
Now, I know you said you received consent. Was that from the driver? Was that from the owner?
It was.
Basis.
Hearsay in violation of confrontation clause for the Georgia confrontation clause and the United States confrontation clause. He did not receive this.
I'll overrule the objection. Note your objection. Continue objection for the record, madam.
And once you found the suspected drugs and the firearm, what happened next?
At that point in time, we weighed the suspected drugs to see what the amount was. It ended up being, it was at visible quite a large amount, so we wanted to see what the appropriate charge would be for the narcotics. And then I Mirandized everyone in the vehicle to see if they would speak to me, and only one person elected to speak with me.
Okay. Did anyone claim, Your Honor?
You had an objection?
It may be approached.
All right, it's talk radio.
I can't hear you.
You holding the button? You want to advise your officer not to say anything else about anybody else? All right, I'm going to deny the motion.
Permission for.
Yes, please.
Honor, may I preserve my motion?
Yes,
For the
I've
record.
already noted for that for the record, Madam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
As it related, I know you said you tested the drugs, the weight of the drug. Did you do any field test for the drug itself?
No, the drugs are submitted and it's conducted by another person, not us on scene.
Did you ever test the window tint?
I did.
And did you determine if it was of a legal tint?
It was below. It was measured at 21%.
And on that evening, was anyone arrested?
Yes.
Who?
All the occupants of the vehicle.
And did you collect the items that were found?
I did.
And what did you do once you collected them?
A member of our team at the end of the shift submitted it to Atlanta Police property to be submitted as evidence.
And what happened with the vehicle?
The vehicle, as well as the child, we stayed on scene and released it to the child's aunt at the request of Ms. Pierre.
Now, permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm first showing you what's been marked as 61, 62, and 63H. Tell me if you recognize 61, 62, and 63H.
I do.
And how do you recognize 61, 62, and 63H?
All these items marked with this Atlanta evidence label with our case number and then a description of what they are, which reflects what I've notated in the report.
And that's what you thought it was when you.
Objection to leading question.
That's the same question, Mr. Form. You can rephrase though.
What you thought it was, those drugs that you named earlier.
Yes, the label that's on here, what the items are.
And also looking at 64H. Tell me if you recognize the 64H.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 64H?
This is the firearm which we retrieved from the vehicle, and it's accurately labeled like the previous items with an Atlanta Police evidence label that has our case number.
And does this appear to be all the items that you found back in July 3rd, 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 61, 62, and 63H as well as 64H.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, I renew my objection from earlier this morning.
And it's continuing.
Thank
I'll
you.
note that. I'll admit 61, 62, 63H, and 64H over objection.
Permission.
Officers see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, looking at 61H, if we can tell the jurors what you thought this was.
Sure. It's going to be 6 pills of suspected alprazolam, which, as I stated before,
Approach.
Hold on.
So first of the 61, what's the 61H?
Sure, there's 6 suspected pills of alprazolam, which goes by the common name of Xanax.
And looking at 62H?
And that is a single suspected pill of ecstasy.
And lastly, looking at 63H.
And that is the suspected MDMA powder, which totaled at 47.7 grams with the ecstasy pill.
And now looking at 64H.
And that is a 9mm Taurus handgun, which at the time had 10 cartridges in the magazine and 1 in the chamber.
And where was the gun found again?
Underneath the driver's seat.
Now, after collecting the evidence, and taking it down to APC property, did that conclude your involvement in the case?
After transport and obtaining the warrants and the report, yes.
Okay. And you just mentioned something. You said it was 10 cartridges. One was in the chamber. What's that?
Sure, it means that in the magazine, which is inserted into the well of the weapon, there were 10 cartridges or otherwise known as rounds. And then there was an additional round that was in the chamber of the weapon, meaning that if the trigger was pulled, it would fire.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Maldonado.
Afternoon.
All right, so you just explained to us that you were a member of the team, correct?
That's
In 2017. And it would be fair to say that the difference between, one of the differences between the FIT team and a regular street patrol team is to target high-level crimes?
That is correct.
Okay. And during this time period, you were following the trend of robberies, that's fair?
That is correct.
Okay. And when you saw this vehicle, you did not suspect this vehicle as being a participant in any type of robbery, correct?
No, that is correct.
You saw car window tints, and that is the sole reason you pulled this car over. That's your testimony, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And you explained that you had several FIT members with you, correct?
Correct.
You plus 4 more.
I think it was myself, Owen, and yes, myself, the former.
All right. And the FIT team, you were in two separate vehicles that day, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw this vehicle, you pulled this vehicle over, and all of the FIT team approached the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
Now, it is general practice for the FIT team to all get out of the vehicles and approach a vehicle at the same time, right?
It is.
All right, so it wasn't just the window tint. That wasn't the reason that you approached, that all of the FIT team approached the vehicle. You always all approach the vehicle, generally speaking, correct?
Correct.
So you had the vehicle surrounded, 3 officers on one side, 2 officers on the other, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Owens actually went to the driver's side where Mr. Nichols was sitting, right?
Correct. I was next to him.
Okay. All right. So Officer Owens, from your understanding, asked Mr. Nichols to roll down his windows.
Correct.
All right. And Mr. Nichols said, hey, I can't roll down the windows, and opened the door to comply.
Correct.
Right. And then Mr. Nichols was asked for identification.
Correct.
He explained that he didn't have any.
Correct.
Up until this point, Mr. Nichols is being cooperative with you, fair?
He was.
Now, inside of the vehicle, you listed some passengers, 3 black males.
Including the driver.
Including the driver, 1 black female.
Correct.
And a child.
Correct.
All right, so at this point, after Mr. Nichols explains that he does not have his identification, he's detained.
Correct.
He's taken back to the patrol car,
Yes.
right? And you're with the patrol car.
Yeah.
All right, so Officer Owen spoke to Nichols, but you took Mr. Nichols to the patrol car, correct?
Correct.
All right, and you asked Mr. Nichols identifying information, correct?
Yes.
And he gave it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, while you were in the car, there was another officer with you, Officer Chisholm?
Correct.
Is that correct? And Officer Chisholm, from your understanding, separated the female passenger from her child and the other occupants in the car, correct?
She asked her to step out.
Yes, and she had a private conversation.
Yes.
One that you weren't privy to.
That is correct.
Okay, let me ask you about that. Body cameras, it was body footage of this traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Okay, and body footage lasts for 5 years?
Depending on the case, yes.
Depending on the case, but in this case, the body camera footage was supposed to be retained for 5 years, correct?
Correct.
All right, so when this case was originally indicted May 9th of 2022, and remember, this incident happened July 3rd of 17. That was within the 5 years.
Correct.
Did you receive any type of notification or instruction from the government to say, hey, retain this body camera footage?
I did not.
Do you know if any other members of the FIT team, and this is just to your knowledge, do you know if they were told, hey, retain this footage?
To my knowledge, no.
All right, so the car was searched.
Yes.
And you have testified that you found some pills, correct?
Yes.
2 pills, and that you found 2 baggies of some type of solid substance.
Correct.
And you have testified suspected substance because you don't know, right? You're not the GBI.
Correct.
You didn't test these things.
No.
All right, now, several individuals were arrested, right? All of the adult passengers.
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that a little bit. Miss Pierre, she was the registered owner of the car, correct? All right. And Miss Pierre was arrested that day for the suspected 2 baggies, right?
Correct.
All right, so she was arrested for trafficking with that. She was also arrested for the pills.
Correct.
Okay. And she was also arrested of a drug-related object, right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, and Mr. Norman Harris, he was arrested, correct? All right, and Mr. Harris, he was arrested for the pills, right?
He was.
And he was arrested for trafficking in illegal drugs, correct?
He was.
All right. And Mr. Harris was later indicted for the firearm, but you did not arrest him for possession of a firearm, correct?
From the information that I've gathered since, correct.
All right, and so that was not your decision to arrest Mr. Harris for the firearm, correct?
Correct.
All right, so that would have had to be the prosecution. You had nothing to do with that.
That was not my charges.
All right. And Brandon Warren, he was arrested.
He was.
Let's talk about that briefly. Mr. Warren was arrested for trafficking?
He was.
So that's the 2 baggies, right? And Mr. Norman was arrested for the suspected pills.
He was.
All right. And Mr. Norman was also arrested for the drugs in a different container, correct?
You said Mr. Norman that time.
Mr. Warren.
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Warren was also arrested for possession of a firearm.
He was.
Okay. And then Mr. Nichols was arrested.
He was.
Okay. Now, officer, let me ask you this. You did not arrest Mr. Nichols for anything gang-related, correct?
I did not.
You did not. And you did not arrest any of the individuals in this vehicle with any gang charges, right?
I did not.
Okay. And you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And you're trained to write reports?
Correct.
All right. And you're trained that if you need to supplement a report, that you can supplement a report, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And you're trained on how to write an affidavit for a warrant, correct? And you are trained to how to write a citation, correct?
I am.
All right. So in this case, you wrote pretty much the list that I just gave you, right?
That is correct.
All right. And in any of the reports or any of the lists that I just gave you, you did not report anything in reference to any type of gang activity with this traffic stop, correct?
I did not know.
All right. And you didn't report anything in reference to any type of gang activity in reference to what you seized, correct?
Correct.
All right. So gang just wasn't mentioned, correct? All right. All right, just a few more questions. You're aware that Norman Harris pled guilty to possession of a firearm and the drugs, correct?
I was not aware, no.
You were not aware of that. Okay. Pierre, you testified that she was the owner of the car. I want to make sure that I have that correct, right?
That is correct.
And you're aware that Ms. Pierre pled to the alleged drugs found in the vehicle?
I was not aware.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anybody else? Say that when you read, right?
Yes, briefly. The location of Donnelly and Careton, is that in Fulton County?
It is.
And as relates to the body cam, were you ever asked to look for the body?
I was.
Okay. And did it come a point in time years ago, was that body cam produced?
Well, I myself was not asked until recently.
Okay. So you were asked to locate the body cam.
Correct.
And what is the policy of the body cam footage for a traffic stop such as this with the Atlanta Police Department?
Sure, a traffic stop or any of the rest, the body camera footage is has a retention period of 5 years.
And let me ask this, as a fit officer, do you generally take out gang wars or that's assigned to another?
That's assigned to another unit.
And why is that?
Because typically officers and investigators assigned to the gang unit have a better understanding of gangs. Myself in that position in my career, like any other patrol officers, we don't generally have that much knowledge when it comes to the gang.
Well, you have shield in the doors too,
So officers have the option to take outside training. They can go and get more information about gangs. At that stage of my career, that's not where I was. Since then, I've gained that, but at that time of the stop, I did not have that knowledge.
And that responsibility would be different if they want to take.
That is correct.
I don't know.
Anything further, Ms. Westmoreland?
Yes.
Sergeant Maldonado.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would have observed what you thought was gang activity on July 3rd, 2017, you would have reported it, correct?
If I would have had the knowledge of it, yes.
No further questions.
Any further, Ms. Hylton? Just briefly, Judge. All right.
Sergeant Maldonado, good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Sergeant Maldonado, you are familiar with APD SOP 3067 gang data reporting?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay, so if I showed you the document, do you think it would refresh your recollection?
I'm not sure if I've read that particular SOP.
Are you gonna show it to him, sir?
Yeah, Protron.
I would object if he said he's not aware of it.
He said it, I think he stated that if he saw it, he may or may not be aware of it.
He said, I'm not sure if I read that particular SOP.
All right. So perhaps if I could show it to him, see if he's read it.
That's fine.
You have one, it was, let's put DHM for identification.
May I approach this witness, Your Honor?
May I, sir?
Sergeant, I'm showing you this document for your review.
Yes, sir.
It refreshes your recollection as it relates to your understanding of that particular SOP as a veteran with the Atlanta Police Department.
Sure. This particular SOP, it does not ring a bell to me, no, sir.
So then it doesn't ring a bell, but as an Atlanta Police Department officer, you then don't know or have not been familiar with the fact that responding officers have a responsibility to collect and record any evidence that tends to indicate gang involvement.
Through regular training, but as far as reading it in the SOP, no, sir.
Okay. Are you required as a sergeant with APD to be familiar and abreast of the various SOPs within your agency?
I am.
And this one you're not?
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Can I see the SOP for a moment? And did you admit it?
You said it's just been identified.
Oh. Well, I didn't know if anybody, I need to look.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if it was my turn to question.
Are you finished, Mr. Matthews?
Yes, I am.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
This incident we referred to was in what year?
2017.
All right, I'm gonna show you DH1. What year is this SOP?
Your Honor, it's not in there. Overruled objection, Mr. Steele.
What year was that?
The effective date is August 13th of 2020.
So this is after this stop right here. Was this after the stop?
It was.
What's his name?
Was it after the stop?
Yes.
We'll need a copy of that, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Malvo, may I just talk to a brief follow-up? Sergeant Malvo, the fact that you're not familiar with this particular SOP, you don't know when it was initially put in place, correct?
That is correct.
Nothing further.
All right, again, Mr. Matthews, can you give us a copy of that?
Yes, sure.
Please give that to Ms. Weaver, please.
Yes, sure.
Anything further?
No, from the scene.
May we permanently temporarily excuse Sergeant Maldonado.
Permanently.
All right, so Sergeant Maldonado, thank you for your patience with us.
Thank you.
Permanently excuse you, we just want to discuss your testimony. Anybody?
Accept the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'll call your next witness, madam.
Your Honor, prior to that, can we take a brief break? I just want to show Ms. Westmoreland.
Would you like me to recess in place?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Westmoreland. Sergeant C. Ross.
All right. Sergeant C. Ross, please. Sergeant C. Ross. All right, Sergeant Ross, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness before you sit down.
Raise your right hand. Swear affirm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
See? State together first and last name for the prosecution.
First name Charles, Charles. Last name Ross, ROSS.
And Sergeant Ross, where are you employed?
I'm sorry.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
for about 11 years now.
And what do you do with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I'm a sergeant in the Zone 2 area,
And how long have you served as a sergeant?
approximately 4 months.
If you can tell the jury briefly about your career with the Atlanta Police Department.
So I started my career in 2012. 2013, I was sworn in as an officer. Spent time in the Zone 5 area, which encompasses this courthouse, as well as most of the downtown area, before I went to Zone 1, which is the bank area. I spent about 3 years in patrol before I was moved over to the Apex unit, which is a proactive unit that's citywide. We target violent offenders and other individuals engaged in lower level narcotics and various other smaller crimes. We also do warrant entries for individuals that may be barricaded or for narcotic seizures. I spent about 3 years in that assignment before I was then promoted to an investigator and assigned to the robbery unit. I spent about 3 years in the robbery unit handling citywide robberies throughout the city before I was promoted, well, not promoted, but moved to the city's Homeland Security and Cyber Crimes unit. Spent about a year there working in that capacity where we were responding to threats throughout the city that may have been related to like the Georgia Dome or various threats made to individuals throughout the city. I was recently promoted to sergeant and assigned to Zone 2.
And are you post certified?
I am.
I'm going to take you to October 23rd, 2018. What unit were you assigned with APD?
2013, 2018, I've been assigned to the Apex unit.
And you spoke briefly about what the Apex unit did. Tell the jury about your job and responsibilities.
Okay, so under the current command over there, we were assigned to a specific zone. Each day we'll go out to that zone and try to locate violent offenders that had outstanding warrants or make proactive stops and arrests based on probable cause as far as violent crimes, narcotics, and various other incidents.
And in order to kind of stop these types of crimes, were there any investigation tools or things that you use in order to assist you on identifying the target crime locations or anything like that?
Yes.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
Did you use any investigative tools?
Yes. One of those tools being social media.
And why was social media helpful for you all?
To me, social media was like a huge impact. It was a way to reach out and, find a lot of the individuals because most times when you have an investigations, they will tag or associate individuals that they have some type of.
I'll sustain this to form. You can rephrase.
I think that was Mr. Steele.
Yeah, it was Mr. Steele. And Ms. Westmoreland.
In your experience in using that social media tool, what did you find in yours?
I found that individuals tag other individuals that they partake in criminal activity with.
I say with?
Yes.
With what?
Like they participate in criminal activity with.
Oh, who they?
Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Now, no, I just was through my friend. Now, when you were just speaking about some things you saw that was purported criminal activity, you don't know, you haven't, it was purported criminal activity.
Yes.
Okay. Taking you to October 23rd, 2018, did you have the occasion to interact with Quamarvious Nichols?
I did.
All right. Prior to interacting with him, had you seen him previously?
Yes, via social media.
And where on social media did you see him?
On an Instagram page that I believe to be associated with Mr. Nichols.
Okay. And why did you believe that social media page to be associated with him?
After reviewing the page, he had various photos of himself on the page, as well as he posted video stories that encompass, well, I'm sorry.
Faces?
He doesn't know, lack of foundation, speculation, relevance, he doesn't know who's supposed to walk. The foundation is
I'm
not.
gonna sustain the objection.
Was an individual who appeared to be a Quamarvious Nichols in those videos.
Yes.
Not knowing who posted it, but was he in the video?
Not knowing who posted it, Mr. Nichols was in the videos.
And was it on the page believed to be Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
And did that page have a name?
Yes,
Okay. And I guess, was that like an Instagram handle?
it was.
Okay. What was that Instagram handle?
The Instagram handle was bitch, it's Quay.
Okay.
Or Qua, I don't know how you pronounce it.
And is that BITCHITSQUA?
Yes.
All right. And did that person who you interacted with on October 23rd, 2018, did that appear to be him
Yes.
on those videos?
I'm over the objection now.
I think my first question was, did you interact with him on that day?
Yes.
All right. And did that appear to be the same individual in the video?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you see Mr. Nichols on social media on October 23rd, 2018, or a video of Mr. Nichols on that day?
Yes.
All right. Tell me, how did you come to see that social media video?
Well, I looked on Instagram and I noticed that there was a story attached to Mr. Nichols' page. After pressing the story, it began to display the video.
Okay. And I know what the story is.
Oh.
Maybe our jurors all know what the story is, but when you say story, what are you referring to?
I got you. So Instagram has like a mini video feature where around the icon of a person's profile photo, they can attach videos throughout the day of various things. It could be sports, it can be, actual videos that they took of themselves. All kinds of things can be posted to the story, and I think it's retained for like 24 hours, or unless they delete it.
And what time generally did you get to work back in 2018? What time was your shift?
Depending on the call, it would have been between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and I would have got off around 10 o'clock or midnight.
And what, if anything, did you see on this Instagram story?
So once the Instagram story began to play, I saw the male that I believed to be Mr. Nichols at the time before actually meeting him. He was inside of a vehicle. It appeared to be a Chevy, gray in color. He was sitting inside the passenger seat of that vehicle. Next to him was a red bag.
All right, the objection's overruled. Go ahead.
No.
What did you see on the video?
Oh, okay. As the video began to play, there was a male I suspected to be Mr. Nichols sitting inside the driver's seat of the Chevy. It was a gray and colored Chevy. The door was open. He had a red bag that I could see like in the background, and what appeared to be in his hand was the marijuana. He was twirling it up in the bag while talking to some individuals outside the door. One, an older lady, making statements as like that the older lady wanted a young nigga, and Quay, hello? Can you hear me? I got you. Starting back over, I observed the male that I believe to be Mr. Nichols sitting in the driver's seat of the Chevy. He had what appeared to be a red bag in the background. He had a small bag of marijuana that was being twirled in his fingers while engaging in conversation with individuals outside the vehicle. One individual being an older female, which the conversation went to the effect of Auntie want her a young nigga, and Quay trying to be a victim. Then you can see Mr. Nichols say, I'm trying to be a victim, before the video cut off. Oh, I'm sorry. And also in the background behind the older lady was the lady was a pure white vehicle in color.
And about how long was this video?
No longer than 30 seconds.
And once you saw that video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately called a team together to further investigate. That would require me, reaching out over radio or calling people or something, and letting them know a staging location to meet me at in regards to what I had just witnessed. Those individuals would have met me at that staging location. I would advise them or maybe even show them the video of what I saw, and gave them all the information on what we were going in to do and who we were looking for and what we were looking for. And then we would have proceeded to the location. I would also make my sergeant aware, and K9.
And 2612, can you tell us where is that location?
2612 still is in the Cleveland Avenue corridor. It runs right off of Cleveland Avenue. The drive may be from where I'm sitting just out into the hallway, from the actual street of Cleveland Avenue to the entrance of the apartment complex.
Were you able to make contact with officers in the staging location?
I was.
Where was that staging location?
The staging location was at I'm not sure if it was open, but it used to be the Piggly Wiggly. It's right across the street, off of Cleveland Avenue.
And once you met with officers at the staging location, did you give them instruction as you just discussed?
I did.
All right. What happened next?
Then we would all caravaned over to the location and began our investigation.
And did you all go over to that location?
Yes.
Tell the jury what occurred as you were going over to that location.
So as we made our approach, upon turning or crossing over the street, since it was literally across the street, I heard an individual yell out 12, which is slang.
Basis. I'll rephrase this to the form. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
Let me ask you this. Were you all in patrol vehicles?
We were.
And were they marked patrol vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And the term 12, what does that mean?
What
was your understanding?
I'll overrule the objection.
What is your understanding of what 12 means?
12 is slang for police.
Okay. And in your experience, have you heard individuals yell out 12 previously?
Yes.
And in your experience, when someone yells out 12, what happens?
Individual that's engaged in criminal activity, that gives them like a...
I'll sustain this to form. All right, you can rephrase, madam. I'll strike the last word, ladies and gentlemen, just disregard the criminal activity issue.
When you heard 12, did you hear someone yell out 12?
I did.
When you heard 12, in this case, what occurred? What did you see?
Upon entering the actual apartment and making the turn, I was able to see the suspected vehicle, which was a small Chevy, and a white vehicle still sitting next to it. As we made our way to progress, this is only in seconds as well. As we made our way to progress to the parking lot, I noticed that the door for the Chevy was locked remotely, causing the horn and stuff to beep, and the lights to actually flash to, signify that the vehicle is locked. And then we made our approach to the white Toyota Solara.
And with 12, in your training experience, is that an alert that police are coming?
Yes.
I'll overrule the objection.
Is that an alert that police are coming? Once you got inside and you saw the gray vehicle, the lights click on and off, what happened once you got closer to the vehicle?
Once I got closer to the vehicles, I then exited my patrol vehicle. As soon as I began to exit my patrol vehicle, I smelled the smell of burning marijuana. I then began asking individuals outside, like, hey, who has the weed? Where's the marijuana at? I then made my way over in between the two vehicles that I saw, or I believed to see in the Instagram photo, where I encountered Mr. Nichols. I asked them, did they have any marijuana, because it seemed like the smell was coming from within the vehicle. I then detained Mr. Nichols and the passengers in the vehicle, as well as the individuals standing around the gray Chevy.
So let's slow that down a little bit. When you approached the gray vehicle that you saw in the video with Mr. Nichols, was there anyone in that vehicle?
No, that vehicle was empty.
All right. And you said that he was in another vehicle. Where was that vehicle?
He was in a Toyota Solara that was parked maybe like 4 feet away. He was in like the door frame, sitting on like the where you step out of the vehicle. That he was sitting right there, leaning over towards a female passenger or driver.
Now, in the door frame, was he on the driver's side or the passenger side?
He was on the driver's side.
Okay, and was the driver's side of the Solara, what color was the Solara?
Solara was white. Two-door.
Right, two-door. Was the driver's side closer to the driver's side of the gray vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And describe, was the gray vehicle pointed back in?
The gray vehicle was back then facing, if somebody was about to leave the parking lot, facing to leave out, and the white Solara was parked facing the actual apartment, so it was facing opposite directions.
And Mr. Nichols was crouched into the door.
Yes.
All right. Where, you said there were two females in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, where were they seated?
Both in the front passenger seats. Well, front seats. One was in the driver's seat. The second female was in the passenger seat.
When you first approached, did you see any type of keys or anything that goes to the gray vehicle?
No, not upon my immediate approach.
Okay. So once you approached, you said you smelled burning marijuana. What happened?
I detained everybody and then began my search of the vehicle for the actual marijuana.
Which vehicle did you
The white Toyota Solara. I began to notice small crumbs, or what is referred to as shake, of marijuana throughout the vehicle on the floorboard. Upon walking around to the passenger side of the vehicle where the other young lady was sitting, I noticed a blunt of marijuana sitting on the ground outside, just outside of the door of that vehicle.
Now, once you noticed the marijuana on the passenger side of the door, what happened?
I didn't collect that marijuana. I believe I got IDs from everyone, and checked those IDs on us.
Once you checked the IDs, what happened next?
I then walked back and I took my flashlight, peered inside of the gray vehicle, and got an update from Careton, who was already en route, as to how long it would take them to get out there to continue my investigation, on which I initially came for the gray Chevy vehicle.
And why did you call K9?
Because that's a normal practice. Whenever I have like a suspicion of some type of drug investigation, I have them come out to assist, as well as another resource in identifying and locating where possible drugs may be in that crime scene.
As you waited for the K9 to come, did you ever locate a key for the gray vehicle?
I did. So upon that initial search, where I noticed the shake, there was the center console. I lifted up the center console and located blunt spray and what appeared to be a Chevy key. The blunt spray is, I think, significant because I began. Basis. I sustained the crime.
In your knowledge and experience, why is blunt spray significant?
Objection as to relevance.
I'll overrule the objection. Lay some more foundation. Blunt spray. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. That's good.
As in your investigation, have you heard of blunt spray?
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience as an officer, what does blunt spray do?
It's a fragrance used to mask the odor of marijuana, hence, or any other type of scent that may be overpowering your vehicle.
Okay. And as you're investigating, you found some blunt spray?
Yes.
All right. What else?
I located the key for the Chevy, and that was all.
Where was that key located?
It was inside the center console of that Toyota Solara.
And was that center console, was the door open or closed?
I believe it was closed, and I opened it.
Once you saw the key, what did you do?
I stepped away from the vehicle. I believe I asked the individuals if the key belonged to them. I believe so. All this happened around the same time.
And did anyone take ownership of that key?
No. Basis.
No hearsay.
I'll sustain the question. Just rephrase it.
Did Mr. Nichols take ownership of the key?
No.
Did you ask any? Did you speak with any of the individuals out there that
I did. I Mirandized the owner of the vehicle. Basis.
This is about the hearsay violation of Mr. Nichols' compensation clause of the United States Constitution and the Georgia Constitution.
All right, okay.
Your Honor, this is not testimony nor the
I'll overrule the
confrontation.
objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
Go ahead.
I'm Mirandized Ms. Jessica Lindley, who's the owner of the white Toyota Solara. She then waived her right to counsel, meaning she didn't want a lawyer as she spoke with me, and she agreed to speak to me at that time. I then asked her, where the keys came from. She stated that she did not know where the keys came from. She doesn't know how the keys got into her vehicle. She advised that she was looking at her cell phone when I guess when we arrived, and did not notice when anybody would have placed that key in her vehicle, as well as she did not notice when anybody. I'm going to overrule the objection. And I know the continuing objection, we've already dealt with this issue. She also mentioned that she doesn't know who would have used that key fob to possibly lock the Chevy next to their vehicle.
So at this point, no one claimed ownership to that key at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did K9 ever arrive?
K9 did arrive.
Okay. What happened once the K9 came?
I believe Officer Cornelius, I gave him a rundown of what happened, or I asked him, did he have the general gist of why we were out here, what was going on. He then deployed his K9 and allowed his K9 to conduct an investigation around the general area before being led to the gray the gray Chevrolet, and the dog began to nibble at the door handle and then jump up and scratch the door, which at that point he notified me that the dog had alerted on the. I sustain what said currently. Is conducting an investigation and advised me that the dog alerted.
Did you get a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. When
I sustain that objection.
when did you get the search warrant?
Immediately, within a few minutes after, finding out that it's possibly narcotics in the vehicle.
Once you got the search warrant, did you come back?
I did.
Did you search the vehicle?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
Approximately 17 grams of marijuana, baggies, which are consistent with or indicative of the crime of. Basis.
Lack of foundation.
Your Honor, he's an officer.
I will objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
And bags which are indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute, as well as a digital scale, I believe, and 3 firearms were located throughout the vehicle.
And let me ask you this, the video, the Instagram video, did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And as well as this incident in its entirety, was it recorded? Did you have body cam video?
It was.
And was the entire incident recorded on body cam?
The incident was recorded on body cam.
Both the first part as well as the search warrant?
Yes, my initial investigation as well as the search of the vehicle.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the Instagram video as well as the body cam footage for this incident?
I have.
Your permission to approach. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 68I. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear there were any additions or deletions of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time still like the 26 and 68I as evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already.
Well, it's slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Your Honor, I have a response.
All right, what's your supposed to say response?
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overruled, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, maybe we approach somebody.
All right. All right, stop reading. Your angry eyes? Okay. Press the button. Okay. Hold on. Yes, you may continue, madam.
Sergeant Ron.
Yes, ma'am.
The Instagram video that you watched, does that appear to be that same clip that you saw on the day of, prior to going over to the 2612 Steel Avenue?
Are you?
The Instagram video, that's one that is in.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the video clip that you saw that led you to 2612 Steel?
Yes.
And is that the same video that you downloaded and then gave to us?
Yes.
At this time, say like.
Has it been changed or altered in any way from the time period that you downloaded it to today, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
At this time, say like 268.
Any further objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Continuing objection.
I'll mark a continuing objection, admit over your objection.
Permission to publish?
You may. How long is it gonna take?
Yes, it's probably about a total 35.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a little comfort break, let you stretch, and let's take 10 minutes. We'll come back and we'll play the exhibit for you, okay? All right, we're in recess.
All right, so jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may be excused. We'll be in recess 10 minutes. We're here.
All right. Oh, got an echo. So what, as they say, a 10-minute break that will end in 25 minutes? Guess that's how this court is. Hopefully not, but that's how it goes. If somebody wants a recap, you're assuming I've just been paying attention. I mean, we're all watching the live stream, but we're going to be seeing a 35-minute video, obviously, when we get back from break. And when they started talking about that, I hadn't been like, what exactly is this video going to be about? But this is just really piecemeal testimony. I mean, I've got other things to monitor here, and I'm thinking about a story to do for my mailing list. I've got a couple of things that I could do, but there's a sentencing that just happened in LA federal court that I tweeted about. It's actually Judge Walter, the judge I've been thinking about while watching this shit show of a trial, because he would freak out and he'd be able to manage this case down into 7 trial days or something. But he just sentenced a YouTuber to 6 months in prison for he actually obstructed an investigation into himself staging a plane crash. He staged a plane crash near it was on the way to Mammoth Lakes, and of course he filmed it and was going to put it on YouTube. But he's an Olympic snowboarder, and I tweeted out the documents, but a bunch of stuff, just but a bunch of interesting stuff in his sentencing memorandum. So I was going to go through that. I mean, to me, that is much more interesting than some Atlanta police officer testifying about one overt act in a RICO case in this shit show of a trial that's going to go on for months. I think the next story I'm going to do on this, because I mean, my coverage on this is basically just limited to tweets and then me live streaming it. I did that one story for my mailing list that kind of introduced it to everybody, but I think it's kind of funny when people talk about a lot of people seem to think that reporting is just Googling and that coverage is just like journalism is just a couple tweets or something. To me, journalism is like long form articles and the articles that I send out on my mailing list. And I just don't see any kind of story here on the Young Thug stuff. And like somebody's asking about damage on property. What was he convicted of? He pleaded guilty to some charge. I mean, that's all stuff I want to look up and do a story on. So it just seems like we're so in the days of like sound bites. And a lot of the times when you turn on these commentary things and the lawyers, I mean, they're just talking out their asses. They don't even know. It's just people sharing opinion and analysis or something. And, you know, it's just pretty devoid of facts. So, oh, my mailing list. Yeah. legalaffairsandtrials.com. I got to promote that well on here, but my website is legalaffairsandtrials.com and I have it through Substack. So it is a, here is my mailing list here. And yeah, it's through Substack, and really that, I mean, that and YouTube are my big income makers. So if people can give me a subscription on there and hopefully a paid subscription, I did get a big boost from my Washington Post profile and everything. And I've gotten some MVP subscribers, which I appreciate. But, you know, I've got such a big audience online, social media for hip hop stuff. And it's really, really geared toward YouTube, which I think this is great for this because, you know, I've done one story on this Young Thug thing so far, and my mailing list was pretty good with that. But the bulk of my mailing list, like paid subscribers and my original subscribers and fans, are LA lawyers who like coverage of LA courts. Like all the stuff I was talking about with Judge Walter, like the way he manages courts and stuff, like that's the kind of coverage they're kind of looking for. So I'm looking, I've got one story I need to do on a sentencing that happened last week with Judge Carter, who's here in Orange County and is well known for his role in the January 6th case and John Eastman, but he just sentenced a former Marine, and there's this interesting backstory with that. But that's kind of a timeless story that I can do anytime. This YouTuber was just sentenced today, so I kind of want to dig through and find that. Of course, I didn't go up to the sentencing in LA, but I want to reach out to his lawyer and see if he did an allocution, because so many people are going to cover this, but they're just going to write up the news release. They're not going to do anything other than that. But and a big question for me when I'm putting together these stories is always a photo, because I want to make sure that there's a good photo for the story, for the mailing list to send out. And this guy's lawyers actually posted photos of him on a freight train, hopping a freight train, where I'm just like, why would you advertise that kind of behavior in a defense memo? But it's because in the probation report, the pre-sentence report, they claim that these train hopping incidents are 2 incidents when it's actually only 1. So his lawyers included these shots as exhibits to try to establish that you can see a Southern California beach in one of the photos. Shows that the same train that he hopped, that he was like charged in Nevada for, it's the same one in California. So he shouldn't be like penalized twice for criminal history for it. But it was just kind of a weird case, and he's an Olympic snowboarder. So I'd like to talk to his lawyer, Carrie Axel. Who is she a lawyer for? I think she's also a lawyer for, she's also representing Yasiel Puig in the former MLBer in his false statements case with the FBI. But I want to reach out to her. And there's just like this classic reporting that I think a lot of content creators, of course, don't do that, but some of the like new age journalism stuff is just so superficial, and people get so excited about me like posting one court document, and they think it's like Pulitzer Prize winning journalism. Just the fact, and really it's just the fact that I know how to get that stuff really fast. It only takes a couple seconds to like screenshot something and blast it out there. And if that was all I was doing day in and day out, I would not find it very fulfilling as a journalist. Like, that's why I really enjoyed the putting together that Girardi story that I did, and then being able to go on, do some live discussions. I think that's great. But I'm thinking if I put together a story on this YouTuber sentencing, and actually I should reach out to Fox Live now and see if they want to do a segment on this. So yeah, somebody says you break the internet every time you drop court documents. Yeah. And that's kind of my brand online. It keeps people fed. It keeps my profile up, people coming to me, and it's freaking easy. Like, that's why when I'll see news break, like when I saw that New York Times breaking news alert on Diddy being sued by Cassie, I was like, well, obviously the news is already out there. You know, it's all over the internet. But I was like, I can easily go and pull up the complaint lawsuit on that and post it and, you know, contribute that way. So whenever I see stuff like that, I mean, I figure that's a good use of my social media. But I definitely want to be geared toward more in-depth stories, like writing stories for my mailing list and the people who are actually subscribing. So that's why I want to put together a story on this guy's sentencing that happened today. I was thinking Judge Walter is like probably a person who's the least likely to be amused by this kind of prank that this guy pulled. But it looks like his lawyers in their defense memo were asking for probation or community service. And I'm not sure if what prosecutors ask for, because there was a plea agreement. So I got to read through that, and they must not have agreed upon a certain recommendation, or maybe they did or something. I got to read through that. So, but I'd love to know if Walter said anything to him too. He probably did, and if he had an allocution. So hopefully I can just email Carrie Axel and she'll get back to me. This guy's lawyer. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. You know, it just depends on how much the client wants to talk. One option is always to try to get the transcript from the sentencing hearing today, but that might not be a quick turnaround, and I'm not really sure how it's worth forking over the money for. But yeah, the Kenneth Petty stuff. That's another thing. Kenneth Petty, I keep keeping an eye on his case file because I'm wondering if he'll get off house arrest soon, if there'll be any kind of anything about that. But let's see, still a 10-minute break. I think, are we still within that 10-minute time frame? We're like, what, 8, 9? We must be like 8 or 9 minutes in or something. But see if I'm interested to see what the video is of Young Thug. Let's play back some of the testimony and see what we're gonna see here, because obviously the few minutes before they went on a break, when they were introducing that video as an exhibit, that should kind of set up what we're about to see here when they return from break. 35 video. I mean, is it just like police scan video? Probably be pretty boring. Yeah.
That she did not know where the keys came from. She doesn't know how the keys got into her vehicle. She advised that she was looking at her cell phone when I guess when we arrived, and did not notice when anybody would have placed that key in her vehicle, as well as she did not notice when anybody.
I'm going to overrule the objection. And I know the continuing objection, we've already dealt with this issue.
She also mentioned that she doesn't know who would have used that key fob to possibly lock the Chevy next to their vehicle.
So at this point, no one claimed ownership to that key at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
Did K9 ever arrive?
K9 did arrive.
Okay. What happened once the K9 came?
I believe Officer Cornelius, I gave him a rundown of what happened, or I asked him, did he have the general gist of while we were out here, what was going on? He then deployed his K9 and allowed his K9 to conduct an investigation around the general area before being led to the gray the gray Chevrolet, and the dog began to nibble at the door handle and then jump up and scratch the door, which at that point he notified me that the dog had alerted on the.
I sustain sir, currently.
What happened after the K9 came out?
Officer Cornelius conducted an investigation and advised me that the dog alerted.
Did you get a search warrant?
I did.
Okay. When
I sustain that objection.
when did you get the search warrant?
Immediately, within a few minutes after, finding out that it's possibly narcotics in the vehicle.
Once you got the search warrant, did you come back?
I did.
Did you search the vehicle?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
Approximately 17 grams of marijuana, baggies, which are consistent with or indicative of the crime of
Basis.
Lack of foundation.
Right, he's an officer.
Overrule objection, Ms. Westmoreland.
and baggies which are indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute, as well as a digital scale, I believe, and 3 firearms were located throughout the vehicle.
Thanks for tuning in.
And let me ask you this. The video, the Instagram video, did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And as well as this incident in its entirety, was it recorded? Did you have body cam video?
It was.
And was the entire incident recorded on body cam?
The incident was recorded on body cam.
Both the first part as well as the search warrant?
Yes, my initial investigation as well as the search of the vehicle.
And have you had an opportunity to review both the Instagram video as well as the body cam footage for this incident?
I have.
Y'all permission to approach? I'm showing what's the Martin Stacy's in.
So it's the body cam footage I think we're going to be seeing when we get back. And again, it's kind of one of those things like, why do we have to see that? We just heard all about this. Like, couldn't it be like one or the other? Couldn't they have like played the video and like questioned the witness while the video is playing? So we're not, I mean, I'm assuming they're just going to press play on the video and not say anything for 35 minutes. Like the jury's just going to be watching this video. They just combined it or something. I don't know. Maybe something like earth shattering will happen on this body cam video that we're about to see. And it'll all make sense as to why they have to show it after we just heard all the details of the search that it supposedly shows. But we'll see. They're still not back yet.
The 68I. Do you recognize it as a 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear during addition or deletion of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time still like the 26 and 68I into evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already.
Well, slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Yeah, I have a response.
All right, what's your supposed to say response?
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overrule, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, maybe we approach the right.
All right. All right, stop reading. Your angry eyes? Okay.
And then they have to have another argument. I mean, it seems to me they laid the foundation for it.
Press the button. Okay.
And also, is it kind of one of those things where are they just like, is the defense just kind of trying to fight just to fight? I mean, who cares if this freaking body cam video comes in? We're still. Well, they come back and they decide to play the video.
Downloaded to today, sir?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
It's for this end.
I have.
So the
Y'all
judge.
permission to approach. I'm showing what's the Martin Stacy's in the 68I. Do you recognize it as in the 68I?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It was the evidence shown to me to verify that it was true, accurate depiction of the events that occurred on that day.
And the 68I include the Instagram video as well as the body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
And does it appear during addition or deletion of those videos?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time still like the 26 and 68I into evidence.
Any additional objections, madam?
This testimony.
That you haven't otherwise told me already.
Well, slightly different. The video itself has not been authenticated, and no foundation has been laid for the video itself.
Your Honor, I have a response.
All right, what's your supposed to say response?
It is authenticated because of him viewing it himself. It's like a picture. If he can view the individual in the video and believe it to be that person in the video, it is authenticated. We don't have to bring in the person who posted the video.
Overrule, madam. Okay, what else?
Your Honor, maybe we approach
All right. I start reading. Your angry eyes? Okay. Press the button. Okay. Objection admitted over your objection.
Permission to follow?
You may. How long is it going to take?
Yes, it's probably about a total 35.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about we take a little comfort
So
break?
annoying.
Stretch.
Why did they have to take a break? You can tell the guy just loves breaks. Oh, gosh. This judge that sentenced the YouTuber that I'm going to write about, the judge who holds the really strict trial schedules, he does the 8 to 2 no lunch, and he only does 2 10-minute breaks the entire day. And no sidebars. Everything is just like packed in there. But let me pull up an interview that I did. Let's pull up the Mexican. I talked about the Mexican mafia informant who was charged with stabbing Derek Chauvin.
From Kaplan's MCAT experts who scored a 520 or higher, and find out how.
To the latest when it comes to Derek Chauvin after he was stabbed in a prison 22 times. Now, the inmate charged now with attempted murder in this case. I'd like to bring into the conversation now our friend, legal affairs reporter, Megan Cuniff. Megan, you cover so many stories. I know we've had you big on the entertainment beat, but you are following this one very closely when it comes to Derek Chauvin. So give us a bit of a breakdown, because we got a lot more news when it comes to who this inmate is, the one that stabbed Chauvin.
Definitely. When the news broke a while back that he'd been stabbed, it was first attributed to anonymous sources, to the Associated Press. So there was really very little information about what exactly had happened, other than that he'd been treated for life-threatening injuries. Fast forward to Friday, when charges were unveiled against the alleged assailant. This is a longtime federal prison inmate who was charged with 4 crimes related to the stabbing of Derek Chauvin, one of them being attempted murder. And the court document that was filed in U.S. District Court has some details about what federal investigators say happened, and what they say the suspect told them about what he did and why he targeted Derek Chauvin.
Yeah, I see here, Megan, a tweet. As I was saying, you follow it closely, updating all of your social media follows and also giving us that context here at Live Now, saying that he targeted Chauvin as a symbolic gesture for the Black Lives Matter movement. Go ahead and break that down for us now.
Yes, he said that he targeted him because he's a high-profile inmate, and that he wanted to target him on Black Friday. He saw that as a good opportunity to show some solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, and also the black hand symbol of the Mexican mafia. Of course, Black Friday is a reference to stores going from the red to the black in terms of profit margins. So it's not a racial reference for Black Friday, but the inmate seemed to want to show some solidarity in that regard. And of course, the Mexican mafia reference, when I read that in the document, that raised some questions, because one of my first questions that I have about him is, what is he in prison for? What's his original case? And when I looked it up, it turns out he's out of Los Angeles federal court. He was involved in the Mexican mafia, and he actually worked as an FBI informant, but then got into some trouble committing some of his own crimes while an informant, ended up getting prosecuted and sent to federal prison for 30 years. What was remarkable to me was that he had a release date of 2026 listed in the Bureau of Prisons inmate roster. So as I said on Twitter, I think that's out of the window now. I think that with these charges that he's facing, it could take years to adjudicate these. And if he's convicted, these could be possibly life sentences that he's facing here.
I think another big question, because yes, he said that he did this show solidarity with the Black Lives Matter movement, but very interesting, as you mentioned, that he had a release date coming up pretty soon for all of his crimes, and he chose to do this. Have you been following his case closely? Maybe because I know that you said that he was involved in other crimes while being in prison. And then it's just so crazy to know that he was an FBI informant, so kind of working for the legal justice system and then flipping around. It's just kind of all over the place with the suspect.
Yeah, he definitely has his own long history in his own racketeering case in federal court, and some of his own activities that he did while an informant. There's an article on the Los Angeles Times
Looks like we're
website
coming
from
back here.
back in the early 2000s when he was sent. Let me get it up here.
You all right? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant. All right, Ms. Hylton, when we left off, I think you're getting prepared to play Exhibit 68I for the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may publish it this time.
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Quay right here trying. He trying. Quay right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, showed it, man. My boy, man, I got part of no.
All right, Sergeant Ross. Now,
Auntie right here, talking about she want her a young nigga, and Quay right here.
is that the individual that you saw us play when you were watching the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And that stopped at 68 I at 3 seconds?
He trying. Quay right here trying to get in. Auntie saying she want her a young nigga. Man, showed it, man. My boy, man, I got part of no.
And looking here, is that inside the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what vehicle is it?
That's ended up being the Chevy Sonic.
And when you look at the side of the vehicle, do you see the red object?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I believe you may be able to, on your screen, circle where you see the red object.
Tap that. See that corner? Yeah. And press the pen. All right.
And circle where you see the red object. And initially, when you saw the video, did you know what was in that object? I mean, what was in that bag?
No, ma'am.
All right. And I'm just gonna go back, and that stopped at 15 seconds and 68 I.
Quay right here trying to get in.
Can you see what's inside of his
Ian,
Briefly, is what I saw is what I believe to be suspected marijuana.
and where do you see what you believe to be the suspected marijuana?
If you could go back, but it's right there. And
I'm over the objection. Since you have two circles on the video, can you distinguish or cause one to go away?
This the eraser, which is the second,
okay.
and then you can, okay, there we go.
So you erase this one and then draw a new one?
Yes.
Okay.
Then go back to the pen. And again, this is that initial video. This is that initial video that you saw.
Yes, ma'am.
You're right, now of course I'll play the second exhibit.
On the CD, excuse me.
Continuing objection.
Yes, ma'am. So noted.
And y'all are gonna fast forward. Is that the picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, where are you driving? What street are we looking at?
We're facing, Cleveland Avenue is running to the left and to the right. Directly across the street is Steel Avenue.
And this one is sound to your 5 minutes.
No, so the sound started at 2 minutes.
Fellas, what's going on? Who got the weed over here? Nobody? Yeah, it's coming from right here. I ain't crazy. You don't smoke no weed? How about you, man? But it's coming from right here. Do me a favor, I'm going to detain you, man. Step up, step up.
Why you detaining?
Step up, because this whole area smells like weed, so we're going to detain all y'all. If I can search you, that's fine. We'll get to that. I'm not locking you up. Listen to me. I'm detaining you.
Your Honor.
I'm detaining you. Detaining you, man.
Yes, I have an objection.
Continuing objection, ma'am?
Well, just
Or we haven't always taken up already?
further hearsay objection.
Overruled objection.
Thank you.
Okay.
So if you're not going to jail, you're not under arrest right now. You got me? You understand? All right. Hold him tight. Ma'am, anything in the vehicle I need to know about? You mind stepping out of the vehicle? How about you, Miss Lady? This your car? It's her car? Okay.
William Robert Baker. William Robert.
Hell, I got him detained. It's a blunt right here on the ground and some shake all in this car, in one of the cars over here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hey, Corn, whoever that was, ETA. Yeah.
Yeah, we should be out there in about 10 minutes.
I got it.
Cross y'all, is that 2612 still?
Yeah.
She knows that's tail.
Well, I got 3. It's another group of guys, about 4 more guys that's not in handcuffs standing out around here. As soon as we pulled in, they locked the door on the car. Oh boy. Oh yeah, D on you. Can I take it now? You got hang set right here. You ain't got an ID? You got a name? Marco over here with me. You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison? Yeah. Okay. Spell it for me. Last name. CHOLS. First name QUMARVIOUS. What's your birthday?
Excuse me, Your Honor, may we approach?
Is it about a new issue, madam, or anything?
Obviously, there's some mother-daughter issues at play.
No, I don't have any issues. I just want to go back to being a loving wife.
All right, you may continue, ma'am.
What you said?
My address is 768 Cascade Avenue, apartment 1.
Okay. That's what you said now?
Yeah, that's my that's your address.
All right, cool.
You just told me you were here. Nah, man, my brother don't stay down there. Come on, man. I'm making so good.
I mean, why are we making a difference? We told you why we would detain you.
But that's my name, though. That's my name.
I said, okay. I ain't say you was lying to me. Yeah.
No, I was just, why you say you live here when you say you live on Cascade?
Like, you got ID? Appreciate it.
Explain that to you. Yeah, they said they don't necessarily have to like the rest, but that's
Let's see what we're talking about. Which one are you? This one. Yeah, this car came out. There's two cars came out. Nobody knows. Oh boy, I think it was somebody. He was in the corner. Yeah, somebody was. Yeah, but no, it wasn't him.
And then when I looked down, I saw his shadow and he was gone. So
Yeah.
he was running.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's why I was trying to get you guys to go.
We didn't see anybody running. All I saw a couple of guys walking this way, but I don't think they came from here. I think they came from the gas station. Right? That's why we were. I don't know.
Was it Sun 60? Yeah. There's a lot of songs came out. See what we get out of it. Got a little bit of weed right there, but that was it right now. It's shaking their car.
What's calling it? That's what I've heard. The Chevy Charger or whatever. So he was just saying because it like didn't want to come in. The Chevy, they locked it as soon as they pulled in. Oh, that one? Yes.
Yeah.
It's going in.
Yeah, he said he'd be here in 10 minutes, so. Gentlemen, y'all got ID? You got it? You ran it? You got, how old are you? How? You got ID? Never had ID? Okay, come on with me. I'm just for the rainy night. Got an extra pound for you. He been detained, man. He a grown man now. Boy. Yeah. Good stuff. Stand right here. What's your name, sir?
Q-U-A-Y.
Last name. Spell it.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name.
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y. Y. T-E-Z.
Date of birth.
January 29, 2001.
Okay. January what?
29th.
Where you stay at?
40 Mile Road.
You said you had ID before?
Yes.
You sure that's your name?
Yes.
Arnold. A.
A-R-N-O-L-D.
First name?
Quaitez.
Spell it.
Q-U-A-Y-T-E-Z.
Date of birth is?
January 29, 2001.
That ain't coming back, man. It was out of Georgia?
It was in Georgia. I'm honestly telling you the truth.
How long ago was that?
It probably like when this I had got it like when I was 16.
Was it ID or was it a license?
Like when when you go to when 7 months you try to get a job, you try to something like that.
So you went to the DMV and
Yeah.
got an actual ID? Okay. All right, just hang tight.
He's Baker, but they wanted me. I guess she wants to take a look at it, right?
Yeah. Okay, appreciate it. All right, now they're here. I'll talk to them. Did y'all got the rundown? Okay.
Yeah, I just told him normal areas and definitely shut it.
Okay.
That was really the only car that was here.
Yeah. Shit, the blunt and all the blunt, the actual blunts that they broke down right there is proof that we ain't crazy. I know I ain't crazy, man. I smell weed. Then everybody holler, oh, I don't smoke. Okay, somebody do.
Yeah. You're just searching so I can but now you can say it while we're down.
Exactly. See this winter? You don't like winter?
I like Christmas. That's why I
Because you get gifts.
No, I just like Christmas time.
Oh, okay.
I'm a in the spirit kind of person.
So you decorate?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Full of stockings up and everything. I like Florida's Christmas because we don't get real ones.
Gotcha. Y'all in zone 3? What's on y'all in? Y'all in 3?
4.
Y'all in 4?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, yeah. In the front over here on this side. This your car? Whose keys? Are those your car keys? In the glove compartment.
I don't know where they were going in the drive.
So what do your keys look like?
They in the long in the
Gotcha. Hang tight. Take one step back from the chief. Appreciate it. You can have a seat on the ground if you want to. You want to sit right here? Oh, no. Hang tight. Just need to read her these. Man, walk with me. What's your name? Jessica what? Jessica Lindley, okay. This right here is a waiver to counsel. It's basically me reading you your rights and you advising that you understand and if you want to speak with me and if you don't want to speak with me. You understand? No, you're not, but you're detained. So in order for me to properly speak with you, I have to read you these rights. Now, you can say you don't want to talk. You can say you do want to talk. It's up to you. It's just what I have to do before I actually can talk to you in depth, okay? Basically, possession of marijuana. Huh?
Where's the weed?
I'm just saying that you just asked me what we're gonna be talking about. The offense that this will be related to is possession of marijuana. You understand? Okay. So without delay, I'm gonna read this right. Yeah. Stand right there.
That red Everlast. Oh, hey, girl, what's straight to the back?
Yeah, Captain, hang tight. All right. Right, number one, that I may remain silent and do not have to make any statement at all. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to speak a little bit louder. You understand that? Okay. All right. You ain't got to say sir if you don't want to. Right, number two, that any statement I make will be used against me in the court of law.
Yes.
All right. Three, that I have the right to consult with an attorney before making any statement and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement.
Yes.
All right. Four, that if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me, to consult with him before making any statement and to have him present while I'm making any statement.
Yes.
Okay. Five, that if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until an attorney is present to represent me.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I got you. All right. So with all that being read, have you been threatened, forced, or coerced in any type of coerces? Like, have I tricked you or made you say that you want to talk to me? Do you feel like you've been made to talk to me?
No.
All right. With that being said, would you like to talk to me?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to know what's up.
All right. There are a pair of car keys in your center console right now. They belong to a Chevy. Are those your car keys?
No, I'm just afraid my car keys.
Okay. Whose car keys are those?
I'm not sure who car it is. Like,
No,
driving.
I got you. But who put the car keys in the center console?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm in my own word in my phone.
So you don't know who's been in and out of your car?
A couple of the boys I had, like, we hang out here.
I got you. Which ones? The young man that's detained right
Yes,
there.
Mr. Schardt.
With the fatigue pants on.
Yes, hold on, pause. Basis? Overruled. May continue. Overruled.
That was sitting in your car when I got there. Was he? I got you. So he's been in your vehicle. Okay, got you. Anybody else? Who else? Nobody else has been in it besides him, you, and the female that's with you.
Oh, it's a couple of them. Then my doors were open, like when I pulled up, like they stand by the car. But I didn't see nobody put no keys in mine.
You didn't see your console open up or anything.
It's broke, so it.
But it was closed. No, I'm saying it's closed. So you have to physically grab it, open it, put whatever you putting it in there, and close it back.
What I'm telling you, it's broke. It's flat. It stayed up, like. You can go check it out.
No, I just checked it out. It closed, and when I went to open it, now I can understand that I can pull it back into the open, but it don't just open by itself to where you can put keys in there. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody had to physically open it. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Who physically opened something in your car? Got you. All right. Have y'all been smoking weed out here? Who was? You know, because I'm gonna tell you how you know, right? Because you said I didn't, and then when I said who, you paused. You know who smoked it.
I'm saying they can get in trouble for smoking weed.
Yeah, I mean it's illegal, but I mean if I ain't find no weed on them.
It was a gang to get my hair.
All right,
I don't know a lot of
was your friend and
That's my friend. Like,
your
me
friend and your
girl,
best
she
friend?
pulled up to me.
Okay, y'all smoke weed?
No.
Nobody in that car was smoking weed.
No.
So why did I find out? I found a blunt right next to where you were sitting at.
In the car?
I found a blunt right next to where you were sitting at.
That's what I'm saying. Like, when we pull out here, they crowd around my car. Like, I can't give you no exact.
But nobody in your car was smoking weed. That's what I'm trying to make sure. Okay.
They was around it. That's why I said when you
Gotcha.
said something about the weed, you can't you know weed in my car. They probably
It's shaking your car, so it's definitely weed in your car at times. And I'm pretty sure, I mean, you know that. I mean, I'm just going out with it. So, I mean, ain't no need in all the cap. So, it's cool. I mean, it plays along into what I'm doing, but being truthful with it even more.
I can't give you no, like, exact person.
I got you, but is weed smoked in your vehicle?
Yeah, I have fun.
Gotcha. Is weed in that gray vehicle right there?
I'm not sure. Like,
have you seen
we
anybody?
haven't been out here long, period.
How long have you been out here?
Probably like 30 minutes.
30 minutes. In that 30 minutes, have you seen anybody go to that gray vehicle?
No.
Nobody at all.
Because like I said, when we pull up out here, they crowd around out here.
One more question. Here's the kicker, right? So I came in. When I came in, I looked over at that vehicle. The lights went off to lock that vehicle. The keys for that vehicle are in your car. So somebody in that car locked that car. Somebody in your car locked that car.
Did you ask them who called me?
I asked all y'all. Nobody said nothing, and that's fine, because we're going to get to the bottom of them before we let anybody go out here. But somebody in that car, and you know who locked the car. I mean, it's pointless. I got you. Well, that's fine.
Keys are, I never drive my car. So my keys are in this shit.
You have a license? Who drove your car here? She don't have a license. Oh, man.
She said pull right here.
No. You can't change it now. See, this is okay. That's the first lie, right? We just trying to get to the bottom of the lies. No, I got you. I believe you don't know who keys they are, but who locked the car is the question. That's all I care about. Who locked the car? And there was somebody in the car with you. So I mean, it don't matter to me, because I'm gonna hold y'all here until I find out what I need to find out. Huh?
I didn't even see y'all pull out.
Oh, I understand that, but I know two things I know you heard. You heard somebody holler 12, but they came from in here. And then you seen somebody lift up the thing, unlock the car. I mean, lock the car and put the keys back down in there.
So it happened right when y'all pulled.
Right when I put it. It was perfect. It was like, oh, boom. Why did they lock the keys to that car? Then the keys to that car are in your car. So you didn't lock it. You didn't even know they were in there. Cool. All right. You can come on, stand back over here. Let you know you're going to be here because I got to go do some paperwork. I'm going to go swear out a warrant for the vehicle. So just hang tight. All right. Y'all can just hang tight for a minute. I'm going to go to a precinct and knock out the paperwork. Appreciate it. You ready? You ready? Who was all in the car? Nobody was in the gray car. They were, those three were in this car. When we pulled up, they locked the gray car. The dog done hit on the gray car. The keys for the gray car are in this car in the same car. This car right here belongs to the chick in the red hat. She said she was all on her phone. Yeah. She said she was all on her phone. She didn't pay attention if anybody let the thing up and lock the car, or if anybody was even put the keys in. The car had the keys to their car. Car Baker coming back to a lady. I think they said born in like 67. Yeah. So, nobody claims the car. We're gonna go do the warrant. Dog done hit on it. I'll be back in like 30 or 40 minutes. All right, cool.
They can change it.
Yeah.
We got some weed out of it.
We got weed. It was on the ground right here next to where Red Hat was sitting at. It was in the blunt. Yeah, so I'll be right back.
And just looking at a few portions of that video, it started, it ended at 29:44 for the record. Now, the white Solera that we see in the video, did you see a portion of that white Solera in the IG video?
Yes. Or what I believe to be the white Solera.
Okay. And moving to timestamp 1724 in the video. What are we observing at 1724 in the video?
From what I was watching, we was observing the point where the dog started nibbling at the door handle and began, scratching on the door.
Okay. And is that the K9 in the where the white flashlight is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you listen to the body cam, there appears to be someone very loud in the background. You know if the person was speaking to a police officer, law enforcement, or something else?
I think that person was just talking around. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Now I'm going to show you the next video. And while this is playing, where did you have to go to do the paperwork?
I can't remember where I swore to one. The closest precinct would have been probably the Zone 3 precinct, which I was in, and where we come from, headquarters.
And when you say I had to go fill out the paperwork, what was the paperwork you're referring to?
The search warrant that's in my hand in the video.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a little bit of weed right here. That's where it was. Got everything for intent right here. You probably saw, we caught the tail end of it. Yeah, it's weed in there. It ain't that much. Probably like 12 grams or some shit. Yeah, I did. I gotta go. Yeah, we got it's shake all in there. I gotta go back through it one more time. The gun right here under this seat. It's right here. It's under this seat. Yeah. You got some gloves on you, Corny? I have. Dang, it's gonna get this one. When you get a chance, grab this one. There's one under this seat too.
Oh, I got it.
Oh, never mind.
I was wondering, I was like, do you want gloves to put on your hands? Because I don't think you're going to fit your hands.
You gotta go on the back side. It's deep underneath.
Oh, it's deep.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I stick your hands in this way. I don't think I can fit anywhere else. This is my glove. Strong as it is.
Yeah, I'm right here. You can't read that damn pull right now. Is another one? What was that on there? Under the rug. Okay. You were standing right here when he got the first one? Yeah. Where was the first one at? It was right on the seat. That one was point to where it was at for me. The first one was right here. It was right on the seat. Okay. All right. Like that sticking out. You can see it. And the second one, show me where you. Okay. I can't give this chance. Hang on. Hang on. Make sure. See if there's a safety on there. Well, the safety's right here. Is it on? No, it's on red, so it'll shoot. No, but you mean? Yeah, you don't want. No, I got you. Just put it on just in case. You gotta get you some too, man. What? Some rope? Yeah. Do me a favor and check that on Verizon. I got all these. Either you don't got a birthday though. I mean, either way, whichever one you want to do it on, give me that. Appreciate it. Supervisor left. Yeah.
And did that conclude the two body cams that are related to this particular incident?
Yes.
How much time passed between the time you saw the IG video and the time that you went over to see it?
Approximately 20 minutes.
So after the search, what was found in the video?
After the search, we recovered 17 grams of marijuana, a scale, a plastic bag, some sandwich box, bag with a sandwich box, the smaller plastic bags inside of it, as well as 3 firearms located throughout the vehicle.
And with the 3 firearms that you found came from out of the vehicle, did you run those firearms?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did they have when you ran those firearms?
I believe 2 came back stolen, and 1 we had no indications of stolen.
And you said you believe you could look at a copy of the report health impression.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you was the Marquavius State's Exhibit 85R. First, what is Exhibit 85R?
It appears to be an official police report completed by me through the Atlanta Police Department.
But looking at this Exhibit 85R, how many questions memory as to how many guns were stolen?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Okay.
It showed that 2 of the firearms, the Glock and the Smith & Wesson, to be stolen.
Okay. Where was the Glock stolen from?
Stand by. I need to refresh my recollection. The Glock was stolen out of Atlanta Police Department.
And then what about the Smith?
It's stolen out of Clayton County.
And did you collect all of the items that were found inside?
I did.
As I'm approaching,
Can you ask that question again? What do you mean?
did you collect those items?
Yeah, okay.
A better question. Were those items collected?
They were.
And were those items subsequently transported to APD property?
They were.
With the guns specifically, were they found with rounds inside? Objection.
I sustain the objection.
How were the guns found?
I believe the firearms were loaded. I'm not sure with the capacity of each firearm.
Did you put the casing inside of your report?
I believe so.
We're looking at your report, how professional.
Yes. So for 2 of them, the Glock was loaded with 11 rounds, and the Smith & Wesson was loaded with 5 rounds. I'm unsure if the Phoenix was loaded. I didn't see any round count for that one.
I'm going to first show you what has been shown to the defense counsel and previously marked as exhibit number 71I. Do you recognize 71I?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 71I?
The bag is a properly concealed bag for us to turn in evidence. Inside of the bag is what appears to be the marijuana collected from the vehicle, as well as the blunt that was collected from the ground during the incident.
Now I want you to take a moment. You can look at Stacey's Exhibit 70I.
I can go ahead.
You go ahead.
Okay. Inside is the red Xfinity bag that was collected from the vehicle. Inside the red Xfinity bag is the one of the bags containing possible marijuana that we recovered, as well as the sandwich bags with extra bags inside of it. Another sandwich bag, scale, digital scale, as well as a third box of sandwich bags.
And these items, the 3 boxes of sandwich bags, the digital scale, and this other baggie appear to be what you collected back in October 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Ryan, this time say like a tender, Stacey Exhibit 71I, and then
Some of those.
70I with all the content within 70I.
Just 70I?
And 71I.
And Mr. Westmoreland, any objection to state 70 or 70I?
Yes, absolutely, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
Okay, I'm gonna rule it admitted over your objection.
Commissioner
Mr. Publishers, you see fit.
All right. And first looking at 71I. And now look at the contents within 70I. In your experience or your knowledge training experience as an officer, what is this?
A digital scale,
And what is it used for?
weighing items, and as it relates to narcotics, weighing.
Oh, I'll sustain the objection. Lay a little more foundation.
In your experiences also, have you seen one of these scales as it relates to narcotics? Objection.
I'll stay as the form.
Have you ever seen this
Yes,
in your job as a police officer?
yes.
When have you seen this as your job as a police officer?
I've seen it as in situations as like this, where you have a possible intent to distribute case. There'll be scales, various sizes, depending on the quantity of weed that's seized or that's being moved through a location, that is used to weigh the amount of narcotics being distributed.
And as a police officer, when you see the marijuana, the scale, and 3 boxes of baggies, what does that indicate to you?
All that is indicative of the crime of possession with intent to distribute controlled substance narcotics.
Okay. And next. First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 72I. Tell me if you recognize 72I.
72I is a firearm that was seized from the Chevy Sonic on the day of the incident.
And what type of weapon is 72? What type of weapon is 72I?
It's a Smith & Wesson pistol.
Also, now looking at 73I.
state's exhibit is a Glock 20 10 millimeter firearm with a magazine that was seized on the day of the incident from the vehicle.
And now looking at 74I.
'74I is the Phoenix arm pistol that was seized from the day of the incident with a magazine.
And 72I, 73I, and 74I all appear to be those guns recovered from the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state legislature attended State's Exhibit 72, 73, and 74I into evidence.
Any objection, madam?
Your Honor, same objection.
All right, they'll be admitted over your objection. The court will admit 72I, 73I, and 74I. Maybe published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. And in that same fashion, when you see guns mixed around with the narcotics, what does that indicate to you?
I sustain the objection as to form.
In your experience, officer, have you seen guns with drugs in your experience?
Yes.
And as a police officer, when you see guns with drugs, what does that indicate to you?
Foundation, Judge. I sustain as the foundation and speculation as well at this point in time.
How often
You
have
want to
you
phrase it?
Sure, Your Honor. How often have you seen drugs and guns?
No.
Objection relevant. Overruled.
Quite frequently during my times in Apex.
And as an Apex officer, when you see the drugs and the guns together, what does that indicate?
Your Honor, foundation. I'll overrule the objection.
It's used as a tool to prevent possible.
Overruled.
As a tool to possibly prevent the actual stealing of the narcotics or the proceed earned from selling narcotics.
And now looking at, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 73I. And then last one, excuse me, publish State 74I. Now, on October 23rd, 2018, did you arrest anyone?
Yes,
Who did you arrest?
Mr. Nichols.
And what did you charge him?
I believe possession of narcotics with intent to distribute, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you two exhibits. First, State Exhibit 69I. Do you recognize this? State Exhibit 69I.
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize this 69I?
It's a social media handle that's suspected of being Mr. Nichols.
And when did you pull, when did you observe this particular post?
Observed it. I'm not sure. It would have been at some point that day. I believe
I sustain as the form question.
Well, first, okay, so we say that day, what day?
the day of the incident.
Would that be October 23rd, 2018?
That or into the 24th because my body camera jumps into the 24th.
Okay, so at some point in time, on the day of this incident or in the early morning hours of the next day, you saw this post?
Yes.
Okay. And was that the same Instagram handle where you saw the video earlier that day?
Yes.
Earlier the day before?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair representation of the picture you saw on that post on October 23rd or October 24th, 2018?
Yes, as well as what he would have been wearing that day.
You said as well as what he was wearing that day?
Yes.
And is that in the same Instagram handle as you said earlier was the Instagram handle for Quamarvious?
Overruled.
Yes.
You're right, this time the state would like to admit exhibit 69I into that.
Any further objection, madam?
It's not relevant, she still didn't like the foundation or the authentication for the photo itself, not that he saw the photo, but we photo.
Your Honor.
Has a photo in 69I been changed or altered in any way?
No, Your Honor.
I'll overrule your objection. I'll note your objection, continue objection to the record, okay? Yes, and I'm going to admit state 69I, maybe publish as you see fit.
And is that the picture that you saw either?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
If you could just read for the jury, this say underneath the blank mark out.
Okay, so it says the name of his Instagram handle, which is emboldened.
Overruled.
It says the name. Okay. It says the name of the Instagram handle, which is emboldened, as well as smile through the
Try
pain.
to speak a little bit slower for me.
Okay. As well as smile through the pain with an exclamation mark, and it says keep yourself even when you broke, exclamation mark, bad hashtag bad season, hashtag slime.
Hashtag slime.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. This is, what community was this in? This occurred?
The Cleveland Avenue community.
Were you aware while you were an Apex officer of any gang activity within the Cleveland Avenue? Objection.
Basis.
It's not relevant.
Foundation?
Foundation.
I'll sustain as a foundation.
As a police officer working in Zone 3, were you aware of gang activity in Zone 3?
Yes.
And how were you aware of gang activity within Zone 3?
Through knowledge of, investigators from the gang unit, as well as, reviewing some of the Instagram handles. I saw what I suspected to be, gang.
I sustain the question, the answer.
Your Honor, the same thing as suspected marijuana, suspected drugs. He said, well, he suspected it to be based on what he saw.
Gotta lay more foundation in terms of that, though, madam. So I sustain the objection.
What type of things did you see?
At various times, you can see individuals throwing up what's been assumed as the. I'm not.
What?
Okay. As a relation to the community overall, individuals throwing up hand motions that are to this effect.
Okay. And what did you understand that particular gang sign to be?
I understood that to be related to YSL.
Okay. And inside the community in Cleveland, in Zone 3, where in Zone 3 would you see that type of? In Zone 3, did you see anything else associated with YSL?
It was some, what's the word? Tagging is a graffiti word. It's a graffiti term for spray paint, where you see buildings or whatever marked with YSL or slat or slime or various phrases that, is known to be associated.
Basis.
Lack of foundation, he's saying it's.
I'll overrule the objection this time.
To be associated with YSL.
And where would you see that type of tag, slat, YSL, or slime?
On various walls.
Okay.
Yes.
Where?
Oh, in the community. I can't off the top of my head think of one right now.
Was it near Cleveland Avenue? Was it near Skeete?
Well,
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Stands to lead.
Would you see these types of tags?
along, the whole Cleveland Avenue area, it's all one street, so it has various streets that branch off. You may see it on the apartment, building along, one of the neighboring streets off of Cleveland Avenue, but that's the main, thoroughfare corridor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's going to mark the State's Exhibit 84I. Oh, excuse me, Your Honor. If I didn't, I would like to tender State's Exhibit 69I into evidence. I think it's 84I. What's State's Exhibit 84I?
It appears to be an aerial view of Cleveland Avenue, Steele Avenue, and some of the neighboring businesses and residents in the area.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that Cleveland Avenue area near Steele Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the area in which this incident from October of 2018 occurred? This time, say like Tennessee State's Exhibit 84I into evidence.
Just for demonstrative?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection, Ms. Westmoreland?
Relevant.
I'll move over your objection. All right. For demonstrative purpose.
And if you can just kind of orient the jury starting from 75 and bring them over to Steele Avenue.
Okay. So to the right of the photo, you have 75, which runs north and south.
The right or the left?
I mean, I'm sorry. The left of the photo, you have 75 that runs north and south. You have what appears to be a neighboring street or oncoming, the roadway leading on to 75. At the bottom of the screen, you have Cleveland Avenue, a nearby Chevron.
So you can actually do one of two things so that the jurors in the back can hear you.
Okay.
You can either use that same symbol earlier and point and use your arrow and then turn this way. I know it's gonna be kind of hard.
I got you.
And you can use that to point to where you're saying Cleveland Avenue.
Okay. So right here, we have 75, 85, which runs north and south. Then right here, we have Cleveland Avenue, which runs east and west along, 75, 85. And then we have the Steele Avenue street and the apartments and parking lot area where the actual search and investigation took place. And then we have neighboring businesses and the actual residents of, the apartment complex.
And going straight, you kind of going up Steele, past 2612 Steele. What, if anything, is behind that's not indicated in it?
Another apartment complex, but I'm not sure the name.
Okay, but that's another apartment complex.
Yes.
After securing your arrest warrant and taking the items to the APD property and evidence, did that conclude your involvement as it relates to this particular case?
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Officer Ross.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good.
Okay. So you do not know when this video, the social media post, you do not know when it was created, correct?
I do not.
All right. And you do not know who posted it, correct? You cannot say that for a fact?
I cannot say who posted.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know who filmed the video, correct?
I do not.
You do not. All right. And you do not know what approximate time that you saw the post, correct?
Well, in my narrative, it says 20 minutes.
No, what time you saw. Yes, you do not know.
No.
Okay, and you do not know what device that you were using to see this post, correct?
Nah, hang on, because you said, I don't know what time it happened. If we comparing the body camera video to when I'm saying 20 minutes in my report, it would have been roughly approximately that time.
You don't know when the video was created. You don't know if it was created and posted on the same day. You do not know.
We're not talking about that, though. We're talking about you saying how long after me seeing the video. That's what you just said.
That is not what I said at all. Let's just go back a little bit. Let's slow down. Okay? All right. Right now, I am just asking questions about the post itself.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not talking about your body camera. All right. Okay, so I asked you, you do not know when the video, meaning the Instagram video, when it was created. You do not know that, correct?
No.
Okay, because you didn't make it. You don't know.
No.
All right. And you do not know who filmed the video. You weren't there. You do not know.
No.
Okay. And you do not know when the approximate time that the video was posted, correct?
No.
Okay. And you do not know where you were when you were watching this video, correct?
No.
Okay. And in fact, you do not know the device that you even used to watch this video, right?
My city cell phone.
Huh?
My city cell?
You're saying your cell phone?
Yeah, my city cell phone.
Your city cell phone? Okay. Do you remember another occasion where I asked you that question?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you don't remember saying that you did not know?
I'm pretty sure I said my city cell phone at that time as well.
All right. Don't worry. We can move on. All right. So you're watching this post, right? And you see what you believe to be a small bag of marijuana, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you see this post and you call your supervisor?
I notify him, yes.
All right. And you get a caravan together?
Yes.
All right. And you find a staging location?
Yes.
Okay. And you call, and several officers meet you at the staging location?
Yes.
All right. And you do this briefing session with your other officers?
Yes.
To go get this marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you arrive at the apartment complex, right?
Yes.
And when you get there, Mr. Nichols, who you believe to be Mr. Nichols, he's not even in that car, the gray car anymore, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you a question. Let me make sure that I'm clear on this. You saw another post on that same social media account from the day before or earlier that day with the same clothes on, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so anyway, so you get to the apartment. Mr. Nichols is not in the white Toyota.
No. He's in the white Toyota.
Excuse me, he's not in the gray Sonic.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, he's now in a different car. He's in a white Toyota, right?
Yes.
All right. And there are two other people in the white Toyota with him, correct?
Yes.
Right, the two females that we just saw.
Yes.
Okay. And there are several individuals standing outside. That's fair.
Yes.
Okay. And of these individuals standing outside, they're males, they're females, it's both, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so let me ask you, sitting on top of the gray car, okay? The gray car.
Okay.
You saw individuals sitting on the gray car, right?
Yes.
All right, and you saw individuals standing beside the gray car, correct?
Yes.
None of which was Mr. Nichols.
Correct.
All right. And so you park your patrol car, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you get out. And you testify that you smell marijuana in the air, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you said you smell burnt marijuana in the air, correct? Yes. Okay. Now, Mr. Nichols, you approached Mr. Nichols immediately, right?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have any marijuana in his hand, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't observe him smoking any marijuana, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he didn't have a firearm in his hand or anything of that nature, right?
He didn't.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, when you approached Mr. Nichols, you and the other individuals, you asked him about marijuana, right?
I did.
And Mr. Nichols told you he didn't have any.
He did.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Nichols said, "Officer, you can search me."
He did.
Okay. You asked Mr. Nichols for his name.
I did.
He provided it to you.
He did.
He gave you his real name.
He did.
It's fair to say he was cooperative.
He was.
Okay. Now, several other individuals was outside. You checked their IDs, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you put them in handcuffs.
Yeah, somebody did.
Okay. And you didn't see them committing any crimes?
No.
Okay.
And it would be fair to say throughout your whole time in this apartment complex that all of these individuals, they didn't give you any trouble, did they?
No,
Pretty cooperative.
they were.
Okay. All right, so now you called for the K-9 unit, right?
Checked on the ETA, yes.
Okay, and you observed the K-9 unit patrol, walk around the area with the K-9 officer, right?
I did.
Okay. And out of all of these individuals outside and the cars outside, you didn't observe the K-9 alert anything beside that one car, right?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, okay. All right, so out of all of the individuals that was congregating that evening, no one else was arrested, right?
Correct.
All right, so they weren't arrested for drugs, right?
Correct.
Okay, and they weren't arrested for guns, right?
Correct.
All right, so you didn't find, crimes out there beside the one that you said that you arrested Mr. Nichols for, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and so you based your arrest for Mr. Nichols on was in the gray car, right?
Yes.
Okay, and the gray car that he was not in when you arrived?
Yes.
Okay, the gray car that you couldn't pinpoint what time that he may have been in that car, correct? You don't know, I asked you that earlier.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and Officer Ross, let me just ask you this. You're aware that the marijuana charge against Mr. Nichols was dismissed?
No.
You're not? No further questions.
Any further examination? Mr. Schardt?
Officer Ross, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How many people approximately were out there that night?
I'm not sure. Who are you referring to? Who are you referring to? Officers?
No, not officers, civilians, citizens.
More than 3.
More than 3? Was it more than 10?
I'm not sure.
Okay. How many total people were detained?
The people near the vehicle and the people inside the vehicle.
And how many people was that?
Without looking at the video, I'm not sure.
Give me an estimate.
I'm gonna guess, maybe 5 at least.
5? And how many people were put in handcuffs?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it multiple people that were put in handcuffs?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the total amount of marijuana seized?
17 grams.
And that's a misdemeanor amount?
Standalone, yes.
Okay. You also testified to, as an officer, seeing firearms with drugs a lot.
Yes.
Okay, and your testimony was the reason for that is because the people with the drugs don't want the drugs taken.
Or the proceeds.
Or the money taken.
Yes.
So your testimony as an expert is
He didn't say
drug,
that's
or as an officer, excuse me, thank you, Your Honor, is that drug dealers have guns to avoid being robbed, correct?
It's one of the reasons.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else? All right,
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Tell me your rank again.
Sergeant.
Sergeant. All right. Just a couple questions for you. I want to pick up where Mr. Schardt just left off. You started talking and you were asking questions towards the end of your direct examination about your time patrolling the area, and you said that you are familiar with that Cleveland area. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about, quote, gang activity or gang whatever in that area, right?
Yes.
And you said that you know that some people quote gang signs, I think is what you said, right?
I believe that to be a gang sign, yes.
Right. Okay. sign you threw up while you were on the stand a little while ago was something that you said, well, that's recognized as that's what I know to be a YSL gang sign or something like that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. So let me bring this back around to this incident. You see a video on Instagram, right?
Yes.
You decide based on the video where someone's got what looks like some marijuana in their possession inside of a car, that you're going to go to that location and conduct an investigation, or I guess go find a weed, right?
Conduct an investigation, yes.
Right. You went over there with a bunch of other officers. I think your word was caravan. Right?
Yes.
To go locate this weed that you saw in the car, right?
To investigate the marijuana, yes.
Exactly. Right. And you were very interested in doing this because you even called for the canine before you went out there.
Yes.
Right. Make sure that as you go over to this, wherever this location is, where someone's got a little bit of marijuana or some marijuana in a car, you're fully prepared, you and the other officers, right?
Yes.
And there's a canine coming to make sure that when you get there, you got what you need to search or find whatever you got to find, right?
Yes.
You get there, and as we just discussed a little while ago, there's some folks who live in the area, some citizens, right, who are there standing around, right?
I don't know where they live at, but
yeah. Well, you know they're there, right?
Yeah, they're there.
I mean, they're not running all over the place. They're there in the location, this apartment complex where you are, right?
Yes.
Right? And what you do then is you all get out of the car and talk to them and you detain, right?
Yes.
And in fact, I think the way you described it, as you walk up, let's see, you say something to the effect of on the tape that we saw, do me a favor, I'm gonna detain y'all. That's what you say, right? When you walk up to these folks.
I believe so.
Detain in your word means put them in handcuffs, these citizens, right?
Yes.
Right. Even the ones who you hadn't observed committing any crimes, these folks in their neighborhood are put in handcuffs by you because you want to detain them, you want to investigate, right?
To locate the marijuana, yes.
Locate the marijuana that you saw in a car on an Instagram post that you don't know when was posted, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so these folks who are just standing around there in their neighborhood, right, detained, quote unquote, put in handcuffs, and you tell them as you're conducting an investigation that you're being detained. As a matter of fact, one of them you said something to the effect of, some kid, you said, you're being detained, you're a grown man now.
Based on his age, yeah, he was considered grown by the state.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what you said to this kid who's standing around there, right?
Yeah.
He was putting handcuffs.
Well, somebody else was talking to me. I didn't say that to him.
You didn't?
Somebody was talking, somebody asked me something, and I said, he's a grown man now.
So when you said, when the words are said on the tape, and we saw the video, you being detained, you a grown man now, that ain't you?
I just said that was me. I said somebody was asking a question of him, I believe, and my response to them was, he's a grown man now.
Right. And that's the kid you're talking about who didn't have who had the idea that he had gotten to get a job or something like that, right?
I guess so.
Remember him saying that?
I don't know if he was getting a job, but I guess so.
You don't remember him saying that, I went to this location to get this ID, you got to get it to have a job? You don't remember that?
I didn't really hear.
Okay. So as you're conducting this far-ranging investigation looking for this marijuana, you're talking to individuals who are there, right?
Yes.
Somebody says something. He says, you can have a seat on the ground. Remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you conduct the search and you find 17 grams of marijuana is what you found, right?
Yes.
And you found 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Mr. Nichols gets arrested.
Yes.
And that is the extent of it, right?
Yes.
Except at no point while you're conducting this investigation, while you're on the scene, is there anyone out there throwing up gang signs, right?
Correct.
All right. Ain't nobody out there while you're conducting this investigation that you're here talking about, that you're here testifying about in this RICO racketeering gang case, throwing up gang signs saying, I'm selling some marijuana because I'm by itself. None of that, right?
I sustain the objection.
No gang signs.
No gang signs.
All right. That's all.
All right, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, and you're familiar as a veteran police officer and a sergeant, the responsibilities that you have with documenting and reporting as a responding officer, collecting gang-related information when you go to these scenes, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't document that as any gang signs, any paraphernalia, any language about any gang signs that particular night, correct?
That night, no.
Okay, nothing further.
Anybody else? All right, any redirect date?
Yes.
All right,
How long you been a police officer?
11 years,
How long were you with the Apex unit?
3.
As an officer with APD, Apex unit, when you're conducting an investigation outside, the kind of people want to play gang time while you're in the midst of the investigation.
No, not when they get detained, no, yeah.
Not when they're being detained, right? Okay. Everyone keeps talking about the marijuana. Were there weapons found as well?
Yes.
Why do you detain individuals when you first get on the scene?
Oh, well, in this sense, I didn't know who actually, had the marijuana. And we were there to conduct the actual investigation. Had several individuals in a separate car that was nearby the car in question, and I had individuals sitting on and standing, immediately behind that vehicle as well. So, as well as they've been saying, door could be closed. Somebody could be trying to move whatever we suspect of being in that car. So I found it safe to detain anybody with immediate presence from that vehicle.
And were there others? Matter of fact, in the video, was there a woman in the driver's seat?
Of the white? Yes.
And from the video, did you put her in handcuffs?
Yes.
Was she in handcuffs? From the video, the driver?
Oh, the driver, I'm not sure about her.
Okay. Was the passenger, was she free?
Yes.
Now, there has been some conversation about time. The video, again, where was it posted?
It was posted on Instagram on that page, Bitches Quay.
Okay. And I think earlier you said it was posted in the Instagram stories?
Yes,
And again, how long are the Instagram stories last?
24 hours.
All right. And I believe you testified earlier that you got to work somewhere between 2 and 3 o'clock p.m. that day?
Between 2 and 4, yes.
2 and 4, excuse me. And would you have seen the video after you got to work?
Yes. I stand the questions to form.
What time would you have seen, approximately around what time would you have seen the video?
Overruled. After I got to work.
Okay. So sometime after 2, or maybe even after 4, depending on what time.
Yes.
All right.
If I can continue, I believe it would be closer because my immediate action after seeing that video was to start gathering resources to go further investigate.
And in that Instagram video, were you able to see that white Solera?
What I believe to be the white Solera, yes.
And when you spoke with the owner of the white Solera, how long did she tell you she had been out there?
I believe it was 30 minutes.
So at best, from the time you saw the video, about how long was from the video when you saw it to when you got out there?
Objection, reading, asked and answered, she said.
Well, she said how long, so I'll overrule the objection. If I said I saw the video, it took me 20 minutes to gather resources. I believe at that staging location, we drove across the street. That took minutes. So I would say well within that time frame that she's saying they had just got out there.
So this isn't as if, do you know, the video was posted months prior to this?
Not on the story, it wouldn't be there.
And again, once you arrived and you saw Mr. Nichols, where was he?
He was in. Yeah, I sustain that objection.
And lastly, do you see Mr. Nichols in the courtroom today?
I do.
If you can identify him by article of clothing that he is.
Individual back in the, towards the back wearing a gray suit. It looks like a black turtleneck with some type of jewelry around his neck.
Your Honor, please let the record reflect that Sergeant Ross has identified Mr. Nichols.
Yes, y'all.
And last but not least, as an Apex officer, are you responsible for charging gang activity?
No.
Okay. Who would that responsibility fall upon?
Normally, it's a gang investigator or somebody assigned to the gang unit that has a very broad basis of knowledge around the topic.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any further recross?
Officer Ross, the state just asked you about the firearms in the vehicle, right?
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
All right, so you're aware that you charged, and I think you went over this a little bit, and you're direct, Mr. Nichols with 1, 2, 3 possession of firearms during commission of a felony, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you're aware that they were null pros, dismissed?
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't aware, but okay.
Okay. All right, and you said that it was 3 guns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that the possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, that 2 of those counts, you're aware they were dismissed?
No.
You're not? Okay. All right, now, you charged Mr. Nichols, right? You filled out the arrest warrants. And you did not arrest Mr. Nichols for any gang charge, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm finished, Your Honor.
Anybody else?
Sergeant, earlier, you asked a question that you answered about the term 12. Remember that?
Yes.
You said that 12 refers to police, right?
Yes.
You said that 12 normally is people yell out 12 to alert folks that the police are coming, right?
Yes.
Would it surprise you? I mean, would you be surprised that people in the community might yell out 12 when the experience that they have is police coming in and folks who haven't done anything are just thrown in handcuffs and detained when they haven't observed committing any crime? You think people might be concerned by the police and might want to warn about the police coming in the community when they see that kind of stuff over and over again?
Are you referring to this incident?
Sure. Well, this incident and any other incident where something like this happens.
Well, I'm not sure about any other incident, but as it refers to this incident, I believe that there was justification for detaining people, so I'm not sure what they would feel.
Justification for putting folks in cuffs even if they hadn't done anything.
They would be. I sustain the objection.
Yeah. Y'all, so when you just talked about this a while ago, detaining folks to make sure you can conduct the investigation, put them in cuffs, do this up in Sandy Springs too?
You said, do they? Mr. Adams?
Improper.
Please don't do that. That's improper commentary.
Well,
no, it's improper commentary.
Okay.
I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay, objection, understand. Actually, that's all I've got.
All right. Yes, Mr. Matthews.
Sergeant Ross, on that particular night, did you all photograph any building or any area that had any YSL graffiti in that apartment complex?
That night, no.
Nothing further.
Anybody else? Anything else to say?
One question.
We'll see.
Do you have control of how the DA's office disposes of cases?
No.
And on that Instagram post of him in the single picture, was the word slime on his Instagram post?
It was.
And was that within the time frame of his videos?
It was.
And your understanding is slime one of those gang graffiti that you would see on the walls? Who's some of the graffiti you would see on the walls?
I sustain it as the leading.
Have you seen that word slime as graffiti?
Yes. Anything further?
Did you forward Sergeant Ross the requirement for SOP any of the information to be gang-related investigator?
Forward it? I'm not sure, but I believe I made him aware of it.
Is it documented in the narrative report that you completed as a requirement as an officer?
Negative? No. I don't believe so. Anything further? Anybody?
No.
All right. May I excuse Officer Ross, permanent or temporary? All right. Officer Ross, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hour is about 5:20. How about we recess for the evening? You disappointed? You all look disappointed. All right, okay, all right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't matter something. So let's go ahead and just recess for the evening. Let me go ahead and make a couple of comments to you at this point in time. First, we'll start out with the nightly admonishes that you all have grown to love. Now that you've heard several witnesses and you considered some of the matter, is it appropriate for you to walk and talk about this case you're going out? Is it appropriate for you to tell your friends, neighbors, and loved ones tonight about all the things that you covered in court? All right. And you're going to post otherwise on any social media platform or phone a friend and tell them all the things that you learned thus far? All right. Okay, I think you understand that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, along with, just to reiterate as well, if anybody, third party or otherwise, tries to comment or reach out to you, I need to know about that immediately, okay? But nobody's supposed to be reaching out to you. Nobody's supposed to talk about this case to you. Nobody's supposed to discuss this case in your presence and hearing anywhere. So if somebody does so, I need to know about it, okay? That means somebody reaches out to you by email or text message or other device. I want to know about it, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, any other ministerial inquiry of me at this point in time before I tell you a little bit about the rest of the week? Anyone? All right, I'll say again? What's the question again? I said, any other ministerial inquiry of me? Okay, I mean, it's a question, if you have a question or anything like that. Okay, while you're thinking, okay? All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, just to kind of go over with you a little bit about what's going to happen this week. All right, tomorrow is the 5th Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start. I'd like you to be here by 10 o'clock, and then we'll start as soon as all of you get here, and I take up any other matters, but we should start between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow morning. So that's the first thing. It'll be a regular work day. We'll probably work till, again, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock. So that is tomorrow, Tuesday, the 5th of December. As it pertains to the 6th of December, again, that's a regular work day. I'll have you come by report by 9 o'clock, and then we'll start around somewhere 9:30. We'll work the entire day at that point. Okay. All right. As for Thursday, the 7th, ladies and gentlemen, Thursday and Friday are going to be short days. So if you have business you might want to take care of, I'm going to go ahead and tell you the time period. We're going to start probably about 9. We'll get started probably around 9:30 or thereabouts. We're going to work to about 12 or thereabouts, so 11:30, 12 o'clock. And then recess for that day. Okay, so Thursday's a short day. You have anything you want to book in the afternoon, like an appointment or anything like that, that would be the time to do it. Okay. Conversely, on Friday, the 8th. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry this microphone keeps going in and out, but I apologize. I need to look at my computer to talk with you so everybody else can hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, on Friday the 8th, you will have the morning office. The court has unrelated business to take up, so I'm going to have you come by report at 12:30. and we'll work from about 1 to 5, and then we'll recess for the day. So that's the schedule for the rest of the week. Just to give you all a little bit of planning and notice up front so you can kind of plan accordingly, okay? All right. So, how are we doing with our facilities? We got plenty, we got coffee. You comfortable back there?
Yes.
All right. How about juror stickers? Got plenty? Okay. Remember when you leave tonight, leave your notepads in your basket and take a juror sticker, and then we'll see you, you can take that so you can get back in the courthouse accordingly, okay? All right. So what time are you supposed to report tomorrow? And what time are we going to start by? Hopefully. Okay, 10:30, that's right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, any other questions of me at this point in time? Now I'll give you a little bit more information. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I've said to you, and I will continue to say to you daily, thank you for your patience that you've given us. You'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. And unless you have anything else for me, we'll go ahead and recess for you for the evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 10:00 hours, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us at this point. Okay, before we close for the day, Ms. Hylton, if you would do me a favor, at the bench conference earlier involving the objection that was recorded and everybody had a chance to hear, I'd like it to go back to the video at about 40, number 1. And that would be state 68I, number 1. That would have been not the Instagram video, but the first body cam video at approximately 48 minutes or thereabouts. I wanted to check for what Ms. Westmoreland purportedly said on the video.
Your Honor, I assume you mean 48 minutes on the top
of the screen.
Yes, ma'am, at the top of the screen, yes. If we could forward that to that just a little bit before, I want to see it and hear what it says. To see if it comports with what was told to me at the bench.
Right there's mine.
You got a license? Never had one? From what? From prison? Okay. Spell it for me. Last night.
Okay, you can stop there. Stop there. I did hear the word prison. Ms. Westmoreland, as I mentioned earlier, it wasn't I could have, if you had told me about it prior to this, we certainly could have gone ahead and edited that. I'm going to order that it be edited at this point in time for any future showing of that particular video. But this was the first objection that we had as to that issue. You did not bring that up before. It was not objected to at the suppression hearing, and it was objected to after it was played. So I just want to make sure I got that for purposes of record, but I will go ahead and edit it at this point in time since you brought it up to me afterwards, okay?
Your Honor, thank you for editing it now. Just for the record, I think that I preserved the objection by objecting to the video in its totality for all of the reasons I stated before.
Oh, no, madam. You would have had to object specifically to that because that is a definite separate basis for objection. So I disagree with you humbly about that. While you objected to the video as a whole, specifically should have been brought to the court and I could have edited at that point in time. All right. Anything else?
Your Honor, just for the record, we will go ahead and edit that out. I do want to state for the record, though, that the evidence will come in that he was convicted of a previous offense, just not that we're not going to edit it out, but for the purposes of any potential mistrial, the fact that he was convicted previously is going to come out because of the certified copies of conviction. And so I just want to place that on the record as it relates to Mr. Nichols.
All right. Okay. Now that we resolved that particular bench conference issue, anything else at this point in time before we recess for the evening? Okay, if not, are we straight on witnesses for more?
I can tell who I think we are calling.
Say again, Mr. Steele? Yeah, okay. I'm with you.
We sent the list, but it'll be Officer Cornelius who didn't come today, who was supposed to testify today. And let me pull up the list. Give me 1 second on. Okay, Joshua Mason-Sack, Officer Fikes with Brookhaven, Patrick Chapontis with GBI, and Joshua Mason-Sack is formerly with GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite or Applewhite, Officer Jasmine Hawkins, now Jasmine Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia. Yeah. After Fikes or before Fikes? I sure can. Joshua Mason-Sack from GBI. Officer Fikes. Patrick Chapontis from GBI. Officer Ian Applewhite. Officer Jasmine Hawkins, Mogavero, and Edwin Garcia, in addition to Officer Cornelius, or Sergeant Cornelius, excuse me, and Investigator Stansel.
Maybe I don't see it, but
Mason-Sack did the GBI reports, I believe, for the July 2017 case. That's from the Friday list, and maybe should have been on the list yesterday too. I thought I recapped everyone, but definitely on Friday. Yes. He tested the drugs in, give me 1 second, which case he's on.
Excuse me, Your Honor, while we're looking for that.
No. Let's just wait one at a time, madam. Okay?
tested the cocaine in Act 100.
All right, is that it?
You're welcome.
All right, okay. Yes, Ms. T. Williams, what were you going to ask at this time, madam? Okay, all right. Is there anything else that we need to cover so we can recess for today?
I just have a question. Exhibit with the body camera, I can't remember the number.
It's 68I.
Okay, thank you, sir. You didn't make a ruling that that's going out with the jury.
I don't have to right now.
That's fine.
I'll wait till the end of the trial.
I was just,
Yeah.
yes, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
I wasn't behind the ball.
No. If I have another one, did you move for admission, Miss?
I do believe we moved for the admission.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor. I do believe we moved for the admission of State's Exhibit 68I.
Yeah, I think I'm going to admit it.
It would be a continuing witness if
I get it. Okay, I'll deal with that all at the end of the trial. Okay, we'll cover all the exhibits that have been identified, just for purpose of record, and those admitted, and those that go back, and those that won't go back. All right. Okay. All right. And now can we let Mr. Ryan go to the bathroom, Mr. Steele, and recess for the evening? Okay. All right. Okay, folks. I'll see you all tomorrow morning for a 10:00 start time, and we'll be well. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good night, Your Honor.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay. So yeah, another long day in court. More police testimony. Joseph, who was on the stream earlier, has some good tweets of putting this all in context. It's about Sergeant Ross's testimony. It was about Overt Act 77. Which is mostly Nichols. It involves because it is Nichols that he involved. It's when he was arrested, felony possession of a firearm. And so that's why we heard a lot of objections from Nicole Westmoreland throughout that. Again, you guys should follow Joseph on Twitter. He's got some details on this. It really wasn't enough for me to get too excited about, any kind of recap, or I don't think this was any kind of pivotal day of testimony for the prosecution. But, again, they're just going through the overt acts and getting testimony on the record that they think establishes that. I thought the showing of the body cam footage was just unnecessary, the Instagram stuff, or they could have combined it both with testimony at the same time, had testimony as this video was playing. But yeah, it was typical Cross about the lack of documentation of any kind of gang association or anything like that. We kind of heard that throughout the day, so we'll keep hearing that. So yeah, I'm going to be on live now later today. Probably 7:40 p.m. Oh, yeah. And then Jen points out the facts that the charges were dismissed. The officer didn't know that some of the marijuana charges and what didn't stick. But again, I feel like this case is so piecemeal, and we've just got such a long road to hoe that establishing RICO on this, I think, is still a ways off. But I was going to go on live now at 7:40 p.m., which is a ways from now. I'm kind of operating on East Coast time, so it's 7:40 p.m. Pacific, so that's 10:40 p.m. East Coast time. So we'll break it down then. I'm also going to talk about my YouTuber influencer story, the guy who was sentenced for intentionally crashing the plane so he could film it and put it on YouTube. I'm going to talk about that too. too. So tune in, or I'll have the clip on my YouTube, and I will set up a stream for tomorrow. So thanks everybody for tuning in, and again, check out the stream tomorrow. I'll put something up by the end of the night. Thanks.